Chapter 1645. Seeing that Qian Hong, who had reached the peak of qi refining, came over to inquire, Xiaohua could only smile apologetically and tell him the whole story of his suspicions. Qian Hong frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He turned back and explained to the other disciples. All the disciples understood and naturally couldn't say anything. However, in the next 2 days, the envy between the disciples' brows gradually turned into resentment and anger. Xiaohua even occasionally heard a few disciples of Earth Thunder Palace whispering, "He took the benefits for no reason and made us take the risk. If even Grandmaster Zhen had to avoid him, what kind of cultivation base would he have? And that guy, how much benefits did he take?" These words might be intentional or unintentional, but in Xiaohua's ears he just pretended not to hear them. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also came over to talk to him when they were not cultivating, but they never mentioned anything about taking a detour. On the 3rd day, Xiaohua's heart palpitated again. This time Xiaohua was truly hesitant. After hesitating for a long time, he came to look for Zhen Qing again. Naturally, Zhen Qing didn't agree this time. He only smiled and said, "Xiaohua, this old man won't say anything unnecessary. These days this old man has been thinking carefully. Your panicky thinking might be related to your background as a rogue cultivator, right? In the past you didn't belong to any sect and were used to being alarmed. Now it's different. You have Imperial Thunder Sect and this old man to protect you. We don't need to be afraid of any rogue cultivator. As long as you're on this thunderboat, this old man would like to see which cultivator in the country if she dares to touch you." Xiaohua was extremely moved. He bowed and said, "This disciple isn't worried about my own safety, but I'm afraid I'll implicate many senior brothers and sisters of Imperial Thunder Sect. Presumably, Grandmaster has also heard some scattered gossip and knows the feelings of all the disciples. If there is really danger ahead, this disciple deserves to encounter it. However, all the senior martial brothers and sisters are innocent. This disciple has no reason to drag them down." Zhen Qing frowned and said with displeasure, "Xiaohua, what do you mean?" Xiaohua sighed. "This disciple has been a rogue cultivator for a long time. I'm good at escaping. Grandmaster also knows that this disciple's flying speed is extremely fast. I should be ranked first among all the disciples. This disciple thinks that if the enemy is coming for me, as long as I disappear from the thunderboat, the enemy will not make things difficult for the other disciples on the thunderboat. Xiaohua, do you think I won't be able to protect you?" Zhen Qing was slightly angered. Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple just doesn't want to bring trouble to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua explains, "Moreover, Grandmaster, think about it. If those bastards came prepared, they should know that Grandmaster is on this thunderboat. Since they dared to come, then they should have 100% confidence." Hearing this, Zhen Qing was a little disappointed. These days he had also thought of this. He had also used the secret lightning transmission technique of the Imperial Lightning Sect to send a message to the Imperial Lightning Sect, but he hadn't received a reply. Presumably, the message had been intercepted by someone. Didn't this mean that they had the strength to fight against him? Moreover, Grandmaster, you bear the heavy responsibility of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. You have to send all the disciples back to the Imperial Thunder Sect safely. Grandmaster, do you think this disciple is more important or the other disciples?" Xiaohua said patiently. Although he didn't mention the Heavenly Thunder Palace or the Earthly Thunder Palace, Zhen Qing knew that even though Xiaohua was in the limelight at the Feather Immortal Assembly and gained face for the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was still far less important than the other disciples. "What's your plan?" Zhen Qing finally relented. "This disciple will leave the thunderboat first and find a remote place to hide. I will return to the Imperial Thunder Sect after a few days. When those bastards saw that this disciple was not on the thunderboat, they would most likely let the thunderboat go. When Grandmaster returns to the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can find a teacher to find this disciple." Xiaohua said. Zhen Qing sighed and scanned with his divine consciousness. He shook his head slightly. "This is the Weeping Moon Abyss, a famous dangerous place in the country of Xi. There are many powerful spiritual beasts here. If you go out now, how can you protect yourself?" "Alright, Grandmaster knows that the more dangerous it is, the greater the chance of this disciple escaping." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Forget it. Xiaohua, this old man really admires your selfless thinking. This old man will accept this favor." Zhen Qing sighed. "When this old man returns to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I will definitely report this to the sect master. My Imperial Thunder sect has been developing in seclusion for these years. Although we have some achievements, but it is really depressing. Someone actually intercepted my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples near my Imperial Thunder sect. Alright, since Grandmaster agrees, this disciple will take his leave. I hope Grandmaster can bring the disciples back to the Thunderclap Peak safely. Xiaohua said with a bow. Zhen Qing patted his storage bag and took out some elixirs. This old man doesn't have many elixirs that you can use. Take these and use them to recover your magic power. Xiaohua took them. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Also, can Grandmaster tell this disciple the map of the Weeping Moon Abyss and the route back to the Imperial Thunder sect? No problem. As Zhen Qing spoke, he took out a jade slip and used his magic power to carve the things that Xiaohua wanted into the jade slip. Xiaohua took the jade slip and carefully kept it. He said respectfully, perhaps this disciple is overthinking. However, Grandmaster still has to be careful. If you can think of a way to return, it is better to think of a way. It is best if you don't meet with them. How could Zhen Qing not know this? He nodded his head. Soon after, Zhen Qing ordered Zhen Yu to release a bit of the restriction on the lightning ship. Xiaohua leaped out from the gap and looked around. He randomly chose a direction and flew downwards. What is this guy trying to do? Seeing Xiaohua and Zhen Qing talking for a moment, Xiaohua got off the lightning ship and flew away. The disciples felt strange. Zhen Qing raised his voice. I believe all of you already know that this old man changed his direction a few times because there were experts blocking the path ahead. Xiaohua felt that it was because of his own reasons and was afraid that he would implicate all of you. Thus he got off the lightning ship and hoped that he could lead the experts away. I don't think it's that simple. A female disciple from the Earth Thunder Palace sneered. She lowered her voice and said, I think that he is afraid that the things he obtained will be taken away by the Imperial Thunder sect. Perhaps he wants to get rid of those things first? That's right. Everyone here, who would be stupid enough to immediately leave Grandmaster Zhen's protection and face the experts alone. He must have some other ulterior motive. These disciples lowered their voices and discussed with the disciples they were familiar with. However, Zhen Qing could hear them clearly. He frowned and coughed. You all should be more vigilant when you are cultivating. If an accident really happens, it will be a fierce battle. Disciple understands. The disciples cupped their hands and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Only Sun Shu didn't close her eyes. She looked at the place where Xiaohua jumped off the lightning ship with a strange expression in her eyes. As for Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe, after leaving the bright realm of the Taiqing sect, they immediately activated their swords and flew towards the Huan kingdom. They had been flying for more than 10 days. The green grassland below them stretched as far as the eye could see. It really looked like a piece of green jade placed on the ground. On the purple sword light, Zhang Yuhe complained, Sister, it wasn't easy for us to gather all the people to come to the Feather Immortal Assembly. Although you and I can't represent the Huan Sword sect, it's still quite fun to participate. Why don't you let me fight? How many times have I told you? They are all disciples at the peak of the Qi refining realm. They are only equivalent to the 9th grade of the sword nurturing realm. They are 1 grade lower than us. What sense of accomplishment do you have to fight with them? Hehe, my hands are itchy. I want to play with them. Zhang Yuhe said with a smile. Sister, don't just think about playing. You should think about how to advance to the 2nd grade of the Bright Sword realm. Didn't Master say that it's good? Only cultivation is the right way. Sister, of course I think about it all the time. However, if we sword cultivators don't fight, how can our flying swords advance? How can our cultivation advance? Forget it, forget it. I can't win against you. Zhang Yutong waved her hand. Anyway, we have already completed our mission in Meng Kingdom. When we have the chance, we will find an opponent with a similar cultivation level to fight. The Taiqing sect is really asking for a lot. It's just a 2,000-year-old Xianin spiritual grass. But they actually exchanged so many things for us. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but say, if we hadn't made sufficient preparations this time, I'm afraid. Speaking up to here, Zhang Yuhe covered her mouth and laughed. That cultivator called Xiaohua is really ignorant. I'm afraid his profound Yin grass is at least 8,000 years old. I don't know where he got it from, but he actually only wants a shabby sword nurturing technique to exchange it with us. If he wanted more, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to get that Xianin spiritual grass. You see, Zhang Yutong said with a smile. Just now you said that the Taiching sect is too stingy, but now you're saying that they are stupid. What kind of logic is this? An 8,000-year-old Xianin spiritual grass isn't much worse than a 2,000-year-old Xianin spiritual grass. You say, if I don't talk about him, who else can I talk about? Zhang Yu has said without holding back. They are similar in many aspects, but there are still essential differences. Zhang Yutong shook her head. It's just that we were in a hurry that day and didn't examine it carefully. Now that we have discovered the amazing medicinal effect of this Xianin spiritual grass, it's too late. If we meet him again in the future, we will have to compensate him. Just as she said this, Zhang Yutong's face turned cold. She looked ahead and sneered. Sister, just now you said you wanted to fight with someone. Now the opportunity has come. I don't know which small sect's disciple has the guts to intercept a sword cultivator. I'm afraid that we sword cultivators haven't been in the cultivation world for a long time, so these disciples have forgotten the prestige of sword cultivators. Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yutong's cultivations were similar. Zhang Yutong had discovered the heretics ahead, so Zhang Yuha naturally also discovered them. In the air several li in front of the purple and green twin swords, a brown-robed cultivator stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly staring at the purple and green twin swords streaking across the sky. To be continued. Chapter 1646. It's him? Zhang Yuha exclaimed in astonishment as she scanned the area with her spiritual sense. Who? Zhang Yutong was bewildered. The Foundation establishment cultivator in the distance didn't seem familiar to her. Sister, you've forgotten. Zhang Yuha sneered. That day at the Feather Immortal Gathering, this person came out of the illusion array and used a flying sword to assassinate another heavily injured female cultivator. I blocked it with my purple spirit. How can such a person be qualified to use a flying sword? Zhang Yutong nodded. I have some impression of him. However, this guy seemed to have been expelled from the Taiching sect's bright realm by their master. Oh no. Senior Deming had thought of many things, but he missed out on this guy. Could it be that he wants to cause trouble for my sister? Zhang Yuha looked at Lu Weigang, who was flying closer and closer. Isn't he just a Dao sect cultivator who just stepped into the Foundation establishment stage? How can he be a match for me, a sword cultivator? If he has any ideas, I'll let my purple spirit taste his blood. After saying that, Zhang Yuha's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sister, don't be careless. Zhang Yutong slowed down her sword and looked around with her spiritual sense. She didn't find anything special. She said curiously, since this guy is blocking the way, he must be confident. But can he stop the two of us by himself? Could it be? He's here to thank us? Zhang Yuha smiled. Did my sword give him an epiphany and let him find the opportunity to enter the Foundation establishment stage? That's why he came to wait for us. Zhang Yutong rolled her eyes at her sister. The two of them continued to fly towards Lu Weigang. When the two of them got close to Lu Weigang, they stopped. Zhang Yuha said coldly, Fellow cultivator, why are you standing in the air? The wind is so strong, why don't you sleep in the cave? I know who will wake up first. I will remember this. After I capture you two, I will go back to my cave and sleep. Lu Weigang said with a laugh. Zhang Yuha's laughter was even louder than Lu Weigang's. It was as if she had seen the funniest thing in the world. She pointed at him and said, You? Dozens of days ago you were still a little aura refining cultivator. Even if you're a foundation building cultivator today, you're still no match for I. How dare you boast so shamelessly about taking us down? Then as he laughed, he opened his mouth and the purple spirit flying sword flew out and stabbed towards Lu Weigang's head. Seeing the purple sword light coming at him, Lu Weigang didn't dare to be careless. He made a gesture and a light red light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the flying sword. With a dang sound, the flying sword seemed to have stabbed an iron wall, and a few sparks burst out from the light curtain. Go. When Zhang Yuha saw that her flying sword was blocked, she was slightly taken aback. She activated her magic power and the purple spirit flying sword expanded slightly. It was as if it had just woken up and stretched. Then it charged towards the light screen again. With a soft pu sound, a small hole was actually drilled into the light curtain this time. The flying sword very nimbly drilled into the hole. Lu Weigang obviously didn't expect that the flying sword could be driven in this way. His face was full of shock. but immediately after he didn't seem to move at all. The light curtain flashed and the red light became thicker. The light curtain seemed to have expanded and enveloped the entire flying sword. Zhang Yuhe felt that the purple spirit seemed to have sunk into a sticky quagmire. There was a huge obstruction in front of it. If she didn't increase her magic power, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to succeed. I'd like to see what other tricks you, a foundation-building cultivator, have up your sleeves. Zhang Yuhe was furious, her face flushed red. She shouted, "Quick!" She put her hands together and pointed at the purple spirit with her index and middle fingers. The purple spirit seemed to have taken an elixir. With a hoop sound, it expanded and became as big as a door. The entire sword gave off a light purple sword light and slashed towards the light red light curtain. Zilala, under the sword light, the light curtain was like ice and snow in boiling water. It melted little by little without the slightest bit of resistance. "Little girl, watch this Taoist master's methods." Lu Weigong's face was ferocious. He patted his storage bag and took out an orange handkerchief. With a wave of his hand, the handkerchief landed on the light curtain in front of him. The same light flashed and the light curtain turned blood red. Just as Zhang Yuhe was about to activate her magic power, she heard Zhang Yutong, who had been guarding the array all this time, shout angrily, "Who is it?" Then her cherry lips spat out a green sword light that suddenly pierced towards a place about 10 feet below her feet. With a soft pu sound, a few flashes of light followed by a scream. At the center of the flashes of light was a Qi refining stage 11 cultivator. That cultivator held an array flag in one hand and his other hand was dripping with blood. It was the green spirit that had pierced him. Just as Zhang Yutong was about to activate the green spirit to kill that cultivator, a light mist appeared from the center of the flashes of light. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator disappeared. Humph! Zhang Yutong's cyan spirit flying sword shuttled back and forth a few times within the light mist, but missed every time. Only then did she point her finger, and the cyan spirit flying sword drew a beautiful streak of green light in the air, rushing towards purple spirit's location. Ha! With a laugh, a tall and sturdy cultivator appeared beside Lu Weigang. The cultivator was wearing a disguise and his face couldn't be seen. The cultivator was holding a small golden bell in his hand. With a wave of his hand he threw it into the air. The golden bell spun in the air and golden rings of light scattered down, covering the cultivator and Lu Weigang in the middle. A magic weapon? Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong's expressions changed slightly. They scanned with their divine sense, but they couldn't see through the cultivator's cultivation at all. They looked at each other and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. Then the two exchanged glances and pointed their fingers. The green and purple spirits turned into slender sword lights and suddenly pierced toward the brilliance of the golden bell. Ding ding! The two flying swords only pierced about an inch into the golden light and couldn't go any further. At this moment Zhang Yuhe raised her hand and swiped it in the air. A green light flashed and followed the momentum of her palm and suddenly flew to the left. "Quick! Block it!" The cultivator shouted and took out an array flag. He waved it in the air and a faint mist appeared in front of the light, blocking the green light. "Go!" Zhang Yuhe frowned and shouted. The green light showed its shape. It was another flying sword. This flying sword spun and rushed into the mist. With a soft squeak, a gap appeared in the mist. "Humph, a flying sword message?" The cultivator sneered. "Since I've made my move, you still want to send a message?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and a spell was cast at the flying sword. "Go!" Zhang Yutong shouted and the green spirit sword flew back. She leaped and landed on the sword light. Her body merged with the sword and she flew in the opposite direction of the flying sword message. Zhang Yuhe also cast a spell but she controlled the purple spirit sword to fly in the direction of the flying sword message. The flying sword was indeed fast and before the cultivator's spell could even land on the messenger's flying sword, Zhang Yuhe's purple spirit had already arrived. Puff! Zhang Yuhe's tiny mouth opened once again and a flash of purple sword light shot out, striking right onto the mist that was blocking the flying sword. That flash of sword light was the sword intent of the purple spirit that Zhang Yuhe had refined. It was usually used to nourish the purple spirit and its sharpness was no less than another purple spirit, easily piercing right through the mist. The messenger flying sword immediately flew out of the gap at an incomparably fast speed. Quickly chase after that flying sword, Hearing the cultivator's order, Zhang Yuhe sneered. She knew that once the flying sword message was sent out, it would immediately merge with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unless the cultivator was 2 realms higher than her, there was no way to stop it. Moreover, the flying sword message already had her image. Even if she and her sister had an accident and couldn't escape this cultivator's attack, the Huan country's Xianjian sect would be able to find this place based on the flying sword message. Where do you think you're going? The cultivator shouted and raised his hand. A 1-meter-long rope flew into the air. Under the control of the cultivator's spiritual energy, it immediately turned into a 3-meter-long dragon. It roared and moved its body, baring its fangs and claws as it chased after Zhang Yutong. At the same time, the bewitched cultivator also flew into the air and followed the little dragon in pursuit of Zhang Yutong. Lu Weigang hesitated for a moment. He took out an array flag and waved it. A faint red cloud appeared under his feet and flew towards Zhang Yuhe. At the same time, he waved the array flag again and several pieces of mist appeared in front of Zhang Yuhe, blocking her escape route. Humph! Seeing Lu Weigang chase after her and the array flag in his hand, Zhang Yuhe knew that she had fallen into his array. Lu Weigang's cultivation was not as good as hers, but with the help of the array, she was afraid that she would be in danger. Therefore, she didn't intend to fight with Lu Weigang. Seeing many clouds appear in front of her, she clenched her teeth and slapped her forehead. From Zhang Yuhe's forehead, a purple sword light shot out from her Naiwan palace and flew to the front of the purple spirit sword. This sword light was 3 times thicker than the purple spirit sword. At the same time, Zhang Yuhe leaned forward and made a gesture with her hands. Her whole body spun like a top and pierced towards the clouds like an awl. The purple sword light that Zhang Yuhe had just shot out was at the forefront of the awl. With a sizzling sound, the cloud was indeed as sharp as a piece of metal. Moreover, it was extremely viscous and it stuck Zhang Yuhe's entire body. A large expanse of purple light emerged from the point of contact between Zhang Yuhe's head and the clouds, dyeing the surrounding clouds. The brilliance of the light dazzled Lu Weigang, who was chasing after Zhang Yuhe. He couldn't help but raise his arm, wanting to shield his eyes. However, the purple brilliance was so domineering that even if he closed his eyes, the purple brilliance would still remain in his heart. Lu Weigang channeled his spiritual power and a burst of brilliance flashed around his body. The purple brilliance also dimmed. When Lu Weigang scanned the clouds, he saw a gap the size of a person in the clouds. Zhang Yuhe had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1647. Humph! Just as sect master expected. Lu Weigang saw that Zhang Yuhe was about to escape, but there wasn't the slightest bit of frustration on his face. He sneered as he waved the array flag in his hand. A thick, viscous, dark red fog gushed out from the array flag and filled the gap between the clouds. Once the thick fog merged with the clouds, the dark red fog immediately turned into threads of red, just like blood threads. It quickly dyed the surrounding air, and, as Lu Weigang continued to wave the array flag, countless clouds appeared out of thin air. Moreover, these clouds were all dark red, completely different from the faint white clouds just now. Zhang Yutong saw that the cultivator's magic power was unfathomable, and he had a magic treasure to protect himself. She immediately thought of retreating and parted ways with Zhang Yuhe. After all, there were only 2 people blocking their path. In comparison, Lu Weigang's cultivation was lower than theirs, and they were both sword cultivators. One of them would definitely be able to escape. Seeing that the cultivator had abandoned Zhang Yuhe and was chasing after her, Zhang Yutong felt relieved and made a decision. Zhang Yutong's sword light was extremely fast, and after flying for a short while he saw a few white clouds appear in the sky. He immediately understood that this was a formation set up by the enemy. He immediately made a decision and flew downwards. Of course, he had only flown a few hundred feet when he was blocked by the clouds again. This time Zhang Yutong didn't dodge. Like Zhang Yuhe, she spat out a strand of sword energy from her mouth. Her entire body leaned on the flying sword, and it spun as it flew towards the clouds. The attack power of a sword cultivator was indeed strong. Like Zhang Yuhe, Zhang Yutong broke through a gap in the formation set up by Lu Weigang and the others. Just as she was about to escape like Zhang Yuhe, the cultivator in the camouflage robe arrived. Just like Lu Weigang, the cultivator waved the spell flag in his hand, and an even redder fog hit the clouds in the sky. However, Zhang Yutong's flying speed was too fast, and the surrounding clouds were dyed red in the blink of an eye. Moreover, outside these clouds, even more blood-red clouds rapidly appeared, blocking Zhang Yutong's path. Seeing that she was about to escape, Zhang Yutong was secretly delighted. However, an extremely strong resistance appeared in front of her. It wasn't very strong, but it was very tough. Zhang Yutong's flying sword only pierced a foot or so before it seemed to be stuck. Zhang Yutong tried to use her magic power several times, but to no avail. She looked around and was blocked by the red clouds. She knew that things were not good. She withdrew her body and stood in the air, coldly looking at the cultivator. "Young friend Zhang, where do you think you're running to?" The cultivator stopped and asked with a smile. "Elder," Zhang Yutong said with a cold face, "why are you blocking my way back to Huan country?" "It's nothing. This old man just wanted to invite young friend Zhang to our humble sect for a chat." Although my sword cultivator disciples have some relationship with cultivator disciples, it is far from as close as Senior thinks. Also, I have an urgent matter to attend to back to Xian Sword Sect. If Senior doesn't have anything else, please open this array and let me out. Then I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, Zhang Yutong said with a cold smile. The cultivator raised his head and laughed wildly. "Otherwise what? My sister's flying sword message has already been sent out, and the images here have also been sent out. If Senior opens the array, I will just treat it as a misunderstanding and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, my Xian Sword Sect will invite the sword cultivators of Huan country to come find me. At that time, there will be a conflict between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect. Then your sect, when the nest is destroyed there will be no eggs left intact?" Hearing Zhang Yutong's threat, the cultivator seemed to be in deep thought. Then he said calmly, "Could it be, you think that your flying sword message will definitely be able to reach Xian Sword Sect? That your twin sister of yours will definitely be able to escape from my hands?" Zhang Yutong said with a smile, "Of course, I already know that my sister is out of danger. Moreover, that flying sword message is definitely not something that you Dao sect people can intercept." That's good." The cultivator laughed instead of being angry. He pointed his finger and the rope that was chasing Zhang Yutong stopped not too far away. Then it roared and rushed towards Zhang Yutong. Zhang Yutong didn't understand the cultivator's reaction. Seeing the rope flying towards her, the mana around her body froze. She pointed her finger and the flying sword under her feet flew out. It also roared and rushed towards the dragon formed by the rope. The flying sword was like lightning and the dragon was wreaking havoc. The two of them fought against each other and it was very exciting. When Zhang Yutong controlled the flying sword, she stole a glance at the mysterious cultivator. Unfortunately, not only was the cultivator in the illusion, his whole body was also covered by the golden light of the golden bell. She couldn't see his true face. Quick! When Zhang Yutong saw that there was a trace of stagnation in the twisting of the dragon, she couldn't care less about whether it was a trap or not. She lightly scolded and pointed her hand. The green spirit sword quickly drew a line in the air, like a nimble dragonfly in the water. It slashed at the waist of the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon deflated and was beaten back to its original form. A rope that had been cut in two fell from the sky into the thick blood-red fog. "Good. You are indeed a sword cultivator. One sharp sword is equivalent to 10 kinds of magic tools." The cultivator was not angry. Instead he laughed and clapped his hands. Let me experience Senior's magic power." Zhang Yutong was a little confused when she saw that she had broken the opponent's magic tool. At the same time she became more courageous. She pointed her finger, and the green spirit sword stabbed at the mystic demon cultivator's protective golden light like a snake. Clang! Sure enough, a few sparks burst out and the green spiritual sword was blocked by the golden light. Zhang Yutong narrowed her eyes and was about to use her magic power when she saw Lu Weigang behind the cultivator with the array flag in his hand. "You stand aside. Be careful of this girl escaping." The cultivator didn't look back and ordered loudly, "Yes, sect master." Lu Weigang greeted and flew behind Zhang Yutong with the array flag in his hand. "Sect master?" Zhang Yutong heard this and her heart thumped. She didn't care about Lu Weigang's sect, but needless to say, it was definitely one of the 13 cultivation sections. Moreover, it was one of the most famous sects in the 3 cultivation countries. His sect master was naturally the head of the sect. Since it was the head of the sect, then, the cultivator in front of her must be a nascent soul cultivator. But, since he was a nascent soul cultivator, why did he have to use such a troublesome method? With just a wave of his hand she wouldn't have any power to fight back? Zhang Yutong was instantly confused. Let's fight. Zhang Yutong gritted her teeth and pointed her finger. The green spirit flew back to her. Zhang Yutong opened her mouth and sucked it into her mouth. Then Zhang Yutong held a mysterious seal with both hands and slapped it on her forehead. With a whoosh, a green sword aura flew out of Zhang Yutong's Naiwan palace. Then Zhang Yutong opened her mouth and the green spirit flew out again. This time the green spirit's color was 3 times thicker and more verdant. Once the green spirit flew out, it rushed into the air and merged with the sword aura. Go! Zhang Yutong shouted softly. The green spirit stretched out and stabbed at the golden light shield of the cultivator. Poof! This attack pierced a small hole in the light shield. Zhang Yutong's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. She knew that even though she had used a secret technique to condense all the sword chi in her body and forced out the sword chi, she was still far from being able to break through the defenses of a nascent soul cultivator. No, even a golden core cultivator would not be able to do so. But at this time she didn't have time to think about the reason. Seeing that she had pierced a small hole in the light shield, she immediately urged the green spirit to stab at the light shield crazily. In just a few breaths there was a crack and the green spirit broke through the light shield. The green spirit's shadow flashed and entered the light shield, suddenly stabbing at the chest of the cultivator. The cultivator obviously didn't expect the green spirit to break through his defense. His body flashed and turned into a few shadows in the air, trying to avoid the flying sword that was close to him. Unfortunately, the attack power of a sword cultivator was unparalleled, especially when it came to close-range flying swords. The green spirit was like a bolt of green lightning. When it couldn't pierce through a shadow, it suddenly turned around and flew toward the cultivator. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through several shadows. The cultivator seemed to be a little anxious. He waved his hand and a dozen ice talismans condensed into an ice wall in front of the flying sword. Crack! Crack! There seemed to be no suspense. When the ice wall came into contact with the green spirit, it was immediately shattered. However, in this short time, the cultivator clapped his hand and a 4-colored light flashed from his left hand. It was a triangular shield. The cultivator activated his magic power and placed the shield in front of him. Before the shield could expand, green spirit had already flown in front of him. With a ping sound, green spirit pierced into the shield. Whoosh! A series of lights bloomed and the shield blocked the green spirit. Go! Seeing this, Zhang Yutong, who was not far away, had a trace of desperation on her face. She gritted her teeth again and a burst of bright red flashed across her face, followed by a snow-white complexion. Zhang Yutong's sword technique changed again, and the green spirit suddenly became slender like a green-silver needle. With a soft sound, the green spirit actually pierced through the shield and pierced into the cultivator's body. A few flashes of light flashed on the cultivator's body. It was clear that the restriction protecting his body was pierced. Ouch! The green spirit actually injured the cultivator. It flew out from the cultivator's back and a trace of blood immediately dyed the cultivator's waist red. However, at this moment, just as joy appeared on Zhang Yutong's face, Zhang Yutong's vision turned dark and she fell from the sky. Chapter 1648. Zhang Yutong used a sword cultivation secret technique to fight against the Miho cultivator. She used up all her spiritual energy and fell from the sky. Her delicate body floated down like a green leaf. In the thick blood mist, a mysterious blood shadow appeared. The blood shadow waved its hand and a scarlet-yellow talisman fell on Zhang Yutong's forehead. Then a blood-red brilliance flashed from Zhang Yutong's body and deeply enveloped her. Zhang Yutong's body stopped in the air and the blood shadow flew into the blood mist and disappeared. Then outside the blood mist, Lu Weigang and the Miho cultivator appeared. Sect Master, good move, Lu Weigang said respectfully as he looked at the huge blood mist in the air. His eyes flashed with a look of fascination. This is nothing. The Miho cultivator lightly said, my heavenly demon sect has endless methods. This is only a little spell, nothing much. As long as you follow my sect, not to mention the Golden Core stage, even the nascent soul stage will be within reach. Thank you, Sect Master, for helping me. Lu Weigang bowed and saluted. Ever since my injuries were healed by Sect Master and I received Sect Master's benevolence to raise my cultivation level to the foundation building realm, I've admired Sect Master from the bottom of my heart. Joining the Heavenly Demon Sect is my sincerity. Vice Sect Master Lu, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Your Changbai sect is a famous sect, but you haven't reached foundation establishment yet. What future do you have in the Changbai sect? Our Heavenly Demonic sect is now recruiting disciples. Now that you've become the Vice Sect Master of our Heavenly Demonic sect, not only will your cultivation not stagnate, but it's also possible for you to become a Grandmaster in the future. The Miho cultivator said with a smile. Disciple thanks Sect Master. Lu Weigang said respectfully. Go and capture Zhang Yutong. I'll have a use for her in the future. Go back with the other disciples and cultivate well. Try to reach core formation as soon as possible. The Miho cultivator took out a formation flag and waved it in the air. The blood mist was quickly sucked into the flag. Soon the sky became clear again and the flag was covered in blood. Disciple will return now. Lu Weigang bowed and flew into the air. He grabbed Zhang Yutong in his hand. At the same time 4 or 5 cultivators in the 7th layer of Qi refining appeared from the ground. They bowed to the mystic demon cultivators and flew away with Lu Weigang. After everyone left, the Miho cultivator looked around and left as well. After flying for 2 hours he landed on a cliff and found a cave and went in. Sword cultivators were indeed sword cultivators. Just one flying sword could move unhindered between heaven and earth. Amazing indeed. Even though this old man is at the middle stage of foundation establishment and has a secret magic treasure, I was still injured by her. That Mi-Lu cultivator said in a low voice. He removed the Mi-Lu, revealing white teeth and red lips. An incomparably handsome Zhang Qingxiao had appeared. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's Taoist robe was stained with blood. It was caused by Zhang Yutong's flying sword. After Zhang Qingxiao changed her clothes and took a pill, she sat down cross-legged and thought to herself, fortunately I pretended to be an expert and coaxed the 2 sword cultivators to run away as soon as they met. If the 2 of them fought together, even if I could capture them I would have injured them. The middle stage of foundation establishment is still nothing. Then Zhang Qingxiao took out another pill and swallowed it and began to cultivate diligently. Far away in the country of Xi, in a place surrounded by clouds and dangerous mountains and rivers, a cultivator in the same Miho appeared in the air. This cultivator was holding a 1-foot large disc in his hand. He looked at the disc and shouted, "Huh? Why, did the thunderbolt of the Imperial Thunder Sect change direction again?" After hearing the cultivator's words, the scenery in the air 100 feet away twisted and 2 cultivators appeared. The 2 cultivators flew closer and took a closer look. They were also surprised and said, "Martial Uncle Xiong, this is already the 2nd time we've changed directions. The Imperial Thunder Sect. Did they discover us? How is that possible?" The other cultivator who flew together retorted, "Martial Uncle Xiong set this up in advance without anyone knowing. How could the Imperial Thunder Sect cultivators know? Moreover, this place is not too far from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if they want to take precautions, they would not expect us to ambush here. Don't say any more. Quickly pack up the disc and other things. Hurry up and rush forward." Martial Uncle Xiong pointed his hand and put away the disc. The other 2 disciples flew to different places and put away more than 10 discs in the air. Then they followed the cultivator and flew forward. After flying for another day, Martial Uncle Xiong took out the disc and cast a spell on it. He looked carefully and scanned it with his divine sense. He pointed at a place and said, "It's here. Quickly set up the formation." "Yes, disciple." The 2 disciples were busy setting up the formation. Martial Uncle Xiong looked into the distance for a long time. After a while, the 2 disciples finished setting up the formation and flew in front of Martial Uncle Xiong. Martial Uncle Xiong scanned with his divine sense and smiled, Not bad. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect changed direction twice, it did help the 2 of you. You've become more skilled at setting up the formation." One disciple respectfully said, "This is all thanks to Martial Uncle Xiong's guidance." Their bodies fell with the thunder ship. Who? Jen Qing's figure paused for a moment. Then her figure floated in the air. With a wave of her hand, the flute appeared in her hand. He Daoist Jen. Martial Uncle Xiong, who was wearing a camouflage robe, walked out of the formation. His hands were empty and he didn't have any magic tools. He smiled and said, I have something to discuss with Daoist Jen. As he spoke, there were two disciples who were also wearing a camouflage robe. One of them rushed towards Zhen Yu, who had already stabilized himself in the air. The other released his divine sense to search for Xiaohua. Humph. Zhen Qing coldly snorted and released her pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Martial Uncle Xiong. Daoist Zhen. Martial Uncle Xiong was still smiling. He also released his pressure. Boom. The two forces of pressure collided. Previously there was a strong gust of wind that soared into the sky. Zhen Qing's expression changed slightly. She slapped her hand and her magic tool flew into the air. Not to mention one disciple went to meet Zhen Yu. The other disciple was stunned when he scanned with his divine sense. Among the dozen or so qi refining disciples, there was no trace of Xiaohua at all. Chapter 1649. The mesmerized disciple scanned the area again with his divine sense. Sure enough, he couldn't find Xiaohua. Releasing his spiritual aura, he casually covered a refinement stage disciple and easily captured him. Then he whispered, if you want to live, tell this old man honestly. Where did Xiaohua of your Imperial Thunder Sect go? That disciple was Min Ge. He had no power to fight back against this cultivator. When he heard the question about Xiaohua, he quickly replied, Senior, please no. Xiaohua left the Thunderboat a few days ago. As for where he went, we don't know. What? He left the Thunder Ship a long time ago. The cultivator was shocked. He didn't let go of Min Gu and flew into the sky. Quickly put down my Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Zhen Qing had already seen this cultivator flying toward the Thunder Ship. He was furious. She took out her magic treasure and prepared to attack Martial Uncle Xiong. At the same time, she released her pressure to suppress the cultivator. How could Martial Uncle Xiong let Zhen Qing succeed? He had already blocked Zhen Qing's aura when she was halfway there. However, when Martial Uncle Xiong scanned the area with his divine sense, he saw that the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple's face wasn't the same as the one in the Flying Shadow message. At this moment, the cultivator quickly told Martial Uncle Xiong that Xiaohua wasn't on the Thunder Ship. Martial Uncle Xiong's expression changed greatly. He stared at Zhen Qing for a moment and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Zhen, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. As he spoke, he flew up and waved his sleeves. A dozen spots in the air flashed with a faint light. A dozen formation plates appeared and flew into Martial Uncle Xiong's sleeves. When the cultivator who was confronting Zhen Yu saw this, he also gave up on Zhen Yu and flew to Martial Uncle Xiong's side. This old man has offended you. If there is a chance in the future, I'll tell fellow Daoist Zhen the details. Martial Uncle Xiong flew into the distance and said, this old man has some things to ask about this disciple. I'll let him go in a moment. If fellow Daoist Zhen doesn't want to cause more trouble, then wait here. The other two mesmerized disciples looked at each other. They also used their escape techniques and flew away after Martial Uncle Xiong. Zhen Qing's expression was indescribable. She stared at the three of them for a long time. Her flute also slightly shook in the air. Martial Uncle Zhen. A moment later, Zhen Yu and the others also flew to Zhen Qing's side. Their faces were filled with indignation as they pointed their fingers and said, which sect is this bastard from? They actually set up an ambush here? What? Zhen Yu, do you want to chase after him? When Zhen Qing heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and the flute landed in his hand. Disciple doesn't dare. Zhen Yu awkwardly said, the cultivator I'm facing is also a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and his cultivation is even higher than mine. The other cultivator must also be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Our Imperial Lightning Sect's dozen or so qi refining cultivators have no power to fight back. If this disciple were to chase after them now, wouldn't it be like striking a rock with an egg? Zhen Qing nodded. She tilted her head slightly and looked into the distance. She snorted and said, prepare the Thunderboat. We will return to the Imperial Thunder Sect at full speed. Yes, I understand. Zhen Yu bowed respectfully. He drove the lightning boat under his feet and shouted to the surrounding disciples, "Get on the lightning boat." When Sun Shu and the others landed on the thunder boat, Minji's soulless figure appeared in the distant sky. "Mingu, what did they ask you?" Zhen Qing waited for Mingu to come closer and asked in a low voice. "This." Mingu took a deep breath and said, "They asked me where Xiaohua went." "Xiaohua, it really is Xiaohua." Zhen Qing's expression changed slightly. Her eyes shone brightly. "How did you answer them?" "Yes, Master Ancestor knows. I said that Xiaohua left alone after entering the country of Xi. As for where he went, I don't know." Mingu smiled apologetically. "Did they ask for the location?" "Yes, they did, and they asked in detail." "Did they give themselves away?" Zhen Qing knew it was useless, but she still asked. Mingu smiled bitterly. "I didn't even dare to look at them for fear of angering them. If they gave themselves away, how could I come back?" Then he clapped his hand and took out a medicinal pill. "When I came back, they gave me a foundation establishment pill as compensation for disturbing me." "Humph. You keep it well." Zhen Qing snorted and walked to the front of the thunder ship's formation plate. She urged her magic power and drove the thunder ship towards the Imperial Thunder Sect. In the distance, Martial Uncle Xiong brought 2 disciples and flew towards the place where Xiaohua left the thunder ship. While flying, he instructed the 2, "Release your divine senses and search carefully." How could Xiaohua know that there was an ambush ahead? Even Zhen Qing couldn't know. This Mingu is interesting. He actually has a grudge with Xiaohua. When we asked him one question, he actually said 10 sentences. He can't wait for us to find Xiaohua and strangle him to death. He's quite tactful. Martial Uncle Xiong sneered. "I originally wanted to kill him. Since he's willing to work for us, why don't we leave him alive? After all, our target is Xiaohua." Martial Uncle is wise. The 2 disciples praised. Thus, the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 Golden Core cultivator released their divine senses and searched the edge of the Weeping Moon Abyss again and again. Unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find any trace of Xiaohua in the vicinity of the Weeping Moon Abyss. Because when Xiaohua got off the thunder ship, he immediately used the hibernating thunder escape and flew back in the direction the thunder ship came from. After flying for several days, he arrived at the place where the thunder ship first turned around and followed the route Zhen Qing prepared for the first time. After flying for another day, he saw a beautiful place. He plunged into the ground and used the earth escape technique to burrow into the ground. Only when he couldn't burrow any further did he stop. He took out the devil's spear and dug a space the size of a person underground. After sitting down cross-legged, he took out a soul-gathering pill and swallowed it. Xiaohua actually began to cultivate in this underground space. As for that Martial Uncle Xiong, after searching the Weeping Moon Abyss for a long time and not finding any trace of Xiaohua, he also came to a realization. He followed the thunder ship's route again and searched for more than 10 days. There were several times when they flew over the place where Xiaohua was cultivating. They also used their divine senses to scan the ground, but unfortunately they didn't look down. Guessing that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had already returned to the Thunderclap Peak, Martial Uncle Xiong and the other 2 didn't dare to stay for long. They hurriedly searched one last time before flying away in disappointment. There weren't any large cities nearby and there were no transportation formations. They couldn't figure out where Xiaohua went no matter how they racked their brains. After Martial Uncle Xiong and the others left, Xiaohua raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 12th level of the refinement realm underground. Only then did he emerge from the ground. First he released his Buddhist sense and looked around. Then without saying anything he withdrew his Buddhist sense and used the hibernating thunder escape to fly in the direction of the Imperial Thunder Sect. On this day Xiaohua flew to a place with beautiful mountain scenery. He didn't plan to stop and was about to fly past it. But at this moment Xiaohua frowned slightly and stopped. He lowered his head to look at a place densely covered with thorns in the mountain call and muttered in a very strange voice. "Based on my Buddhist sense, this call seems to be different. It's actually some fluctuations of spiritual power." However, as Xiaohua slowly flew closer, he couldn't see anything strange about the thorny area with the naked eye. Strange. Xiaohua was very curious. With a wave of his hand he released Zeng Qin and used it to protect himself. Then he flew a little closer to the place where the thorns were. When he used his Buddhist sense to investigate again, he really did see some clues. His Buddhist sense was admittedly very observant, but he actually saw some faint tremors in the thorns. These tremors weren't caused by the mountain wind, but by something in the thorns. What is it? Xiaohua took out the black iron needle again and pierced it towards the thorns like lightning. Just as the black iron needle was about to pierce the thorns, a strange ripping sound came from the thorns. A spirit beast with a thin body and 6 claws on the 4 sides of its body flew out from the thorns. Seeing the same color as the thorns gradually disappear from the back of the spirit beast and gradually become translucent, Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Lizard beast?" Without waiting for him to finish shouting, the lizard beast had already moved its almost transparent flesh and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Just as the lizard beast flew into the forest, the color on its back immediately turned into a mottled tree color and disappeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Haha, this young master has been looking for this thing for a long time. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Xiaohua had always wanted to refine an invisibility talisman. Unfortunately, he also knew that the blood and fur of the lizard beast were extremely difficult to find, so he always wanted to find an opportunity to exchange for it at e.g. But he never thought that he would actually encounter a rare lizard beast here. Seeing the lizard beast disappear, even if he used his divine sense, he couldn't find it. Xiaohua was not anxious. He released his Buddhist sense and slowly searched around. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua found traces of the lizard beast on a big tree in the distance. What should I do? At this time, Xiaohua didn't simply want to kill the lizard beast, but wanted its fur and flesh. The lizard beast was a first-rank spirit beast. Its strength was only equivalent to the qi refinement stage. For the current Xiaohua, it could only cause a little trouble. If Xiaohua used the fireball talisman or the devil spear tip, he could kill it, but this might damage the lizard beast's fur and affect the refining of the invisibility talisman. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, he took out the suppressing cloud seal and urged his spiritual power. Under Xiaohua's urging, the suppressing cloud seal quickly turned into a 4 qi-long seal and quietly flew in the air above the lizard beast. At this time, the lizard beast seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It let out a strange tearing sound and flew out from the big tree. Its whole body turned in the air and flew toward Xiaohua. Moreover, the lizard beast's trace gradually disappeared in the air as it flew. Chapter 1650. This lizard beast was actually born with an escape technique? Seeing the lizard beast gradually disappear from midair, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense clearly saw an azure brilliance flash in the place where the lizard beast disappeared. Would escape. The name of the escape technique jumped out of nowhere in Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, the spell seals were like a gurgling stream flowing clearly in his mind. Excellent! Xiaohua almost clapped his hands. No wonder very few people were able to catch this lizard beast with only qi refining cultivation. It turns out that this thing is naturally proficient in wood escape techniques. Today I should be fated. Not only did I recall the wood escape technique, I even ran into this lizard beast. I'm afraid this invisibility talisman will be very easy to obtain. In a moment, Xiaohua formed a spell seal. His entire body flashed with azure light and he chased after the lizard beast. That lizard beast was very timid. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually able to catch up to it, it had long been flustered. It fled to the east and fled to the west, gradually losing its order. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to chase after it. At first he was somewhat unfamiliar with it. The speed of the wood escape technique wasn't fast, but after the time it took to smoke a cigarette, his figure also gradually began to become nimble. The wood escape technique became increasingly proficient. Of course, Xiaohua's mind was also active. The first step of cultivating the light escape technique is the most difficult. Not only do I have to cultivate the 5 types of escape techniques, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but I also have to temper my bones with 7 colors. The most difficult part is still finding the 5 elemental origins and tempering them into my bones. As for where to find the 5 elemental origins, I have no clue at all. Fortunately, I've already recalled the wood escape technique, fire escape technique, and earth escape technique. As for the metal escape technique and the water escape technique, I don't know whether I've cultivated it or not. If I haven't, I still have to pay attention. However, didn't I still cultivate the lightning escape technique in the Imperial Thunder sect? I wonder if this lightning escape technique can be considered one of the 5 elemental escape techniques? Unfortunately, this light escape technique is too unimaginable. I can't reveal it to anyone. I can only occasionally inquire about it. Master is only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and his lightning evasion technique has yet to reach the great accomplishment stage. I'm afraid he knows very little about these things. Asking him would be pointless. While he was thinking, the lizard beast in front of him changed again. The lizard beast was running around like a headless fly, but all of a sudden, it seemed to have discovered something, and its figure suddenly turned to the left. Xiaohua naturally didn't pay attention to it, and he also turned around. However, after flying for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the lizard beast's flat body turned slightly, and it actually disappeared without a trace from Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. Ah? Xiaohua stared blankly. Thinking about how his cooked duck had actually flown away, he was very ashamed and angry. He activated his escape technique and arrived at the place where the lizard beast had disappeared. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was an incomparably large tree. That huge tree stood at the bottom of a cliff. Could it be that the entire tree was at least 1,000 feet tall? The width of that huge tree was also several tens of feet. The entire huge tree crown covered a large area of about 1,000 feet below the cliff. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and divine sense, and separately looked at the huge tree, but he didn't see anything wrong. Could it be that the lizard beast used another escape technique? But that shouldn't be the case. Can't just disappear. Xiaohua thought, and his hand formed a seal to escape into the huge tree. Under the cyan brilliance, the inside of the huge tree was incomparably dark. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense with all his might, examining inch by inch, wanting to find some clues. However, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense had just entered the door, and it was only at the first layer. How could he really observe? In fact, Xiaohua also had some doubts about the cultivation of Buddhist sense. First of all, in terms of cultivation methods, whether it was raising fire to the heavens, heavenly laws embodiment technique, or even boundless thunderbolt, these cultivation methods all used medicinal pills as the foundation, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as the foundation. In the end, they absorbed external objects for one's own use to increase one's cultivation. However, this exquisite Leaf Sutras Buddha Sarira cultivation method purely used one's own bitter efforts to temper the Buddha's golden body bit by bit, without relying on any external force. Thus, there were no so-called medicinal pills to take. Secondly, Xiaohua understood from the exquisite Leaf Sutra that this cultivation method was the Buddhist sect's supreme cultivation method of Sarira cultivation. Logically speaking, although Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira quantity couldn't compare to frost bamboos, its quality definitely wouldn't be inferior. But why did frost bamboo completely disdain Xiaohua's Buddhist cultivation method? Did he say that Xiaohua's cultivation method was relatively coarse upon meeting? Xiaohua had the heart to ask these questions that day, but he didn't understand frost bamboo, so he didn't dare to ask. If frost bamboo really wanted him to take out the exquisite Leaf Sutra for reference, would he take it out or not? In fact, Buddhist and Taoist sects were different. Taoist sects paid particular attention to harmonizing with heaven and earth, stealing the great Tao of heaven and earth for one's own use. It was the most skillful. On the other hand, Buddhist sects focused on the Sarira as one's will, and they cultivated the most painstakingly. The exquisite Leaf Sutra didn't rely on external objects, and only relied on one's own strength. It was superior, while frost bamboo borrowed Taoist sects' medicinal pills to cultivate Buddhist awareness, which was inferior. Naturally, Buddhist awareness was different from divine sense, and it emphasized impurity the most. There was a Buddhist gatha as proof. Bodhi is not a tree, a mirror is not a platform, Buddhist awareness is not an object, how can it attract dust? When Buddhist awareness was cultivated to the extreme, it would be like a cool breeze blowing through the boundless universe and no one would be able to detect it. It was far from the powerful divine sense of Taoist sects. Thus, when Xiaohua cultivated the exquisite Leaf Sutra, his initial Buddhist awareness was like clear water, and his starting point was very high. It was far from what frost bamboo could compare to. Xiaohua used his Buddhist awareness to scan again and again, and at the place where the lizard beast disappeared, there was suddenly a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. This spiritual energy was different from the spiritual energy fluctuations that Xiaohua usually saw. Instead, it was filled with a kind of deathly stillness and a kind of tyranny. This spiritual energy fluctuation is somewhat familiar. It seems to be similar to when the spatial array in my storage bag was crushed by the Great Wisdom Sword. Xiaohua frowned and thought to himself. Seeing that the spiritual energy fluctuation was becoming more and more intense, a thin crack gradually appeared in the space. Xiaohua hurriedly took out the cloud-suppressing seal, but soon after, when the thin crack was the width of a finger, it gradually fused together. Go! Xiaohua didn't hesitate and pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal flashed with a bronze brilliance and smashed towards the crack. Ping ping ping. 4 times in a row the crack was actually smashed to the point where it stopped fusing. Then it gradually enlarged, and when it was about 3 feet wide, a faint shadow flashed through the crack. Xiaohua smiled, and the sealing power of the cloud-suppressing seal was released, completely suppressing the lizard beast that just came out of the crack. Hiss! The lizard beast struggled with all its might. Its flat, almost transparent body suddenly turned dark red, and then it swelled up again. Go! Xiaohua knew that the lizard beast was going to counterattack, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He urged the cloud-suppressing seal and smashed it down. With a pew sound, blood flashed and the lizard beast was actually smashed back into the spatial crack. This. Xiaohua slightly frowned. His figure flew and arrived in front of the crack. His Buddhist awareness swept inside and he unconsciously froze on the spot. Behind the spatial crack was an independent space with a radius of 1 zhang. However, this space was already on the verge of collapse. The edges of the space were covered in a misty blue brilliance. The misty blue brilliance was like boiling water, quickly surging and shrinking towards the spatial crack. The lizard beast's corpse fell in midair. Next to the lizard beast's corpse, there was a human-shaped corpse with its head raised towards the sky. However, this corpse had long been reduced to white bones. Its 7 orifices were pitch black and looked very frightening. Moreover, the corpse's right arm was straight and slanted towards the sky. Its index finger and middle finger were close together. Although the finger bones were already white, when Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness swept over it, there was actually a kind of feeling of fear and shock spontaneously arising. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't restrain the astonishment in his heart. This corpse was covered in Confucian attire from top to bottom. It was completely different from what ordinary cultivators wore. It was even different from the attire of some scholars among cultivators. Could it be, this senior isn't a cultivator? Xiaohua's heart gave birth to such a thought for no reason. Rumble, a burst of faint vibrations. Not good, this space is going to collapse. Xiaohua's heart was alarmed. He didn't have time to think anymore. His divine sense swept over and collected the lizard beast's corpse and blood into a jade box and jade bottle. At this moment the space shook. The scholar's corpse was shaken and flipped over. The other hand behind the corpse's back was revealed before Xiaohua's eyes. Between the 5 fingers was actually half a tortoise shell. What is this? Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. Unexpectedly, the tortoise shell didn't move in the slightest. Huh. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Soon after, he stretched his hand into the spatial crack and grabbed the tortoise shell. Come on. Xiaohua exerted force with one arm. A faint red light flashed above the scholar's corpse. Crash. A series of chaotic sounds rang out. Xiaohua was holding the tortoise shell in his hand, but the bones of the entire corpse had already collapsed. So much so that as the white bones scattered, those white bones turned into ashes. It seemed that too much time had passed. I've sinned, I've sinned. This greatly exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua shook his head. The white bones turned into ashes. The scholar's robe floated in the air, emitting a faint red light. Xiaohua didn't stop there. He beckoned with his hand and the scholar's robe flew into his hand. At this moment another strange scene appeared. Under the scholar's robe, a thumb-sized heart object was revealed. That heart object flashed with an extremely pure red light as it floated in the air. It dyed the entire space red. What is this? Xiaohua was astonished. However, at this moment, an aura of extermination came from within the space. The boiling green light on the walls of the space suddenly stopped. On the contrary, the spatial crack that had expanded a lot just now rapidly shrank at this moment. The space is going to collapse. Although Xiaohua hadn't seen space collapse before, that aura of extermination couldn't be wrong. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He swung the tortoise shell in his hand. That bright red heart object fell on the tortoise shell. Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew from the spatial crack. Xiaohua's arm had just retracted when the spatial crack completely closed. A trace of grayish-black brilliance flashed at the crack. The faint fluctuation of spiritual energy just now disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1651. That was close. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that the space had been completely annihilated. If he hadn't encountered the lizard beast and chased it all the way here, then luckily discovered the spatial crack and obtained the Confucian robe, tortoise shell, and red heart-shaped object, these things would have turned into ashes just like the corpse and would no longer exist in this world. Soon after, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the scholar robe in his hand. At this time, the scholar robe had returned to its original white color and no longer emitted any red light. Presumably, the red light from before was emitted by this red heart-shaped object. Since the scholar's corpse had turned into ashes and the scholar robe hadn't changed, this scholar robe must be a unique treasure. Although Xiaohua couldn't find any clues with his Buddhist sense and divine sense, he still carefully stored the scholar robe in his space. Looking at the tortoise shell, it wasn't complete. It was probably only 20% of the complete tortoise shell. At this time, under the red light of the heart-shaped object, it appeared transparent. Faintly within the transparent shell, there were some shadows that seemed to be words but also didn't seem to be words. Xiaohua looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything. He sighed in his heart and stored the heart-shaped object in the tortoise shell in a separate place with the scholar robe. After that, Xiaohua jumped out of the giant tree and took out the map Zhenqing gave him. He carefully looked at it. Although the lizard beast had been running for a long time, it didn't deviate too far from its original location. Xiaohua identified the direction and used the wood escape technique that he had just recalled. He flew toward the Imperial Thunder Sect. It wasn't just a day. Xiaohua was like a fish back in water as he hid in the forest. Two valiant divine senses swept across his body and immediately locked onto him. Could it be those thieves? Xiaohua was slightly startled and secretly thought. However, when he released his divine sense, he found out that the divine sense was very strong. It was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. How could it be the thieves chasing after Zhenqing? Xiaohua happily escaped from the forest and respectfully saluted while flying in the air. He said, "Are you the masters of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Are you Xiaohua of the Thunder Sect?" The two figures hadn't arrived yet, but the sound transmission had already arrived. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This disciple is. May I know if the two masters are the martial uncles of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" It's our luck. Of the two late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators, one has a black face and the other has a thin figure. The person with the black face shook his hand and sent a signal to the sky. Soon after, he smiled at Xiaohua and said, "This old man is Zhen Feng from Zhenlei Palace. This is my junior brother Zhen Jiedao." Disciple greets the two martial uncles. Xiaohua bowed again. Zhen Jiejuan slightly nodded his head and waved his sleeve, stopping Xiaohua from saluting. He asked softly, "Martial nephew Xiao, have you encountered any enemies?" Xiaohua shook his head. Disciple Tao Zhiyaoyao wouldn't dare to reveal the slightest bit of cloven foot. "I was lucky enough to escape." "Great." Zhen Feng clapped his hands and said, "The moment junior martial uncle Zhenqing arrived at the Zhenlei Palace, he immediately ordered all the disciples to move out and welcome junior martial nephew Xiao. We've been searching for a few days and haven't found any trace of him. We thought that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Who would have thought that I would run into martial nephew just as I was about to return?" "All the disciples on duty?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Martial Ancestor Zhen, are they all safe?" With Martial Ancestor Zhen escorting them, how could anything happen to them?" Zhen Feng smiled and said, "If you're not injured, then follow us back to the mountain. We can use the lightning escape technique to bring you back." "Yes, thank you for your trouble," Xiaohua said with a smile. Soon after, the two late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators used the lightning escape technique to bring Xiaohua back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. During this time, more than 10 late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators also rushed over and escorted a middle-stage Qi Refining Realm cultivator back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing that so many late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were sent out by Zhenqing to search for him, Xiaohua was grateful but also worried. Needless to say, Zhenqing must have encountered the thief who wanted to stop the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, he must have fought with the thief. Although Zhenqing wasn't injured, he definitely didn't gain any advantage. Thus, he mobilized so many people to search for him. Who is the thief who stopped the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples? What is their goal? This was what Xiaohua was thinking along the way. At the same time, it was also what Zhenqing asked when they met. In the side hall of Zhenlei Palace, Zhenqing's expression was rather gloomy. Although he didn't make a move against the cultivator who appeared out of nowhere, his face was completely destroyed. The joy of seeing Xiaohua safe and sound couldn't wash away his doubts. He didn't quite understand why a gold core stage cultivator would be interested in Xiaohua. Or was he interested in the pills that Xiaohua won? Seeing Zhenqing's expression, Xiaohua also felt guilty. He took out his storage pouch and handed it over. Smiling apologetically, he said, "Disciple can't recognize all of these pills. Martial Ancestor, please take a good look and see if there's anything wrong with them." And Zhenqing didn't hold back. Previously, because these pills were Xiaohua's personal belongings, it wasn't convenient for him to check them one by one. However, now that it was too important, he couldn't hold back anymore. However, after looking through all of the pills, Zhenqing's eyebrows tightened. He handed the storage pouch back to Xiaohua and shook his head. "These pills are indeed precious. But you can't let a golden core stage cultivator face me directly. What about the best quality spirit stones?" That's even more impossible." Zhenqing still smiled bitterly. "Not to mention 10% spirit stones, even 100% spirit stones can't compare to these pills. Could it be the sword embryo?" Xiaohua probed. It can only be the sword embryo." Zhenqing's eyes flashed with an indescribable brilliance. "After thinking about it, I feel that it can only be the sword embryo." But the sword embryo? Disciple felt that only the weight was special. "I couldn't see anything else." Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out the great wisdom sword that he just put into the storage pouch. "Not to mention I also couldn't see anything when I looked at it just now. If you want to find any clues, you still have to ask the palace masters or elders of the 8 great lightning palaces to take a look." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He reluctantly handed over the great wisdom sword and said with a forced smile, "Then, disciple will give this sword embryo to Grandmaster. May Grandmaster..." Unexpectedly, Zhenqing flicked his sleeve and said with a smile, "You can take it yourself. Right now, I have already reported it to the palace master. He is also quite interested in it. You just wait, perhaps there will be an order coming soon." And Xiaohua secretly rejoiced. While speaking, Zhenqing stretched out his hand and took out a storage pouch from his bosom. He handed it over to Xiaohua and said, "Your storage pouch is about to be crushed by the sword embryo. You should quickly put the pills and spirit stones into your own storage pouch. Take this storage pouch first and use it to temporarily store the sword embryo." Xiaohua took it with a smile. "Grandmaster is still the most considerate. Thank you, Grandmaster." Not long after, a boy came to summon Xiaohua. Following Zhenqing, Xiaohua came to a large hall. This hall had an extraordinary aura. The carved beams and painted pillars were golden and dazzling. It was comparable to the Great Lightning Hall of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. The horizontal board above the hall had the 2 words, Xiaolei. At this moment there were 2 people sitting on the left and right of the Xiaolei Hall. Xiaohua had seen these 2 people in the Great Lightning Hall before. They were the Palace Master of the Great Lightning Palace, Zhenqing, and the Palace Master of the Great Lightning Palace, Duijia. After Zhenqing and Xiaohua went forward and bowed, Zhenqing said with a smile, "Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to cultivate from the 10th layer of the Qi Refining Realm to the middle of the 12th layer of the Qi Refining Realm in just a few years after joining my Imperial Lightning Sect. Furthermore, you even won glory for my Imperial Lightning Sect in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Not only did you get into the top 32, but you also used a magic treasure to force a disciple who had completed the Qi refining realm of the Qi refining realm to enter the Foundation establishment realm on the spot. Even this old man couldn't compare to your spirit when I was young. Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your praise, Palace Master. I only managed to gather all the ingredients. If I didn't get that incomplete magic treasure, and if I didn't have the time to refine it, how could I be a match for a disciple who had completed the Qi refining realm?" Haha, it's because you gave up for the sake of the big picture that you were able to seize this opportunity. Everything is destined by karma. Zhen Sheng said with a smile. Dui Jia, who was at the side, said with a smile, "What makes me most gratified is that you actually made the two disciples who had completed the Qi refining realm of the Qi refining realm from the Huanhua sect fight against each other. You really made my Imperial Lightning sect proud." This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly thought, these days I've only been thinking about avoiding interceptions. I've never thought about how Fairy Hongxia would deal with herself when she returns to the Huanhua sect. Poor Xiaohua. Ever since Fairy Hongxia said, "Since you've made up your mind, I'll follow your will." Whenever he thought of Fairy Hongxia, his heart would be filled with sweetness. Why would he think so much? If Dui Jia hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known. Seeing the slight change in Xiaohua's expression, Dui Jia was secretly amused. She waved her hand and said, "You don't have to worry. That Fairy Hongxia has completed the Qi refining realm at such a young age. She must be someone that the elders of the Huanhua sect value highly. Such a small matter won't affect anything." She then pointed her hand and said with a smile, "On the other hand, you Xiaohua are only in the middle of the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. Although you stood out in the Feather Immortal Gathering and soared to the sky, to be honest, it was all due to the power of your magic treasure. It has little to do with your cultivation level. If you want to marry into the Huanhua sect, you have to pass the Foundation establishment stage." Xiaohua's face was slightly red. He lamented that women were meddlesome and had nothing to do with their cultivation level and age. He also bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Alright Xiaohua, take out the sword embryo and let me take a look." Zhen Sheng waited for Dui Jia to finish her nagging before he waved his hand and said, "Yes." Xiaohua took out the Great Wisdom Sword from his storage bag. Zhen Sheng waved his hand, and the Great Wisdom Sword in Xiaohua's hand did not move at all. Is it really so strange?" Zhen Sheng raised his eyebrows and activated his magic power. Unfortunately, he changed a few spells in a row, but the Great Wisdom Sword still did not move. Dui Jia was also surprised. She also used a few spells that were different from Zhen Sheng's. Xiaohua could feel a huge force coming from the air a few times. He wanted to grab the Great Wisdom Sword, but he was always unsuccessful. Strange. Bring the sword embryo over. Zhen Sheng had no choice but to order. Chapter 1652. Although the Great Wisdom Sword was incomparably heavy, Zhen Sheng was a late gold core stage cultivator and could still lift it up. However, when he looked at it and then passed it to Dui Jia, both of them shook their heads slightly in the end. Zhen Sheng returned the sword to Xiaohua and smiled bitterly. "Xiaohua, even with my experience and knowledge, I am unable to determine the origin of this sword. Only the sect leader and the other elders would be able to tell. However, the sect leader and the elders have been very busy recently. I'm afraid we can't trouble them with such a small matter." Dui Jia chimed in from the side. Moreover, since the Tai Ching sect took this out as a reward, they must have appraised it themselves. Even if it's a miraculous item, its use is probably limited. According to my guess, those bastards must have found a use for it that we don't know about. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he said respectfully, "Of course Yun Guichong of the Huanhua sect swore to take this item. Could it be the cultivators of the Huanhua sect who stopped us?" Aha, Zhen Qing has already thought about this and has already sent disciples to investigate. If it's them, as long as the Imperial Thunder sect has the evidence, we can't let the Huanhua sect go. Zhen Qing laughed thought-provokingly. "Alright Xiaohua, your results in the Feather Immortal Assembly are very good. The Thunder sect and the Thunder sect should have rewards too. They have already been given to your helpless master. It's also hard for you to escape from your enemies. You should return to the Myriad Thunder Valley as soon as possible. The Feather Immortal Assembly is just a small episode. It's an experience and a beginning. I'm sure you have seen many disciples building their foundations. I hope you can learn from it and cultivate diligently. You can enter the foundation building realm as soon as possible. Zhenxing said with a smile. Thank you for your encouragement. I will remember it and enter the foundation building realm as soon as possible. Xiaohua bowed and followed Zhenxing out of the Thunder Sect Hall. After bidding farewell to Zhenxing, Xiaohua saw that there was no one around. He used the hibernating thunder escape and flew towards the myriad Thunder Valley. When Xiaohua arrived at the 10,000 Thunder Valleys cave, the cave was completely silent. There was no movement at all. Even the mountain ape had disappeared without a trace. Why is that? Xiaohua didn't dare to release his divine sense to explore his master's cave. He just landed in front of the cave and shouted, "Master, I'm back." However, no one responded to him even after he shouted twice. Maybe it's not in the cave, Xiaohua thought to himself. He was just about to go look for his eldest senior martial brother Xiangyang, but he had a second thought. When he left the Imperial Thunder Sect, he gave his eldest senior martial brother the mother-child spirit fruit, so he didn't know whether Xiangyang had already broken through the bottleneck and entered the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Seeing that his sister-in-law Yan Qinglian hadn't come out to greet him, presumably he was still in closed-door meditation. If he went over now, he would probably disturb his eldest senior martial brother's cultivation. Presumably, Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged and waiting outside the cave. Now that he had finally returned to the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua felt a sense of stability in his heart. At this moment his mind once again entered the space. The things inside the space were now in an orderly manner. Spiritual grasses, spirit stones, artifacts, magic weapons and the like were all placed in different categories. Everything seemed to be under Xiaohua's control. However, when Xiaohua's consciousness swept over the eggs of the Ice Worm King and the water-patterned butterfly, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Logically speaking, how many years had it been? The medicinal age of the spiritual herbs should be thousands of years. For some reason, these eggs didn't have the slightest movement. However, if they were all dead, Xiaohua could feel exuberant vitality from within the eggs. This is extremely strange. Xiaohua smiled. Then he looked at the roots of the rainbow epiphyllum. Ever since he picked the fruit of the rainbow epiphyllum, an extremely beautiful seven-colored flower had actually grown out of the roots. This flower was in the shape of a rainbow and was very tender and beautiful. It looked exactly the same as the rainbow on the rainbow epiphyllum's fruit. Haha, if that's the case, I won't lack the rainbow epiphyllum in the future. Xiaohua secretly laughed. Mother. Little Yellow called out. Carrying Little Silver on its back, it flew into the air and cried out excitedly, "Are we going to fight again? Boy still hasn't had his fill just now. What's the fight this time?" Just now. Xiaohua's mind was greatly shaken. The last time he had Little Yellow and Little Silver come out to help was at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Counting on his fingers, if it wasn't several months, it would be at least several dozen days. How could it be just now? Xiaohua remembered that when he first asked Little Yellow, it was in this space that time passed very slowly. However, Little Yellow couldn't explain it clearly. Xiaohua only thought that it was because the light was hanging in the air and there was no reason for the night. Now that he thought about it, it probably wasn't that simple, right? Naturally, Xiaohua thought of the insect egg that hadn't moved for a long time. What about the divine power centipede? Has it recovered? Xiaohua's heart stirred and he asked again, "Divine power centipede? Oh mother, are you talking about the one that boy defeated?" Little Yellow's intelligence was even more mature. Yes, it's that one. It's called the divine power centipede, Xiaohua said with a smile. Boy just brought it in. How could it have recovered? Little Yellow actually asked Xiaohua in return. In fact, when Xiaohua asked Little Yellow, he had already looked at the divine power centipede lying motionlessly on the ground. The divine power centipede had been scratched all over by Little Yellow, and it was lying there on the verge of death. Although its life wasn't in danger, it looked like it wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Thinking about the time difference between the space and the outside world, it would probably take a very long time for him to use this thing. Moreover, at that moment Xiaohua thought of something else. Spirit pets had to be controlled by cultivators. Just like magic artifacts and magic treasures, there were different ways to control them. Of course, There were some ways to control spirit pets in the secret techniques he had obtained from the spirit husbandry sect, but he didn't know if they were suitable for him. Should I take this divine power centipede out and raise it? Xiaohua thought to himself, but he immediately denied it. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have a spirit storage bag, just thinking about Little Yellow's extraordinary spirit energy and Little Silver's considerate manner, he knew that although time passed slowly in this space, it definitely had an effect on the growth of spirit pets that the outside world couldn't. Suddenly Xiaohua's mind shook as he sensed some movement outside. He hurriedly pulled his mind out of the space, only to see that it was already dark outside. A familiar divine sense swept over him in the distance. It was Master's wife Zhuo Minghui. Zhuo Minghui was still a distance away when she said telepathically, "Xiaohua, when did you come back?" Xiaohua also replied telepathically and respectfully, "This disciple just came back today." Very good. As she spoke, Zhuo Minghui was already close to him. Without waiting for him to stabilize himself, she immediately used the thunder light telepathic technique to inform him. Then she opened the cave and let Xiaohua in. After sitting down, Zhuo Minghui looked at Xiaohua very kindly and asked, "Is everything all right?" Xiaohua bowed and said, "This disciple is fine. How could those bastards catch me? Master's wife, please don't worry." Zhuo Minghui smiled with relief and said, "When your master heard that you took the initiative to leave the thunder boat outside, he scolded you for being stupid and wanted to search for Zhenlei Palace in a rage. However, when he saw that martial uncle Zhen Qing had already sent out many experts to search for you, he knew that they were doing their best. Although he wanted to go out with them, he couldn't leave Myriad Thunder Valley after all, so it wasn't up to him." Actually, this disciple also had no choice. Xiaohua briefly explained the matter. Zhuo Minghui nodded and said, "Your master also knows about this. He has always said one thing and meant another. You have to know." As she spoke, she helplessly scanned with her divine sense. How come you're so fast?" Zhuo Minghui was greatly surprised. She stood up and said. When Xiaohua followed Zhuo Minghui out of the cave, Helplessness's figure was already in sight. Xiaohua bowed and said respectfully, "Master, this disciple is back. But you can still come back." Before Helplessness arrived, his scolding arrived first. "You're just showing off. You're only in the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, a middle stage disciple. How dare you come down from the thunder boat alone? If you don't want to live, you should have told me earlier. I'll expel you from Myriad Thunder Valley first. Don't let the other disciples of Lightning Palace point at my back and curse me if something happens to you. My Myriad Thunder Valley already has Xiang Yang. It's fine if I'm a coward, but if I have a hothead like you, my reputation will be ruined by the two of you." Helplessness scolded without any reason as soon as they met. Xiaohua felt wronged. He knew that this was Helplessness's style, but he still sighed. "All right, let's hurry back to the cave." Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, "Why did you come back so quickly? It seems that my lightning sound transmission hasn't reached Myriad Thunder Valley yet. Felt that something was bothering me, so I came back to take a look." Helplessness rolled his eyes at Xiaohua, then raised his head and entered the cave. Zhuo Minghui smiled and gave Xiaohua a look, then followed him in. A warm current flowed through Xiaohua's heart. Needless to say, Helplessness was definitely thinking about him and came back to take a look. Coincidentally, he really did come back. Perhaps this something bothering him had already happened many times during the dozens of days he was away. Looking at Xiaohua, who was sitting obediently at the side, Helplessness sighed. He patted his hand and took out a storage pouch. He threw it into the air where Xiaohua was and said unhappily, "This is the reward from Zhenlei Palace and my Zhenlei Palace. There's also your Eastern Ridge Medicinal Gardens Command Medallion. Take it." Yes, Xiaohua accepted it and tied it around his waist without even looking. You've set your sights higher." Helplessness sneered and said, "The rewards from the two great lightning palaces aren't cheap. Even I covet it, but you don't even look at it. Why don't you let me take a look at what you won? Let me broaden my horizons. What is so precious that it actually made a golden core cultivator fight for it? Master, it's useless even if you look at it. It's all pills, there's none of the Ling 1 grass that Master wants." Xiaohua said and respectfully handed the storage pouch to Helplessness. Helplessness looked at the items inside and his expression changed. He then passed it to Zhuo Minghui and stared at Xiaohua. Is this really 10%? Yes. Disciple personally took out 90% of the items in the storage pouch to return to Chongbai's sect. Helplessness sighed and said, in the end I'm still a loose cultivator. My cultivation is too low. Master, a disciple. Felt that since I've already killed Chongbai's sect's disciples, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't take it? Either way it's a disaster. Xiaohua said innocently. Damn it, I said you took too little. Helplessness said angrily, you should at least take 30%, no 50%. I've been in Imperial Thunder Sect for so many years and I've never gotten so many pills. Chapter 1653. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh when he heard Helplessness's words. He didn't just want 50%, he had it all in his hands that day. Unfortunately, he was only a 12th layer Qi refinement cultivator. He couldn't face the Taiqing sect and Chongbai sect alone, even with the help of all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. He had to give way. In that situation, even Helplessness, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment, would have to give way. Hee. Xiaohua smiled and slapped his forehead with his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal transformed into a foot-sized seal and flew out. A bronze brilliance appeared inch by inch, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into illusory flowers that could be seen clustered around the seal. Helplessness's eyes flashed and he pointed his finger. The Buddha Saraira outside Xiaohua's mud pill palace shook, but to Helplessness's surprise, the cloud-suppressing seal didn't fall from the sky, let alone fly into his hand. Xiaohua saw this and quickly cut off his connection with the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal gradually shrank and flew into Helplessness's hand. Your method of refining magic treasures is quite strange. Helplessness smiled and picked up the cloud-suppressing seal to examine it. Master, this is the magic treasure disciple exchanged for with 90% of the pills and spiritual stones. What do you think? Xiaohua smiled apologetically. My Imperial Thunder sect has plenty of this kind of trash. Helplessly and mercilessly attacking Xiaohua, he also said casually, right now your most important task is to increase your cultivation level. These external objects are merely decorations. Once your cultivation level reaches Foundation Establishment in Jindan, what magic treasures can't you have? Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua saw that Helplessness raised his cultivation again and quickly said, disciple won't go out again this time. When I find a suitable cultivation method, I will immediately go into seclusion. I won't come out until I reach the end of the 12th layer in Foundation Establishment. Yes, that's the right way. Helplessness released his divine sense and looked at the cloud-suppressing seal again. He had already thrown the words he said about sending Xiaohua to the Feather Immortal Gathering to win glory out of the window. Master's wife, disciple has no use for most of these pills and spiritual stones. If there's anything you want, disciple will give it to you. Xiaohua said respectfully to Zhuo Minghui. These pills are all precious. You should keep them for yourself. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. Minghui, I've seen the pills inside. There are a few that you and I can use right now. This is Xiaohua's filial piety. If we don't use it now, who knows how long it'll take for him to use it. We'll just return it to him when the time comes. Helplessness raised his head and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out fluke. There's nothing special about this magic treasure. Masters' wife's wives, S have A's wife's wife, S's have A's wife's wife, SSSTasis, that's right, master's wife, said Xiaohua. Why don't you take it and use it for eldest brother and sister-in-law as well? However, when Xiaohua saw that Bai Xiaoqun's expression had changed, he said, Master. Shu. Helplessness said softly. This magic treasure is a bit strange. Wait a moment. Zhuo Minghui also found it strange, but she still smiled. Master zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz establishment cultivators from his storage bag and returned the bag to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the bag of holding and heard Zhuo Minghui say, "Xiaohua, your bag of holdings formation seems to be about to collapse." Master Zzz. "There's no need," Xiaohua said hurriedly. "Master Zzz Gen already gave me one. I haven't had time to exchange it yet." With that he took out Zhen Qing's bag of holding and put the pills and spiritual stones inside. The Prajna greatsword was still inside. Xiaohua held his breath and looked at helplessness. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he withdrew his divine sense and frowned, as if he couldn't understand something. Master, Xiaohua whispered. This magic treasure, is there something wrong with it? Take a look. He handed the cloud-suppressing seal to Zhuo Minghui helplessly, but Zhuo Minghui looked at it for a while and shook her head. I can't see anything. It seems to be no different from an ordinary magic treasure. It's not the magic treasure's power but the magic treasure's. How should I put it? Xiaohua, take out this magic treasure and smash it at your master's wife. It's not appropriate. Xiaohua shook his head. Just smash it when I tell you to. With your little cultivation, can you really hurt your master's wife? She glared at Xiaohua helplessly. Fine. Xiaohua was helpless. He waved his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from Zhuo Minghui's hand. Xiaohua activated his magic power and the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly expanded, turning into a seal 5 feet in size. It carried with it an endless power and a frightening power of imprisonment. It smashed towards Zhuo Minghui. Oh, that's right. This magic treasure is a little strange. Zhuo Minghui's expression changed slightly. She pointed her finger and the cloud-suppressing seal spun in the air. It stopped for a moment but then it suddenly sank and smashed down again. Rise. Xiaohua saw Zhuo Minghui's expression change. How could he dare to smash it down? He pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal shrank to 3 inches in size and flew back into his hand. After putting away the cloud-suppressing seal, Xiaohua nervously asked, Master, what's wrong with this cloud-suppressing seal? Did the Changbai sect do something to it? Ah, you little brat, your luck is really good. This magic treasure. To tell the truth, even I don't know what's strange about it. I'm afraid even the Changbai sect won't be able to do anything to it. Xiaohua was even more confused. He was like a monk scratching his head in confusion. He respectfully said, Master, please explain. Zhuo Minghui pursed her lips and said, How can your master explain it clearly? The strangeness of this magic treasure has nothing to do with the cultivation of our sect. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. His eyes quickly turned. He got this cloud-suppressing seal from the Changbai sect's Fan Tong. How could it have nothing to do with the sect? Xiaohua suddenly remembered. He cultivated the dragonization art in his meridians so he couldn't put the cloud-suppressing seal into his dantian. He put the cloud-suppressing seal into his dantian like the sword pill in the small fight. That's where the Buddha's heart is. Is there something strange? You don't have to be afraid. Xiaohua, this is a good thing, not a bad thing. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, The strangeness of your magic treasure seems to have something to do with the Buddhist sect. If I say too much, I won't be able to explain it clearly. Simply put, in the Buddhist sect, cultivators like us all have karma. This karma is something that Buddhist cultivators have to get rid of in their lifetime. As long as you get rid of the karma, you can cultivate a true body. Of course, the people of our sect don't care about this. However, when we ascend, we also have to go through heavenly tribulation. The principle should be the same. Looking at Xiaohua's confused appearance, she helplessly waved her hand and said, Minghui, you don't even understand what you're saying, so how can Xiaohua understand? You only need to tell him that there seems to be a slight trace of karmic fire tempering on his magic treasure. With this thing, as long as he has karmic hindrances on his body, his divine power will be reduced by 30% in front of this magic treasure. Master, what is karmic fire? Xiaohua was even more confused. How would I know? I only encountered this kind of situation when I was training with your master's wife in the early years. Because the other party's cultivation wasn't that high, but we didn't have the power to fight back. When we returned to the sect, we asked many people. Later, a nascent soul stage elder guessed and told us. Xiaohua helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Although your magic treasure doesn't have that kind of power, the meaning is the same. Your master was once bitten by a snake for 3 years, so he immediately discovered something wrong. Zhuo Minghui pursed her lips and said with a smile, Karmic fire tempering? Xiaohua secretly pondered. The Buddhist light in the heart of the Buddha Sarira was 9 colors. At first glance, it really looked like a ball of fire. Could it be karmic fire? Xiaohua guessed. Oh, that's right, master. Xiaohua was afraid that if he was asked too many questions, he would have no choice but to answer some of them, so he hurriedly changed the topic. He wanted his master to take out the Tai green light rod from the Tai green light rod, but just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly realized something. Helplessly, he only wanted to increase his cultivation level, so he didn't have any other distractions. If this strange magic weapon was sneered at, then there was no need to mention the Tai green light rod. What? Xiaohua asked helplessly. Xiaohua's mind turned and he said with a smile, Master, don't you want to hear how I displayed great power in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Great. Xiaohua clapped helplessly and said, Tell me about it. Hearing that Fairy Hongxia was actually fighting against her own senior brother for Xiaohua, Zhuo Minghui's face was full of worry. Xiaohua, how are you going to explain this to Shui? Right at this moment, a delicate voice was heard outside. Xiaohua, you still have the guts to come back. You come out. Chapter 1654. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when he heard the angry reprimand. Do I need to overthink? Isn't it Shui who chased after me? Actually, Xiaohua didn't know what he was thinking about Shui. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't like her. How could Xiaohua not be pleased with such a charming female cultivator who cared about him both openly and secretly? How could he not have other thoughts? But what was worse was that he was thinking about Fairy Hongxia. Their relationship wasn't clear before, so it was still fine. However, at the Feather Immortal gathering, Fairy Hongxia looked back and smiled. Her resolute words directly connected the two of them who had nothing to do with each other. Xiaohua didn't know how to face Shui. Xiaohua, why aren't you leaving? Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, When you were at the Feather Immortal gathering, Shui came to the Myriad Thunder Valley a few times. Then she added, the first time she was almost injured by the silent thunder of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He bowed and said, I'll leave now. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the cave quickly. Helplessly, he also stood up and was about to follow out. However, Zhuo Minghui stopped him and said, Why are you going out? I'm going to watch the show. Helplessly, he spread his hands and said innocently, Just watch from here. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand and a 3-foot mirror appeared in midair. The situation outside was reflected in the mirror. Helplessly frowned and said, There's no sound, just watching. It's boring. What? Do you want to learn more? Zhuo Minghui sneered and said, Are you still thinking about that guy? Helplessly was shocked and quickly waved his hand, Madam, what are you talking about? This is Xiaohua's matter. Why are you implicating me for no reason? Then he pointed at Xiaohua in the mirror and scolded, Xiaohua, that little bastard, how dare he 2-time. When he comes back, I'll teach him a lesson. Shut up. Zhuo Minghui coldly humphed, Shui is Martial Uncle Sun Ming's disciple. She has a boundless future in my Imperial Thunder Sect, so she's a good match for Xiaohua. As for that Hongxia fairy, she's already a foundation establishment cultivator at such a young age. She's definitely an outstanding disciple of Huanhua sect Wui. What's even rarer is that she has deep feelings for our Xiaohua. She's also someone this old woman values, so she's a good match for Xiaohua. Madam, why can Xiaohua do it but this old man can't? He helplessly muttered. But why would Zhuo Minghui care about him? Alright, there's also that girl Xunshu. She looks pretty good too. Helpless. Meanwhile, Xiaohua had just left the cave and was frowning. He was still pondering how to talk to Shui when suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of his eyes. A flying sword talisman had arrived 3 feet in front of him. Xiaohua was shocked and flew up without thinking. Just as he flew up, he heard Shui angrily rebuke, Xiaohua, you still have the guts to dodge? Xiaohua looked up and saw 2 people standing in midair. One was Xuanshu, who was extremely far away and her expression couldn't be seen clearly. The other was Shui. Her face was flushed red, her eyes were glaring angrily and her long, shapely eyebrows were vertical. She had a flustered and exasperated appearance. One of her hands was holding a lot of sword talismans, while the other hand was controlling a bright red flying sword, directly stabbing towards Xiaohua's back. Shui. Xiaohua said in a heavy voice, Without waiting for him to say anything, Shui shouted again, You're really unreasonable. You've obviously been secretly colluding with Hongxia Fairy, so why did you still provoke me? Shui Shui, you're the unreasonable one. Xiaohua was slightly angry when he heard this. He said in his heart, everything was delivered to me by yourself. I didn't do anything, right? His mouth answered while dodging the flying sword. What part of me is unreasonable? Shui Shui flew forward a bit and said somewhat miserably, you were originally walking together with Kai Zhuoxiao. Although I saw that you were outstanding, I still congratulated the two of you in person. But you said it had nothing to do with Kai Zhuoxiao. Naturally, I didn't believe it. When Kai Zhuoxiao died, I also urged Uncle to let you go. Presumably, you also know that if it wasn't for me, you might not have been able to walk out. What's with all this? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This flying sword chasing behind him was actually nothing to him. Not to mention the suppressing cloud seal, even a fireball talisman would be broken. But looking at Shui Shui's angry appearance, Xiaohua intuitively didn't dare to do so. But since you've left, don't appear in front of me. When you and I are cultivating on our own and seeking our own fate, it's fine if I don't see you. But you just had to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect with me. It's fine if you say your cultivation is profound, but you just had to take care of me. You damned bastard, don't you know? For the sake of such a rare opportunity to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, who knows how much dirty and scheming, but you've always been protecting me as I passed the 3 tests. Do you know, if it wasn't for you, how could I enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Do you know how I miss you in my heart? I cultivate hard every day. I know my cultivation is shallow and can't compare to you. In order to catch up to you, I secretly took a pill behind Master's back. If it wasn't for senior sister finding out in time, I almost wouldn't be able to see you again. Do you know? I dragged senior sister and junior sister to the Thunderclap Palace to listen to the teachings. Wasn't it just to see you? Wasn't it because you were in the Thunderclap Palace? I sent so many sound transmission talismans. Although you replied it was neither cold nor warm. You didn't even tell me where you were. Other than going to the Thunderclap Palace to find you, where else could I go to find you? Do you know? Even though I've only seen you once in the Thunderclap Palace, that one time was enough to leave an unforgettable impression in my heart. It allowed me to see hope. However, at the same time, I also know that your cultivation has increased too quickly. I felt a little disappointed. I thought, if I continue to cultivate like this, I'm afraid there will be a day when I can catch up to you. And you will definitely get further and further away from me. So far away that I can't see your back. So far that you won't be able to see my longing in your eyes. So after I sent you to the Feather Immortal Gathering, I suppressed my longing for you. I suppressed my thoughts and stopped thinking about you. I worked hard to cultivate. I wanted to give you a surprise when you returned from the Feather Immortal Gathering. I wanted you to have a good impression of me, lessen my worries and increase my luck. But I didn't expect that you actually crushed my dreams before you returned. That trace of luck of mine was mercilessly swept away by you. Since you're like this, why did you let me meet you? Since you're like this, why did you protect me? Since you're like this, why didn't you say anything to me directly? If you said it earlier, why would I be so infatuated? Why would I be so concerned about you? Shui Shui's voice came one after another. Her voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. Every word was like a heavy hammer that struck Xiaohua's heart. That's right. How could I not? Xiaohua was dejected. His flying figure stopped in front of Shui Shui. Seeing the redness on Shui Shui's face gradually disappear and her face gradually turn pale, Xiaohua was moved. But at this moment, the flying sword talisman mercilessly pierced through Xiaohua's shoulder and stabbed into his back. Xiaohua came out of the cave residence helplessly. He didn't use any yellow talisman on himself at all, so the flying sword talisman easily pierced into his flesh. Seeing this, Shui Shui threw away the pile of flying sword talismans in her hand and hurriedly flew to Xiaohua's side. Her right hand also made a seal at the same time, trying to pull out the flying sword from Xiaohua's back in a flurry. But the more she tried, the more chaotic it became. The flying sword seemed to be stuck in Xiaohua's body, not moving at all. Enemy! Shui Shui's tears were flowing out of heartache. She shouted, "Why didn't you dodge? Your cultivation is so high, how could my flying sword hurt you? You only needed to dodge lightly, how could I really hurt you?" I just wanted to vent my anger and let you know my thoughts. When you said those words I also gave up, I also won't. Saying this, Shui Shui raised her hand and took out a medicinal pill from her storage bag. She hurriedly stuffed it into Xiaohua's mouth. Seeing Xiaohua's phoenix eyes like lightning and his eyebrows reaching his temples, her heart was indescribably happy. She hurriedly said, I won't not come again. I want to see who really likes you. I don't believe that the pavilion closest to the water gets the moon first. My junior sister can't defeat Hongxia Fairy, who is far away in the washing flower sect. But looking at Xiaohua staring at her, Shui Shui's face flushed red. She lowered her head slightly, but then Shui Shui raised her head again and stared straight at Xiaohua without flinching. The two people's eyes were intertwined like this. After a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua said coldly, "Is it? Didn't you just want me to say something? Fine, I'll tell you now. This is also what I wanted to tell you when I first joined the Imperial Thunder Sect. But at that time I thought that you and I were fellow apprentices. If I said it, I'm afraid that we won't be fellow apprentices anymore. So I didn't dare to say it. Since you're here today then I can only say it." Shui Shui's face was pale. She slightly retreated half a step. Her hands were tightly clenched. Her joints were slightly white and her entire body was trembling. But even if she was nervous like this, Shui Shui still didn't shrink back. She stiffened her neck and said, "If you want to say it, then say it. But what you said is only what you think, it doesn't represent what I think and it can't stop what I think. What I said is naturally my own thoughts. As for what you do, I don't care." Xiaohua sneered and took a step forward. But then he stretched out his arm and hugged Shui Shui's waist. He lowered his head and said gently, "I've always wanted to tell you that I also like you." Saying this, he lowered his head and fiercely kissed Shui Shui's cherry lips. "Ah?" Shui Shui let out a delicate cry. She was caught off guard and was kissed. Xiaohua's strong aura made her feel dizzy. Following that, a strange feeling came from her lips, causing her limbs to go limp. She fell into Xiaohua's embrace. Chapter 1655. Motherfucker. Inside the cave, Xiaohua slapped his thigh helplessly. He wanted to say something, but Xue Minghui reached out and wiped away the mirror. She sneered, "What? Do you regret it?" But Xiaohua was stunned. "What do I have to regret? If I regret it, it's because I didn't take in a few more disciples like Xiaohua. Even Martial Uncle Sun Ming's disciple. He. I think Sun Shu is better than Shui Shui. Didn't you see Sun Shu's pale face just now?" "What? Can't be, right? How many days has it been since Xiaohua left with Sun Shu?" "Just." Xiaohua was surprised. "I just looked at Xiaohua and didn't look at Sun Shu." "Quick look again." "What are you looking at?" "Sun Shu left." Xue Minghui snorted. After a short moment, the yellow light in the air outside the cave dissipated. Xiaohua pointed his finger and the floating dust was absorbed into the space. He looked at the bashful Shui Shui and said with a smile, "My action was superfluous. Master and Master's wife are both in the late stage of foundation establishment. What can they not see?" You knew, yet you still did that in front of others." Shui Shui's face was red, but she still forced herself to say it. "What? You regret it?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Shui Shui rolled her eyes and said, "I think it's you who's regretting it, right?" But just as she finished speaking, Shui Shui suddenly remembered and said anxiously, "Oh, I forgot about your wound. Quick, turn around and let me see." "It's not a problem." Xiaohua turned around with a smile. His brand new Taoist robe was pierced, and the flying sword talisman had turned into a yellow talisman and stuck to his back. There were a few drops of blood on the yellow talisman which had already dried up. Although a scar could be seen on the tattered Taoist robe, it had already formed a scar. The injury was very light. At this time Shui Shui simply couldn't think of anything else. She lovingly stroked Xiaohua's wound and said reproachfully, "You're just showing off. Even if you're in the middle stage of the 12th layer, you still have to dodge. What would I do if it pierced another important place?" "If I don't get stabbed, won't you always be angry?" Xiaohua said with a double meaning. Don't think that you can get away with it just because I stabbed you with my sword. You better tell me everything about Fairy Hongxia." Shui Shui rebuked. Xiaohua frowned. Hearing that, Shue's face lit up and she said, I want to listen carefully and see how you're going to win Fairy Hongxia's heart. Didn't you hear what the disciples who came back from the Feather Immortal Gathering said? That Fairy Hongxia is as beautiful as a fairy, and she's even a Foundation Establishment senior. You're just a qi refining cultivator, yet you're the first to get to her. I'm very curious. Let's wait for the future. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Fairy Hongxia, let's talk about this later. I was just casually asking. Shui blinked her eyes and laughed. I just came back and am talking with Master and Master's wife. Do you want to come in? Xiaohua looked at the closed door of the cave and said. Shui quickly waved her hands and said anxiously, No, I just came here 10 days ago. Today. I won't be going. Your sister and I. When she turned her head to look, Sun Shu was already gone. Xiaohua said loudly, Master, I'll send Shui back to the Thunder Palace. I'll be back in a while. Go. Don't come back. You should hurry up and cultivate. You've gained a lot from the Feather Immortal Gathering. You have to comprehend it well. A helpless voice came from the cave. Yes, Master. I'll obey. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed. However, he suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. He took out a jade box from the space and the jade box flew into the cave. Xiaohua said, I obtained this during the Feather Immortal Gathering. I don't know if it's to your liking, Master. What's this? Xiaohua asked helplessly. However, as soon as he said that, he was pleasantly surprised. Xiaohua could almost see helplessness jumping up from his chair. This, you can even exchange for this thing? Yes, Master. I spent a lot of spirit stones. Xiaohua smiled and pulled his hand. He held Shue's hand and flew out. Along the way, Xiaohua and Shui only held hands. Neither of them spoke much. However, what did words count for at this moment? The warmth in their hands had already tied their hearts together. This feeling was too wonderful for words. After flying for a long time, the two of them finally arrived at the Thunder Palace. However, Shui still felt that they were flying too fast. Possible she was willing to fly back and forth. This was the first time Xiaohua had come to Xinlei Palace. Seeing the dazzling flowers in the morning light, thousands of trees competing in spring, hundreds of birds competing in the air, Xiaohua couldn't help but praise. Your Xinlei Palace is much stronger than my Xinlei Palace. Shui pursed her lips and laughed. My Thunder Palace is full of clever and skillful female disciples. Of course it's beautiful. You're a burly male cultivator. Naturally you can't compare. Soon after, when they were still some distance away from the Thunder Palace, Shui had Xiaohua turn around and said, This concubine's cultivation is still at the 9th layer of qi refining. Everything is still unknown. This concubine is already satisfied to know about Junshin. Right now, senior sister Sun is also hiding this from Master. If she finds out, it won't be good. Xiaohua nodded. He held the soft hand in his hand and said, You can go. We are all cultivators. We are different from ordinary people. You and I are in love with each other. We are looking for an everlasting opportunity. Isn't there a saying? If two people love each other for a long time, why would they be together every day and every night? You and I care about each other. We cultivate together and supervise each other. This is a great joy in cultivation. Wonderful. Shui clapped her hands and said, With a husband like this, what more can a woman ask for? Immediately after, she squeezed Xiaohua's hand and was about to bid farewell, but Xiaohua pulled her back again. Shui's face reddened. Just as she was about to lean forward, she heard Xiaohua say, Right, where is your Thunderstorm Palace's library? Can you take me there? When Shui heard this, she knew she had misunderstood Xiaohua's meaning. The blush on her face deepened. She asked curiously, Why are you going to my Thunder Palace's library? Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. He hugged Shui and lightly kissed her bright and clean forehead. He said in a low voice, This is a little secret of mine. When there is a chance in the future I will tell you in detail. Shui was admittedly generous, but being so close to Xinlei Palace and being so intimate with Xiaohua, she was still reserved. She distanced herself from Xiaohua a little and nodded. This concubine naturally believes in my dear Xiao. However, I've already brought you there before. If I bring you there again now, I just feel that it's inappropriate. I'm afraid that other martial sisters will see us. The library is just over there, you can go by yourself. Xiaohua saw that Shueishue's charming eyes were like silk. Her large eyes were filled with affection. He did not force her. He held her hand and reluctantly bid her farewell. Only after Shueishue's figure had disappeared did he fly up and fly in the direction Shueishue had pointed. Dawn was approaching in the east. A golden light was still brewing in the horizon. A pair of red-crowned cranes were flying over from the green hills. Xiaohua's heart relaxed for no reason. There was a kind of indescribable joy. It was as if this world was suddenly not as lonely as it was on the other side. It was as if this picturesque mountain range had suddenly gained a layer of warmth. In this world there are people who try to deceive each other and fight to the death. But after all there is also warmth, affection, kinship and love. Only in this world can there be a place that I, Xiaochen, want to go. Xiaohua's heart was once again filled with determination. But for the things that I can protect in this world, the things that I must protect, I can only do my best to raise my cultivation. The sooner I establish my foundation, the sooner I enter Jindan. Only with great divine power can I have great freedom, can I have great happiness. Thinking about this, Xiaohua could not help but miss Fairy Hongxia. When she returns to Huanhua sect, will she be punished? If Huanhua sect is harmful to her, what should I do? Hey, where did this disciple come from? This place belongs to Sun Lei Palace. Without Sun Lei Palace's permission, all male cultivators of the outer palace are not allowed to enter. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a delicate rebuke came from the distant sky. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped flying. He raised his head and saw that in the distance, in the clouds, 2 female cultivators of the 11th layer of qi refining were standing in front of a palace. They were looking at him coldly. Junior sisters, I am Xiaohua of Sun Lei Palace. This time I have come to Sun Lei Palace to read the cultivation methods of the library. I hope you can make an exception. As Xiaohua spoke, he handed over his waist token and sect master's token. Xiaohua. A female cultivator wearing a green robe frowned and said in a low voice, I seem to have heard this name from somewhere. The eyes of the other female cultivator wearing a purple robe lit up. She smiled and said, I know. Did you just return from the Feather Immortal Assembly? Ah. Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, it can't be. Could it be that all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect know? Right, I also remember. You are the male disciple of Sun Lei Palace who made that junior sister of Huanhua sect change sides at the last minute. The woman in green also came to a realization and said while slapping her forehead. However, the woman sized Xiaohua up a few times, feeling somewhat baffled. Everyone says Xiaohua has an incomparable temperament, a handsome appearance and a cultivation base at the peak stage of the aura refining realm. But why are you so unremarkable? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and handed over his token and sect master's token again. He reminded, I have something to do in the library. Junior sisters, please inform me. Library? What right do you have to enter? You are not a disciple of my Sun Lei Palace? The female cultivator in purple said unhappily. I have the sect master's token. You should take it to the teacher on duty to take a look. Xiaohua handed over the sect master's token and waist token to the 2 of them. The 2 of them glanced at each other. The woman in green said, wait a moment. Not long after, an early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator came out from the palace. She glanced at Xiaohua indifferently and said indifferently, follow I. Yes, thank you, Martial Aunt. Xiaohua bowed and followed the female cultivator into the palace. The 2 female disciples behind him looked at Xiaohua's tall and thin figure with a puzzled expression. No matter how hard they thought, they could not figure out just what part of Xiaohua was worthy of Fairy Hongxia's admiration. Chapter 1656. Xiaohua followed the female foundation establishment cultivator through the palace gate, then entered a large hall without consulting anyone. Inside the hall, there were many female cultivators dressed in colorful clothes and chattering with each other. Whenever they saw Xiaohua enter, they would point at him curiously. Xiaohua had a warm smile on his face and didn't avoid the gazes of others. His indifferent and rather confident gaze swept across the faces of these women. Just like the Heavenly Thunder Palace, the library pavilion was also inside the large hall. As Xiaohua walked, there were very few female cultivators around him. Occasionally he would see a few, but they were all foundation establishment cultivators. There were even a few gold core cultivators who walked by indifferently, causing Xiaohua to respectfully avoid them and salute them. After walking for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he actually arrived at a garden. This garden was very large, and it was filled with all kinds of strange spiritual herbs and spiritual trees. In the center of this garden, there was a pond about 10 zhang in diameter. There were ripples of blue water in the pond, and it was covered with lotus leaves. In the midst of the dark green, a slender and elegant lotus flower stood in the center of the pond. The female foundation establishment cultivator walked to the edge of the pond and stopped. With a wave of her hand, the sect master's token and Xiaohua's token were both thrown into the lotus flower. Could it be? This lotus flower is the path to the library pavilion? Xiaohua was stunned. This was something he had never thought of before. Sure enough, not long after the two tokens fell into the lotus flower, a fluctuation of spiritual energy flashed. The entire pond's green color began to tremble, then immediately boiled. At the same time the lotus leaves moved up and down, the entire pond also emitted a roaring sound. From where the lotus flower was to where Xiaohua was standing, a thin, bright ripple began to appear. The ripple grew larger and wider, and along with the sound of the pond water, the ripple finally parted the water on both sides of the pond, revealing a passage emitting a faint green light in the pond. Go. The female foundation establishment cultivator pointed with her hand and instructed, "You can only walk in the passage, you can't fly." "Thank you, martial ant, this disciple understands." Xiaohua bowed and walked in. Just as Xiaohua stepped into the passage, he felt a kind of cold air coming from the surrounding pool water. That cold air was extremely heavy, and it actually made people feel as if there was a mountain-like force pressing down from the pool water. Xiaohua believed that if there was anything wrong, just the pressure from the pool water on both sides was enough to crush a foundation establishment or even Jindan cultivator's body into meat paste. This pool of water. I'm afraid it's the so-called innate water essence? A thought passed through Xiaohua's mind. He thought of the water essence that he was looking for. However, he quickly shook his head. How could the Imperial Thunder Sect use it in a formation of the Sun Thunder Palace? Even if it was the array protecting the library. In front of the passage was the lotus flower. The lotus flower was floating on the surface of the water, and beneath the water was a slender root. When Xiaohua arrived in front of it and swept it with his divine sense, he discovered that this root was actually just an illusion, and underneath this illusion was a thin spatial crack. Could it be that the library is in a space? Sure enough, when Xiaohua's figure fell into the crack, there was a rather large space in front of him. The layout of the space was similar to that of the Sun Thunder Palace. There was a small pavilion, and several middle or late foundation establishment cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the left side of the pavilion. Only one early foundation establishment cultivator was holding Xiaohua's command token and sect master's command token, standing not far from Xiaohua with a somewhat peculiar expression. "You're Xiaohua?" That cultivator asked indifferently. "This disciple is." Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly answered with a salute. "This sect master's command token allows you to go to the libraries of the 8 great thunder palaces. Which ones have you been to?" "Alright, martial ant knows. This disciple has been to the Sun Thunder Palace and the Qian Thunder Palace. This Sun Thunder Palace is the 3rd. What are you doing in my Sun Thunder Palace's library?" Reporting to martial ant, this disciple wants to find a suitable foundation establishment cultivation method. So simple. Yes, that's all. The sect master's command token has decreed that you can browse any cultivation method or secret book that is 1 realm higher than you. As for what you read, I do not care. You may go. That cultivator returned the command token and the sect master's command token to Xiaohua, then pointed to the pavilion behind him and said, "The flowers inside are divided into 9 petals. The fewer petals there are, the shallower your realm is." "Many thanks, martial ant." Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks, then walked into the pavilion without consulting anyone. Sure enough, the interior of the pavilion looked like a garden. However, there was only one huge flower and tree. On top of that flower and tree there were several graceful flowers. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and found flowers with only 1 petal and 2 petals. These two flowers most likely contain qi refining and foundation establishment cultivation methods and secret books. Xiaohua walked in front of one of the flowers and looked at it with rapt attention. Sure enough, there were strong fluctuations of spiritual power between the stamens. It was unknown where it came from, but the dancing women's waists were really alluring. The cultivators were none other than Jin Chikue of Thunderquake Palace's Yanlei Ridge. At this time, Jin Chikue's face was red and his eyes were slightly red. He looked around at the cultivators and raised his cup. Senior Marshall Brothers, this little brother is not talented. Here's a toast to you all. Hee, Junior Marshall Brother. Although the name of your spring flower wine is vulgar, the taste is excellent. It's a rare spirit wine in our country of Shi. This kind of spirit wine should be slowly tasted. It's somewhat indecent for you to raise your cup again and again like this. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator smiled and raised his cup. As he spoke, he drank his cup like the other cultivators. Jin Chikue drank the wine and filled his cup from the small wine pot. He said, "Look at what 17th Senior Marshall Brother said. Our Yanlei Ridge brothers are as close as brothers. This little brother accidentally got such a good wine. Isn't it to share it with you all? I still have some spring flower wine. When you all leave, I'll give each of you a pot." Straightforward. 17th Senior Marshall Brother raised his cup and smiled. Junior Marshall Brother has always been so straightforward. Otherwise, I would have thought that you had something to do. Come, let's toast to Junior Marshall Brother. Jin Chikue smiled and drank his cup. But then he put the cup on the table and sighed. 17th Senior Marshall Brother, you're wrong. I do have something to do. Junior Marshall Brother, just say it. We're all foundation establishment cultivators. There are few things in the Thunderquake sect that we can't do. What else can it be? It's just that I couldn't go to the Feather Immortal Assembly. Seeing others show off at the Feather Immortal Assembly and win the favor of the fairy, I really can't get over it. Jin Chikue said with a gloomy face. You can leave now. Zhen Weixing, who was sitting in the middle, heard this and frowned. He waved his hand and said to the women in the middle. Yes. The women stopped dancing, bowed and left with smiles on their faces. 4th Senior Marshall Brother, why did you ask them to leave? 17th Senior Marshall Brother asked curiously. Zhen Hao, how can you be so careless? Didn't Junior Marshall Brother say it already? This is about the disciples of the Feather Immortal Assembly and the disciple called Xiaohua. The fewer people the better. Zhen Weixing said with a smile. Xiaohua. The disciple who will participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Is he very famous? 17th Senior Marshall Brother Zhen Hao asked curiously. Chapter 1657. Zhen Weixing sneered and said, Of course we don't know. However, among the aura refining disciples his reputation is surprisingly good. He's surprisingly famous. Why is a qi refining disciple so famous? Is it because of the Feather Immortal Assembly? Zhen Meng was amused. He had never heard of a qi refining disciple becoming famous because of the Feather Immortal Assembly, even if someone had won first place. Let Junior Brother tell you about it. Zhen Weixing said as he looked at the other disciples who were also surprised. Jin Chikue sneered, What is there to say? Isn't it because he took away my qualification to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? A disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley dares to touch the whiskers of the tiger of Swallow Thunder Ridge. This guy took away our qualification to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? A disciple sneered, Back then Xiang Yang humiliated our Swallow Thunder Ridge. Now there's Xiaohua. If we don't do anything, the other disciples will think that we are afraid of the Myriad Thunder Valley. 11th Brother. Zhen Weixing scolded, Xiaohua is in the limelight now. Many foundation establishment disciples are also paying attention to him. Moreover, I heard that Marshal Uncle Zhenqing has a good impression of him. If we do anything, we will cause trouble. Marshal Uncle Zhenqing is from the Thunder Palace. How can he interfere with the internal affairs of the Thunder Palace? 11th Brother defended himself. Jin Chikue sneered, What good impression? Isn't it because of Xiaohua's hypocrisy? I've asked around. According to Wang Yunxiao, this guy offended the Chongbai sect during the Feather Immortal Assembly. He took a lot of their elixirs and was chased after by them. It doesn't matter if they beat him, but the other disciples were also involved. He even pretended to leave the Thunderboat. What do you mean by leaving? To put it bluntly, he abandoned the other disciples and ran away alone. How can such a person be favored by martial uncle Zhen Qing? In short, during this period of time, don't do anything else. Zhen Wei warned, even if you want to vent your anger, wait until later. Hearing Zhen Weixing's warning and seeing Zhen Qikue's anger, everyone was even more surprised. They put down their wine glasses and urged Zhen Qikue to tell them what had happened. Zhen Qikue had no choice but to grit his teeth and tell them what had happened at the Feather Immortal gathering. Although he had only heard it from Wang Yunxiao, he felt that what Xiaohua had done should be what he had done. All of Xiaohua's achievements should be his achievements. Even Fairy Hongxia's smile should be directed at him. Xiaohua, who was far away in the eastern mountain range, didn't know that someone was actually thinking about him. While he was taking medicinal pills to cultivate, he also took out the soul-absorbing bells booklet and took the time to refine the soul-absorbing bell. After all, Jingxin's attack and defense were too weak. In his hands, it could only be made into an ordinary celestial device. The cloud-suppressing seal was too strong and consumed a lot of Dharma power. There was also the Devil Hammer, which was his trump card. Unless he was in a life-or-death situation, he couldn't use it. As for the Prajna heavy sword and the Tong Tian staff technique, Xiaohua didn't know what they were used for. After all, cultivators only used spells or celestial devices when fighting. Since he could get close to his opponent, the Devil Hammer could solve the problem. What was the use of the 360 moves of the staff technique? Another half a year passed quickly. It seemed that Xiaohua had a deeper understanding of cultivation because he had witnessed the foundation building of 2 qi refining cultivators at the Feather Immortal gathering. His cultivation speed was obviously much faster than before. As long as he lived in this world, he would become the butt of other people's jokes, the object of their ridicule. In an instant, the faces of Yun Jiechong, Wang Yunxiao, Kun Fian, Qian Diheng and the other disciples flashed before his eyes. How can an itinerant cultivator fight with us without any foundation? There are 3,000 great Daos, and even if we occupy 2,999 of them, that great Dao is definitely not yours. What's the point of you living? Why don't you immortalize earlier and reincarnate into a good backer? Xiaohua felt himself break out in a cold sweat. He knew that these things were meaningless, but he still roared hysterically, I may be an itinerant cultivator, but I also cultivate hard and work hard. Why can't I have the achievements that you all have? You all want me to die, but what are you all waiting for? Why don't you all die? Even if I'm going to die, I still want to kill all of you one by one. You want to kill all of us? The faces of the disciples suddenly disappeared. In the dark space, the faces of Fairy Hongxia and Xue Xue flashed again. Fairy Hongxia said mournfully, if you want to kill all of us, we won't fight back because we all love you. Since you've made up your mind, this concubine will obey. Darling Xiao, my sister's thoughts are my thoughts. This concubine will also obey your wishes. Xue Xue's eyes were filled with tears. Xiaohua seemed to have gone crazy. His entire mind shook for no reason and a wave of sadness came from his thoughts. Don't worry, even if I have the ability to kill all of you, I will definitely not make a move against you all. If I make a move against all of you, I will first kill myself. Is that so? Xiaohua, if that's the case, why don't you make a move? Zhang Zhihao, Yong Shang, Fan Daomao, and even Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei's faces appeared. What's the meaning of your life? Cultivation, endless cultivation. In the end, won't your body still turn into a pile of dust? Even if you have endless divine powers, isn't there someone more divine than you? They can kill you with a wave of their hand. What's the meaning of your 100 years, 1,000 years of cultivation? Master. Eldest senior brother. Xiaohua's tears fell. This disciple is useless. I know that 100 Herbs Gate is the culprit, but after so many years I still can't do as I wish. Even senior sister is still bitterly holding on in 100 Herbs Gate. Since you can't do as you wish, then there's no need to do it. Master has never blamed you, Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. You should hurry up and come over. Master misses you very much. Your eldest senior brother and second senior brother also miss you very much. Is that so? Xiaohua was a little confused. Yes, it's very important. You only need to hit your own forehead with one hand and all of your troubles will disappear. All of your worries will disappear. All of your teasing will disappear. Gong Mingwei said with a smile. It's that simple? It's that simple. Huh. Suddenly Xiaohua let out a long howl. His thoughts spun rapidly and he actually set off a boundless spatial storm. Countless dark colors and innumerable faces were sucked into it. A faint human figure appeared in the space. The figure pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the earth. It was Xiaohua's image. I only cultivate based on my heart. Whether it's love or hate, it's also my nature. Whether it's the 3,000 great Taoists or the 30,000 great Taoists, what does it have to do with me? I'm only cultivating for myself. I'm only working hard for this life. No matter what the result is, no matter how difficult the process is, I only have a clear conscience. I'm only worthy of the heavens, I'm only worthy of the earth, I'm only worthy of this life as a human. Whether it's life or death, what does it have to do with me now? I have a place to come from when I was born and a place to go when I die. Why should I think about it now? Wait for the inner demons to return to their respective places. Don't disturb this young master anymore. Otherwise, whether it's immortals or Buddhas, I'll kill them all. An indifferent aura and an indomitable momentum instantly engulfed the entire space. At the same time, an extremely brilliant brilliance was born from the space. Xiaohua suddenly felt that he could move. His thoughts were pulled out of the space. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was a ray of newly born sunlight outside the cave. Inner demons. That was close. Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He touched his face, which was covered in sweat. He looked at his Taoist robe, which was completely soaked in sweat as if it was fished out of water. Just when Xiaohua's thoughts were pulled out of the space, within the Buddha's heart, the Buddha's fire formed by the Buddha's light suddenly trembled. Then it flickered 9 times and there were no more changes. Helplessness was right. The cloud-suppressing seal had been tempered by the Buddha's fire in the Buddha's compassionate heart, so it had an unbreakable imprisoning power. Xiaohua's Buddha's light, which was formed by killing people and saving people, was the foundation of the karmic fire. Xiaohua originally had the dragon bloodline and the phoenix body, so cultivating Taoism shouldn't cause inner demons to appear. However, he had condensed the Buddha's relic. Furthermore, the Buddha's relic gave birth to a compassionate heart and endless karmic fire. This kind of Taoism involved reincarnation and karmic hindrances, which brought endless variables to his cultivation. Chapter 1658. Late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining. Xiaohua checked his cultivation and was slightly surprised. According to his previous progress, he would have to wait for another 1 or 2 months. But thinking about the thrilling experience just now and the experience he had never experienced before, Xiaohua still had a trace of lingering fear in his heart. He really couldn't imagine what kind of situation he would have fallen to if he hadn't made a prompt decision at that time and resolutely shouted the oath of meet God, meet Buddha, kill Buddha. Sure enough, the greater the effort, the greater the harvest. Xiaohua thought to himself, but this kind of inner demon is too insidious. I've cultivated for many years and never encountered it, but I actually encountered it last night. Dark night is indeed the weakest time for cultivators. Even in the dark night, cultivators can see as if it's daytime. Just as Xiaohua was sighing with emotion, he felt that the spell formation of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden was activated. He picked up the token and opened the spell formation. A red sound transmission talisman flew in. When Xiaohua crushed it, a familiar voice came from it. Congratulations on returning from the Feather Immortal Gathering, little junior brother. Our big senior brother has come out of seclusion. Xiaohua somersaulted in the air and said with a smile. Then without hesitation he closed the spell formation and used the hibernating thunder escape to fly in the direction of the myriad Thunder Valley. When his figure disappeared in the distant sky, behind the white clouds, a ripple of space flashed and a cultivator wearing a camouflage robe appeared. He whispered in surprise, "This little cultivator actually knows the thunder escape technique? That's really rare." Then the camouflage cultivator looked at the spell formation of the eastern ridge and flew in another direction. Surprisingly, he also used the hibernating thunder escape technique. "Aha, big senior brother, congratulations on coming out of seclusion." Before Xiaohua arrived, he felt a few divine senses sweep over and shouted loudly, "Ah, it's all thanks to little junior brother. I have to thank little junior brother." Xiang Yang flew into the air. He was at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Xiaohua had a smile on his face. "This is eldest senior brother's good fortune. It has nothing to do with this little brother. The heavens are just borrowing this little brother's hand to give that thing to eldest senior brother." Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang into the cave. After greeting his master and master's wife, they took their seats. Xiang Yang said, "I've already heard about junior brother's performance at the Feather Immortal Conference. Today, seeing that junior brother has already reached the late stage of the 12th layer of Qi refining, I'm sure you've gained a lot at the Feather Immortal Conference. I'm really happy for junior brother. Foundation establishment is just around the corner." Xiaohua said seriously, "Before I went to the Feather Immortal Assembly, I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I thought that once I had enough magic power, building my foundation would be a piece of cake. However, after I went to the Feather Immortal Assembly, I realized that building my foundation was far more difficult than I thought. In the entire Feather Immortal Assembly, there were more than 200 cultivators in the late stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, but there were only a dozen or so who built their foundation. Building your foundation really depends on fate. Here you go." Xiang Yang, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Xiaohua helplessly. He raised his hand and a jade slip flew to Xiaohua. "This is..." Xiaohua took it and looked at it with his divine sense. He raised his head and said, "Master, this is a cultivation technique?" Yes." "Do you still remember the embryonic breathing pill you gave me before you left? I exchanged it with that thing." Xiang Yang waved his hand helplessly, as if he had done something extremely insignificant. "Master, an embryonic breathing pill actually exchanged for a foundation establishment cultivation technique. This transaction is really good," Xiaohua said with a smile. He was naturally very grateful in his heart. "Isn't it because he owes me a favor? That person urgently needs this embryonic breathing pill, so he took out this cultivation technique." Xiang Yang rolled his eyes at Xiaohua helplessly. "Do you think it's easy to get a foundation establishment cultivation technique?" Then he asked again, "You must have also gone to the 8 Great Lightning Palaces library during this time. Did you see any suitable cultivation techniques?" "Master, apart from Exchanged Thunder Palace, I went to the other lightning palaces. I saw many cultivation techniques and memorized many of them. However, I felt that there was a suitable one. I still haven't," Xiaohua said with a smile. "And don't go to Exchanged Thunder Palace. A group of young female cultivators cultivate there. I'm afraid there aren't any good cultivation techniques. Master has seen this cultivation technique before. It's a high-grade fire attribute cultivation technique. It's the most reliable. After you reach foundation establishment, you should cultivate this one. Furious Flame Arts. Perhaps it's really suitable for disciples' concealed flame body." Xiaohua smiled and stored the jade slip into his space. "Xiaohua, where Shui Shui?" Yan Qinglian said with a smile. "I heard Master's wife say that after you left she came a few times. Senior sister-in-law seems. You haven't seen her yet?" Presumably, Zhuo Minghui had already told Yan Qinglian about this matter. Xiaohua's face flushed. "Senior sister-in-law, if I don't reach foundation establishment and Shui Shuerao doesn't reach foundation establishment, everything is nonsense." "Good." Helplessly he clapped his hands. "This old man also wanted to remind you a bit. This place where the soul of a beauty disappears is the grave of a hero. In the past, cultivation was the most important thing. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. It's worthy of celebration." Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian's faces were both slightly red. Subsequently, everyone changed the topic. Xiaohua toasted his master and master's wife several cups of wine, then toasted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian several more cups of wine. Only then did he follow Xiang Yang into their immortal's cave. After waiting for Xiaohua to sit properly, Xiang Yang tidied up his clothes and walked in front of Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior martial brother, you and I are martial brothers. However, this time the thing that Junior Marshall Brother gave Senior Marshall Brother is really too precious. The help it gave Senior Marshall Brother is really too great. Senior Marshall Brother doesn't have anything to repay Senior Marshall Brother. Seeing this, Xiaohua promptly got up and raised his hand to support his slightly slow-witted Senior Marshall Brother. He angrily said, "Senior Marshall Brother, what are you doing? If Junior Marshall Brother has something to give to Master and you, who else can I give it to?" At the side, Yan Qinglian pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Naturally, I can also give it to Master's wife and Senior Marshall sister." Of course. Master's wife and Senior Marshall sister actually forgot. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Senior Marshall Brother, look, even Senior Marshall sister knows. Why are you treating me like an outsider? If you salute me like this, wouldn't it damage Junior Marshall Brother's Dao heart? And I won't be able to reach Foundation establishment again?" Xiang Yang circulated his magic power and insisted on kneeling. However, after kneeling a few times he still didn't succeed. He also knew that Xiaohua's arm strength was very great and far from what he could match. He could only get up and say, "Then Senior Marshall Brother is ashamed to accept it." No, Senior Marshall Brother, Junior Marshall Brother still has something to ask Senior Marshall Brother for help with. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out the tiny green light rod and the jade slip. When Xiang Yang heard that there was something he could help with, his face was overjoyed. He said, "What do you need me for? Do you want me to refine this magic tool again?" "Oh no." Xiaohua promptly waved his hand and said, "Senior Marshall Brother, you only need to follow the method on this jade slip and take out the tiny green light from this magic tool." Tiny green light? Not only was Xiang Yang stunned, Yan Qinglian was also stunned. She asked curiously, "What do you want this tiny green light for?" Yan Qinglian rolled her eyes a few times and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it has nothing to do with cultivation." Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Senior Marshall Brother and Senior Marshall sister, don't ask about this. If it had anything to do with cultivation, Junior Marshall Brother would have already gone to find Master." Xiang Yang took the jade slip and said, "Senior Marshall Brother also doesn't know if helping you like this is right or wrong. Don't worry, Senior Marshall Brother, Junior Marshall Brother has a plan in mind." Xiaohua smiled and took out the corpse and blood of the lizard beast. He said to Yan Qinglian, "Senior Marshall sister, Junior Marshall Brother's luck is pretty good. I actually encountered a lizard beast. How about we each take half of this fur and blood?" "Oh, it's really a lizard beast?" Yan Qinglian's face turned pale. Although this spirit beast's strength is only at the qi refinement stage, it's good at hiding and seems to know an escape technique. Even the escape technique of the 5 elements can't catch up to it. How did Junior Marshall Brother catch it? When Junior Marshall Brother saw it, this lizard beast seemed to have already been injured by someone. The person chasing it wasn't nearby, so Junior Marshall Brother took advantage of it for nothing. Yan Qinglian nodded and took the lizard beast. She seemed to be quite skilled in separating the fur and flesh. Then she used a technique to collect the blood into 2 jade bottles. Afterwards, she gave half of the fur and a jade bottle to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Junior Marshall Brother, could it be that you also want to refine talismans?" Junior Marshall's sister, Junior Marshall Brother, indeed has this idea. However, Junior Marshall Brother is afraid that Master will say that I don't do proper work. Xiaohua nodded and said, "And you already have the method to refine an invisibility talisman. Although the method to deal with the fur is low level, it is still essential. Wait a moment, Senior Marshall's sister will make a copy for you." Xiaohua took the things and said with a smile, "Many thanks, Senior Marshall's sister." When Yan Qinglian handed the copied jade slip to Xiaohua, Xiang Yang at the side also finished reading the jade slip. He slightly shook his head and said, "This Tai Azure light extraction method is quite marvelous. If it wasn't for Senior Marshall Brothers' cultivation base being in the middle stage of foundation establishment and greatly improved, it would really be somewhat troublesome to extract it." As he said this, he urged the magic power in his hand and several complicated techniques hit the Tai Azure light rod. When the Tai Azure light rod emitted a faint azure light, Xiang Yang shouted loudly, "Absorb." Xiang Yang's right hand grabbed at the Tai Azure light rod floating in the air, and a bucket-sized azure light slightly flowed out of the rod. As soon as the azure light appeared in the air, An extremely sharp feeling pierced everyone's eyes and skin. Great. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. This innate golden energy is the best for refining flying swords. Xiaohua took the Tai azure light from Xiang Yang's hand, opened his mouth and cultivated the Tai azure light into his mouth. Then he moved it to the Buddha's Saraira outside his Naiwan palace and placed it together with the Buddha's fire, enveloping the 9 sword orbs. They were only nourished by the Tai azure light at all times and refined by the limitless karmic fire. He didn't know when these 9 sword orbs would be able to nurture sword spirits, and he also didn't know how earth-shattering the power of the flying swords refined by the limitless karmic fire would be. Next to the 9 sword orbs, the shabby small bucket was also floating obliquely, and the limitless karmic fire was also refining it brilliantly. Staying in Xiang Yang's cave, the 3 of them chatted for a while about the Feather Immortal Assembly. Xiaohua also asked some questions about cultivation, especially about inner demons and how to avoid qi deviation. Only then did he bid farewell to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, flying back to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. Chapter 1659. She had no choice but to give Xiaohua the art of wrath was indeed a first-rate cultivation method. Among the foundation establishment cultivation methods Xiaohua had seen in the 7 lightning palaces, although it wasn't in the top 10, it was definitely in the top 20. Moreover, the meridians cultivated by the art of wrath were obviously a bit more than other cultivation methods. If he could use it to build his foundation, his magic power would definitely be a bit stronger than others of the same level. Alas, Master is really considerate. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he put the art of wrath into his space. Another month passed and Xiaohua's realm steadily increased. However, Xiaohua's heart was somewhat impetuous. After all, he was a disciple who had been to the Feather Immortal Assembly. He had seen hundreds of disciples who were stuck in the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm and couldn't step into the foundation establishment realm. Xiaohua was faintly afraid that he would also reach the end of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm and couldn't take another step forward. This fear was without reason. Xiaohua also knew in his heart, but he just couldn't get rid of it. Perhaps it's an inner demon. Xiaohua thought of his previous experience, so he simply stopped cultivating and took out the lizard's fur and blood. He carefully processed them according to the jade slip that Yan Qinglian gave him. Then he took out the refining method that matched the invisibility talisman that was given to him. He carefully studied it and then slowly refined it. The refining of this talisman was naturally much more difficult than the yellow talisman. The drawing of the talisman, the introduction of spiritual energy, and the formation of the talisman were all abnormally complicated. It was far from what Xiaohua had thought before. Therefore, Xiaohua spent dozens of days pondering how to refine the invisibility talisman while cultivating the Buddha's Saraira. In these dozens of days, the invisibility talisman was finally refined successfully, and the Buddha's Saraira also had a bit of progress. In particular, Xiaohua's realm was still slowly increasing. Although it wasn't as obvious as before when he deliberately cultivated, it still made Xiaohua's heart quite at ease. The invisibility talisman Xiaohua refined was similar to the one he got from Kaiyuxia. It could only conceal oneself without using magic power. As long as magic power was activated, one's body would immediately be exposed. Nothing in this world is perfect. Xiaohua looked at the sparkling invisibility talisman in his hand and sighed inwardly. After putting away the invisibility talisman, Xiaohua had some thoughts again. He had already been to 7 of the 8 Great Thunder Palace's library pavilions. Only the converted Thunder Palace's library had yet to be visited. Although he had helplessly said that he didn't need to go, Xiaohua still felt unsatisfied in his heart. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Otherwise I'll regret it later. Thinking of this, Xiaohua opened the array formation and used the hibernating thunder escape to head towards the converted Thunder Palace. Naturally, converging Thunder Palace was as heavily guarded as Sun Thunder Palace. Before he could even get close, a beautiful female cultivator around 15 or 16 years old blocked his path. Hey, where did this brat come from? Why are you here at my converging Thunder Palace instead of staying in Gen Thunder Palace? Xiaohua. When that female cultivator saw Xiaohua's face, she actually called out his name. Xiaohua himself was also stunned. He looked up and down at that female cultivator. She was only in the 8th or ninth layer of the aura refining realm. It seemed that he had never seen her before. Could it be that my name has actually spread to converted Thunder Palace? In an instant Xiaohua's little tail stuck up high. This junior martial sister. Xiaohua smiled and said, Junior martial sister's appearance seems somewhat unfamiliar to me. How did you recognize me? That female cultivator covered her mouth and laughed. You naturally can't recognize me, but I just happened to recognize you. Xiaohua scratched his head looking somewhat shy. Could it be that brother's reputation in the Imperial Thunder Sect is so great? Pfft, that female cultivator laughed out loud. She actually used her hand to cover her face and laughed. Senior Martial Brother Zhao's skin is really thick. I'm afraid that even Fairy Hongxia can't stand it. Soon after she saluted and said, I am Dui Ling. Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Xiao has already forgotten? Dui Ling? Xiaohua was stunned. After thinking for a moment he slapped his forehead and said, so it's Junior Martial Sister Dui Ling. After not seeing you for so many years, you've indeed become more and more beautiful. It's natural that Brother Xiao couldn't recognize you. Senior Martial Brother Xiao has such a sweet mouth. Dui Ling smiled and said, When Senior Martial Brother Xiao entered the sect that day, I didn't know so much. I've made Senior Martial Brother Xiao go through so much trouble. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to apologize. A few days ago when I heard that Senior Martial Brother Xiao shocked the Feather Immortal Gathering, I was secretly delighted. After all, I was the one who chose Senior Martial Brother Xiao. I also contributed imperceptibly. This young girl was naturally the girl who took the first test of physical attributes when Xiaohua entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. She was only 11 or 12 years old back then, but she had already grown up in the past few years. Junior Martial Sister Dui Ling is right. If not for Junior Martial Sister's discerning eyes, how could Brother Xiao enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua naturally said with a smile. Oh right, I wonder what Brother Xiao is doing at my Dui Thunder Palace? It's my turn to be on duty today. Senior Martial Brother Xiao, please explain. Dui Ling smiled and asked with a serious expression. Brother Xiao has something to do at the Imperial Thunder Palace's library. Here is the Sect Master's token as proof. Junior Martial Sister, please lead the way. Xiaohua said and handed over the Sect Master's token. Dui Ling didn't have divine perception and naturally couldn't see the contents of the token. Seeing that it was undoubtedly the Sect Master's token, he smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Xiao, please follow me. As he spoke he flew forward and Xiaohua followed beside him. Along the way Dui Ling was very curious and asked many questions about the Feather Immortal Gathering, especially about Fairy Hongxia's cultivation and appearance. It was obvious that he was eager to compete with her. It wasn't until he saw red bricks and green tiles covered by green bamboos and a female cultivator around the 11th level of Qi refinement that Xiaohua bid farewell to Dui Ling while sweating profusely. He was secretly criticizing in his heart, why are all the women in the world the same? Dui Ling is an outstanding disciple of the Imperial Thunder Palace, but he can't be free from vulgarity. Why does he always feel that he's not inferior to others? Let's not talk about appearance first. Just the difference in cultivation isn't just a little bit. What's there to compare? The library of the Imperial Thunder Palace was different. It was actually the same as the library of the secular world. The books were placed in different academies according to the cultivation level. Xiaohua used the Sect Master's token to enter the academy where the Foundation Establishment cultivation techniques were kept. In the previous 10 days Xiaohua hurriedly flipped through many cultivation techniques. Just as Dui Ling said, there weren't many high-grade cultivation techniques. Most of them were extremely ordinary cultivation techniques. On this day Xiaohua picked up a jade slip from a row of tables according to the order. He casually sat cross-legged and immersed his divine perception into it. He roughly read through it. This was still a low-grade Foundation Establishment cultivation technique. The more Xiaohua read, the more he read. When he reached the end he sighed and withdrew his divine perception. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. His entire body shook violently, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly immersed his divine perception into the last part of the cultivation technique. This. Xiaohua looked at it several more times. This cultivation method was indeed not rare, but what was strange was that it tempered the meridians. The majority of these meridians were the same as other foundation establishment cultivation methods, but the last part was different from the others. And this last part was what shocked Xiaohua the most. Because according to Xiaohua's understanding of the meridians, this part was connected to the last part of the heavenly laws embodiment technique. In other words, if the meridians of this cultivation technique were connected to the heavenly laws embodiment technique, besides the sealed meridians of the qi condensation realm, there would be another meridian circulation. Moreover, these two circulation meridians were connected. Of course, this connection wasn't obvious. If it weren't for Xiaohua's familiarity with meridians, he wouldn't have noticed it. Sure enough, I felt that there were meridians after the qi condensation realm. I really saw it here. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the question he previously asked Dui Ling Tian. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. Even if he knew, what use would it be? Could it be that he really had to stop foundation establishment and continue cultivating qi condensation? However, that bitter smile didn't disappear from his face. This outrageous thought actually grew strongly in his mind. Why can't I? I have the medicinal power of the clear flower pill in my meridians and a few fire essence flame crystals that I haven't used yet. I have plenty of methods to increase my magic power and realm. If I were to temper my meridians with one more circulation than others, wouldn't my magic power be denser than those of the same realm for no reason? Alas, who knows how many times? My magic power already far exceeds those of the same realm. If I have this circulation of meridians, then, to what extent can I surpass them? Even foundation establishment might not necessarily be able to compare to me. Even if it's the true origin of one meridian, it can't be stronger than the true qi of 2 or even 3 meridians, right? Besides, if I cultivate like this, my realm will be much lower than others, but my magic power will far surpass theirs. No matter if it's a real fight or if I'm risking my life, it's all a disguise so that people won't pay too much attention to it. Thinking back to the Feather Immortal Assembly, didn't Xu Beibei of the Profound Sky sect see that my realm wasn't high enough, so she was careless? But this is a complete set of foundation establishment cultivation techniques. Can I use it when I'm cultivating qi? If I were to completely cultivate them, how long would I have to cultivate? That's someone else's foundation establishment cultivation technique. If Master were to find out, wouldn't he peel off my skin? He's in a hurry to let me build my foundation. Thus Xiaohua was in a dilemma, and he actually sat there blankly for as long as 2 hours. In the end, Xiaohua sighed. Alas, I'd better memorize it first. I'll think about it again when I build my foundation. This time Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He carefully memorized the cultivation technique in the jade slip from beginning to end. This foundation establishment cultivation technique was different from qi refinement cultivation technique. It wasn't divided into several layers, but was instead divided into 3 stages. Not only did Xiaohua memorize the meridians, he also memorized the tempering method for each layer. After memorizing it from beginning to end several times and making sure that he didn't miss anything, he placed the jade slip on the table. Soon after, Xiaohua finished reading the last few cultivation techniques, but he didn't discover anything else. Only then did he stand up and withdraw from the Thunder Conversion Palace's library, flying back to the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden with a belly full of worries. Right after he left, a foundation establishment female cultivator appeared in the library. She picked up the jade slip that Xiaohua had read several times and looked at it again and again. Her face was also filled with bewilderment. Prairie fire cultivation technique? Is this kind of crude cultivation technique worth reading for so long? Soon after, she placed the jade slip back on the table and walked out of the library. Chapter 1660. As soon as Xiaohua left Duilei Palace, he flew towards the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden while taking out a blank jade slip. He used his divine sense to record the cultivation method bit by bit into the jade slip. By the time he returned to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, he had already finished recording the cultivation method. Looking at the sparkling jade slip in his hand, it was really like a piece of chicken rib. If he wanted to eat it, he was afraid that his master would scold him. If he didn't eat it, he was afraid that he would regret it in the future. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. On this day, Xiaohua was cultivating when the formation outside the mountain vibrated. Xiaohua opened the formation and a messaging talisman flew in. When Xiaohua crushed it, he heard Shueishue's voice. Xiaohua, I haven't heard from you in a long time. Are you building your foundation? I didn't dare to disturb you. Today I reached the late stage of qi refining and specially sent you a message. If I disturbed you, please forgive me. Seeing Shueishue's message, Xiaohua felt a burst of sweetness in his heart. He said a few words and also told her about his situation. Then he clapped his hand and sent the messaging talisman back. I wonder how Fairy Hongxia is doing. Xiaohua looked at the bright sunlight outside the mountain and his heart was also worried. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't build his foundation, if he didn't have a great cultivation, Fairy Hongxia's matter would only be a waste of time. Even if Fairy Hongxia had deep feelings for him, how could the washing flower sect agree? Cultivation, cultivation. In the cultivation world, everything is decided by strength. Xiaohua sighed. Another 10 days passed. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian came to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden together. Xiaohua opened the formation. It turned out that the two were helplessly sent out to protect Xiaohua's foundation. Looking at the two middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Xiaohua was very moved. He bowed and thanked them. Eldest senior brother and senior sister came to protect me. Little brother is really grateful. Why are you saying so much nonsense when we're family? Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua's cultivation and waved his hand. It seems that master's estimation was a bit too early. How about this? Your senior sister and I won't go back. We'll cultivate in your cave. When you build your foundation, we'll go out. Go out. Xiaohua was stunned. Junior brother, the spiritual energy here is chaotic and the fire spiritual energy is violent. How can you build your foundation? I'm afraid that a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth entering your meridians will be detrimental to your foundation establishment. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, besides, the 10,000 Thunder Valley won't work either. The silent thunder and the loud thunder are too powerful, so they're not suitable for foundation building. Master has already found a good place for you to build your foundation near the Eastern Mountain Range. As long as you show signs of building your foundation, we can go there. Sigh, this little brother really didn't think about it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Master, that old man is really thoughtful. It's also because of your eldest senior brother's matter. This time Master is especially concerned. Oh, Master's wife won't say much. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Everything here will be taken care of by your eldest senior brother and Master's wife. After that, Xiang Yang took the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's token from Xiaohua and took over everything in the herb garden. The two of them sat opposite Xiaohua and cultivated. Another month passed and all of a sudden, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's array formation trembled. Xiang Yang opened the array formation, and it was none other than the Thunderquake Palace's disciples who came to collect the spiritual herbs. Seeing Xiang Yang here, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At this time Xiaohua laughed loudly. Eldest senior brother, ignore him, little brother has a feeling here. What? Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua, who flew up and was very surprised. When he released his divine sense and looked carefully, it was the sign of building his foundation. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, clapping his hands and saying, it's extremely difficult for others to build their foundation. I didn't expect junior brother to succeed so easily. This kind of fortune, no one can compare. As he spoke, he no longer paid attention to the Thunderquake Palace's disciple and the Eastern Ridge's array formation. With a wave of his hand, he brought Xiaohua and flew towards the west. Yan Qinglian also flew behind them. The Thunderquake Palace's disciple had an envious look on his face. He stopped in midair for a moment, thought for a while, and also flew towards the west. Xiang Yang knew that the Thunderquake Palace's disciple followed him, but he didn't stop him. Firstly, being able to see others build their foundation was beneficial to his own comprehension. In Xiang Yang's mind, Xiaohua's successful foundation building was greatly related to his participation in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Since he obtained it, he should teach it to others. Xiang Yang had no reason to drive him away. Secondly, someone in the Myriad Thunder Valley had built their foundation and it was a matter of glory. If it was in the 100 Grass sect, Shanghuaming or other small sects, they should congratulate the whole sect and even invite other friendly sects to watch the ceremony. Although the Imperial Thunder sect wouldn't be so grand, Xiaohua would be able to move out of Zhenlei Palace legitimately in the future. Wasn't this the sign of a breakthrough in each of the 12 layers of qi refining? Moreover, wasn't that wall where the meridians of the foundation building technique he saw earlier were located? However, that vigorous true energy only collided once and then stopped. The entire true energy once again flowed along the meridians. It was no different from usual, except that the true energy's boiling was even more intense, unceasingly colliding with the walls of the meridians. At this moment, eldest senior brother Xiang Yang's unconcealed excitement reached Xiaohua's ears. Little junior brother, you're going to take a foundation building pill now? Foundation building pill. Xiaohua's heart was moved. He knew that as long as he used the foundation building pill, his true energy would begin to liquefy. The boiling true energy would gradually turn into liquid true essence. If he used the accumulating spirit talisman, the process of transforming true energy into true essence would be slowed down greatly. Then he would be able to cultivate again, and the liquefied true energy would be freed up in his meridians to refine true energy again. However, in this way he would lose the opportunity to attack the wall of the 12th layer of qi refining. Thinking about the vast space in another set of meridians that might produce true energy similar to his current meridians, and thinking about it again, using the space formed by true essence to regenerate true energy, this was absolutely incomparable. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably tangled. He was facing the most serious choice in his life, in his long journey to become a god. If he chose the normal foundation building technique and used the accumulating spirit talisman normally, he would have a stronger magical power than his peers. But what if he opened up another meridian? Would he have an even stronger magical power? Stronger and more powerful magic power was inevitable, but this was a path that no one had taken before. The future was also unknown. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the foundation establishment to vanish like a bubble. All of his previous hardships and efforts would be for naught. Shueshue and Fairy Hong Xia's feelings were like the setting sun. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua's forehead was somewhat sweaty. Little junior brother, you can't wait any longer. You have to hurry and take the foundation building pill. Yan Qinglian was also anxious. She saw that thumb-sized spiritual pearls had condensed within a radius of 10 li. They were all quietly floating in the air, unable to be absorbed by Xiaohua. As time passed, there would definitely be a change. Fairy Hong Xia. Thinking about the moment Fairy Hong Xia entered foundation building, and thinking about how the Washing Flower sect had treated him that day, Xiaohua's heart steeled for no reason. There has always been no path in this world. But as long as there are many people walking on it, there will naturally be a path. If this young master doesn't walk on it, who would know that this is a path? Today this young master will walk the path that no one has walked before. I will let the heavens know my heart, let the earth know my intentions. Even if this path is impassable, this young master will cut through all the thistles and thorns to carve out a path. Chapter 1661. With that thought, a faint smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. With a wave of his hand he took out a dozen soul-gathering pills from his space and put them in his mouth. When Xiang Yang saw Xiaohua finally take out the pills, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. However, Yan Qinglian was careful. With a glance she saw Xiaohua take out a dozen pills and her heart jumped. How could an aura-refining cultivator take a dozen foundation-building pills all at once when building their foundation? Even if their cultivation level wasn't high enough, they still had to take them one by one. However, when she saw Xiaohua take out soul-gathering pills, the expression on her face changed greatly. Xiaohua took a dozen soul-gathering pills. The true energy produced by the soul-gathering pills filled Xiaohua's meridians to the brim. At this time the dragon transformation art also showed its effect. It wanted to slightly expand his meridians, but Xiaohua tried his best to stop his meridians from expanding. On one hand he mobilized his true energy to fiercely hit the barrier. Once, twice. He tried a dozen times in a row but he still couldn't break it. Xiang Yang, who was standing not far from Xiaohua, was somewhat anxious. He whispered, "Junior brother, if it doesn't work you can take another foundation building pill." Yes, other people take a foundation building pill to have the phenomenon of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensing. You didn't take a foundation building pill but now you took a foundation building pill but there was no change. How could Xiang Yang not be anxious? Yan Qinglian, who was at the side, stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Xiang Yang's sleeve. However, her hand stopped halfway and she bit her lower lip. She really didn't know what Xiaohua was doing. She also didn't know how to explain it to Xiang Yang. However, at this moment the foundation building pressure coming from Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The spiritual energy condensing pearls within a radius of a dozen li also gradually melted like snow under the sun, disappearing without a trace. Ah? Xiang Yang's face once again showed incomparable astonishment. He really didn't expect that such a powerful foundation building such a large area of condensing pearls would actually fail so easily. Yes, failure. This was the thought that never crossed his mind when he saw Xiaohua start building his foundation. In an instant, incomparable disappointment grew in his heart. Unexpectedly, it was even more dispirited than his failure to build his foundation. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was indeed the case. Yan Qinglian was also greatly shocked in her heart, but when she looked at Xiaohua again, her face, which still had a slight smile just now, had now returned to normal without any joy or sorrow, as if nothing had happened just now. Xiao? Just as Xiang Yang was about to ask, Yan Qinglian pulled him back and shook her head slightly. Xiang Yang sighed, not knowing what to say. He could only shake his head and cast a sideways glance at the shocking Thunder Palace disciples in the distance. Their faces were also filled with confusion, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. He thought to himself, "Sigh, my 10,000 Thunder Valley has become a laughing stock again." At this time Xiaohua didn't have too many thoughts in his heart. Since he had already made his choice, he could only move forward. However, when true qi rushed into the new meridians, it was somewhat difficult for Xiaohua. After all, what he obtained was the cultivation method of a foundation building stage cultivation technique. Moreover, he didn't start from the early stage of the foundation building stage. If you cultivate for a few more years, you'll definitely be able to build your foundation a second time. Xiaohua's face didn't carry any dejection. Admittedly, he couldn't tell eldest senior brother about the matter of the 13th layer of the aura refining stage. However, seeing eldest senior brother's sincere concern, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Many thanks for eldest senior brother's concern. Little junior brother is originally a loose cultivator, and his foundation is really bad. Not being able to build my foundation is precisely within little junior brother's expectations. On the contrary, eldest senior brother was disappointed by my great momentum just now." "Alas, elder brother, can't say that I'm disappointed. I just didn't want little junior brother to walk on elder brother's path again. However, no matter how much I calculated, little junior brother still followed elder brother." Xiang Yang couldn't help but sigh. Elder brother only has regret, but what about master? Alas, of course there's still master. Xiaohua had a bitter smile on his face as he recalled the helplessness he felt when he wholeheartedly wanted to build his foundation. "Senior brother Xiao," a distant Thunderclap Palace disciple shouted, "I've already been waiting here for many days. Since senior brother Xiao hasn't been able to build his foundation, please hand over the spiritual plants to I as soon as possible so that I can return to the palace and report back." Good. Xiaohua naturally didn't feel anything in his heart, so he said good 3 times in a row. He turned his head and asked, "Eldest senior brother, should little junior brother return to Myriad Thunder Valley to see master? What do you think?" Xiang Yang asked back. "All right, eldest senior brother, please wait a moment. This place is also on the way back to Myriad Thunder Valley. After little junior brother delivers the spiritual plants, little junior brother will return to Myriad Thunder Valley with eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law." As he spoke, he unfolded his figure, flew in front of the Thunderclap Palace disciple and said, "Let's go." At this time the Thunderclap Palace disciple's deference was gone. He slightly nodded his head, only showing the only courtesy he had, and followed Xiaohua as he flew towards Eastern Ridge. After all, the number of times Xiaohua could build his foundation was limited. If Xiaohua couldn't build his foundation this time, the next chance would be even less. Moreover, whether there would be a next time was still uncertain. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaohua would only be an aura refining cultivator in this lifetime. This Thunderclap Palace disciple wouldn't be respectful to him. As he watched Xiaohua fly away, Xiangyang heavily sighed. How is this possible? Even without taking a foundation building pill, there are signs of building his foundation. How can he still fail after taking a foundation building pill? Yan Qinglian's eyes turned and she said in a low voice, "Husband, are you sure little junior brother took a foundation building pill?" How? Helplessness was greatly alarmed. He had never thought that Xiaohua would be so careless when building his foundation. Inside the Immortal's cave, Helplessness's face was gloomy, even thicker than the red clouds of a winter night. With a bang, Helplessness's hand slapped the stone chair and he scolded, "Xiangyang, what the hell are you doing? I originally wanted you to take Xiaohua to that place to build his foundation to avoid people's eyes and ears, but you actually let a Thunderclap Palace disciple follow him. You let an aura-refining brat watch our myriad Thunder Valleys bustle. How did you become the eldest senior brother?" "Master." Xiangyang wanted to argue, but after calling him master he didn't know what to say. He couldn't just drive him away, right? Moreover, looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he was actually able to sense his own foundation. He definitely had 100% certainty. Even with that kind of momentum of building his foundation, even disciples who hadn't built their foundation wouldn't suspect that Xiaohua had failed to build his foundation. However, as it happened, Xiaohua had failed. As for Xiaohua taking a soul-gathering pill and not a foundation-building pill, although Yan Qinglian had told Xiangyang simply didn't believe her. Who would be so bored as to make things difficult for him? Not building his foundation? Moreover, why would he take a soul-gathering pill at this time? The true qi in his entire meridians was already saturated. If he wanted to increase it, he had to liquefy his true qi into true essence. That could only be done by taking a foundation-building pill. It was impossible for Xiaohua to take a soul-gathering pill. Of course, while Xiangyang firmly believed, he also warned Yan Qinglian that this kind of matter absolutely couldn't be revealed to Master Wu Hai. He knew that Wu Hai had a lot of expectations for Xiaohua's foundation building. "Master, it's all this disciple's fault. It has nothing to do with eldest senior brother." Xiaohua's complexion was calm as he bowed and said, "Humph." Wu Hai glanced at Xiaohua. The anger he had been holding back for a long time finally came out. "Xiaohua, you little bastard. What should I say about you? You clearly know that you're a loose cultivator. You once practiced two kinds of cultivation methods during the aura refining stage. Your true qi is mottled and impure, so you have to put more effort into your cultivation. Don't put your thoughts on the unorthodox path. What sword pill, what divine accumulation talisman, what magic treasure, those things aren't the right path. Only by properly practicing cultivation methods and smoothly building your foundation can you be considered a true success. Take a look at yourself." At that time, the signs of foundation building were abundant and you were so arrogant, but what was the use of that? Didn't you still fail? You have to know enough is enough. Going too far is as bad as falling short. That's what I'm talking about. You blindly pursue profound magic power. That's only neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. What do you want me to say about you?" Bang, another sound rang out and he slapped the stone chair. "What did I teach you that day? Do you still think I'm your master?" "Husband." At the side, Zhua Minghui laughed apologetically. "This is only Xiaohua's first time building his foundation. It's not like he won't have another chance in the future. Aren't you just adding to his burden by saying so much? How will he cultivate in the future? How will he cultivate? He has a senior brother at his side who used 50 years to build his foundation. How will he know how to cultivate?" Wu Hai sneered helplessly. Soon after, he waved his large sleeve and said, "Go, don't hang around in front of me. Ask your eldest senior brother what to do in the future. Hurry up and cultivate." In a few days the news of my myriad Thunder Valley's second disciple failing to build his foundation will spread throughout the entire Thunderclap Palace. Sai, should I go accept another disciple? Wu Hai muttered helplessly in a low voice. Chapter 1662. Xiaohua, Xiangyang and the others got up, bowed and left with their master. When they arrived at Xiangyang's Immortal's Cave, Xiangyang thought for a moment then said with a smile, "Junior brother, don't worry too much. Master has too many expectations for you." What he said just now. He eldest senior brother, how could I not know what kind of person Master is? I failed to build my foundation. I've let down Master's cultivation, so it's reasonable for Master to scold me a few times. Xiaohua said with a smile. It's best that junior brother thinks this way. Xiangyang was very gratified and said again, as for how to cultivate in the future, I think junior brother should meditate and comprehend more in the next period of time. Comprehend the feeling of building your foundation, reflect on why you can't build your foundation and where the problem lies. Then I'll tell junior brother how to cultivate. Yes, junior brother understands. Xiaohua cupped his hands. Junior brother will go back now and come find eldest senior brother when I have some comprehension. Hey, you can go now. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian sent Xiaohua to the entrance of the Immortal's Cave. Yan Qinglian asked again. Junior brother, how's the clear flower pill's medicinal efficacy in your meridians? Master's restriction is still there, so there's no problem, Xiaohua said with a smile. And that's good. If there's anything abnormal, quickly come to Myriad Thunder Valley. Junior brother will remember. Xiaohua saluted and said goodbye, then returned to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. Sitting cross-legged in the Immortal's Cave, Xiaohua frowned and pondered. What Xiangyang said didn't match his situation, so there was nothing he could use as a reference. However, if he wanted to cultivate the 13th layer of the aura refining realm, what should he do? What medicinal pill should he take? Could it be that he had to take Foundation Establishment medicinal pills? Of course, Xiaohua also had Foundation Establishment medicinal pills in his space, but he didn't dare to take them rashly. He could only take them under the watch of Xiangyang and other Foundation Establishment cultivators. This way there must be a reason. What reason do I need? With that thought in mind, Xiaohua took out his bag of holding. He wanted to take out some medicinal pills, but when he scanned it with his divine will, he smiled. The bag of holding's array formation had already been destroyed, and the medicinal pills inside had long since been transferred to another bag of holding. After thinking about it for a while, he had forgotten about it. Just as Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, he suddenly sensed some spirit energy fluctuations behind the collapsed array formation. These fluctuations were completely different from the spatial collapse Xiaohua had seen before. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. He picked up the storage pouch and carefully looked at it. This was precisely the storage pouch that he had coveted for other people's high-level storage pouch, and didn't return it to Bai Zong. Ouch. I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. That golden core expert who tried to kill martial ancestor Zhen Qing probably came for this storage pouch, right? When he thought of this, all his doubts were easily solved. Only if there was something in the storage pouch that he didn't know about would it be worth it for Aurus core stage cultivators to take action? However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, because the spatial array inside the storage pouch still hadn't collapsed, there were only fluctuations of spiritual energy inside, yet he couldn't see what was inside. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Xiaohua carefully hid the storage pouch close to his body, then took out another medicinal pill from the other storage pouch. Naturally, Xiaohua racked his brains for half a night, but he still couldn't think of a reason to take the medicinal pill. Even if it was the clear flower pill in his meridians, Yan Qinglian had already warned him before, so it wouldn't be good to use it as an excuse. Damn it, I've been caught in a trap of my own making. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and bitterly smiled. I can't cultivate at a tortoise's pace like the first layer of qi refining. Fire essence flame crystal. I'm worried about personal gains and losses. Didn't I already think of this when I was in Zhenlei Palace's book collection pavilion? Xiaohua suddenly revealed a trace of a smile on his face. Back then, when Xiaohua was besieged by 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators from Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect and Xuanyan school, he took the risk and used the fire essence flame crystal to raise his cultivation from the 4th layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining. The danger was obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohua had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't have taken such a risk. Now, although he wanted to use the fire essence flame crystal to raise his cultivation, he definitely needed a foolproof plan before he was willing to use it. But how could Xiaohua have a foolproof plan? After thinking about it, if he didn't want his master or senior brother to come and protect him, he could only take the risk himself. Xiaohua carefully thought about his experience of using the fire essence flame crystal last time and felt a sense of powerlessness. After all, the flames that the fire essence flame crystal had turned into had mostly been absorbed by his body, meridians and bones. Only a small portion had been refined by him using the cultivation method of the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Xiaohua could only control this small portion of fire attribute spiritual energy. The majority of it was up to fate. Without the risk of being caught, Xiaohua naturally wasn't willing to take such a risk. He couldn't help but hesitate for a few more days. On this day, a fire essence flame crystal the size of a mung bean floated in front of Xiaohua. Its scorching aura submerged the entire cave. Its scarlet color was abnormally deep. Upon closer inspection, it was actually somewhat black. It actually absorbed all the light and couldn't reflect it. Should I use it or not? If I don't use it properly, my body will break and I will die. Xiaohua frowned. At this moment, the spell formation of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden shook. Obviously, someone came from outside. Could it be senior brother? Xiaohua's brows slightly relaxed. He put away the fire essence flame crystal and left the spell formation. Outside the spell formation, it was obviously not Xiangyang, but Shueshue and Sun Shu. Seeing Xiaohua fly out of the spell formation, Shueshue couldn't help but fly over and extend her hand. With a smile on her face, she said, "Xiaohua." Xiaohua's heart warmed. He reached out and held her warm hands. He glanced at Sun Shu, who had already turned his head to the side, and said in a low voice, "Shueshue, why are you here? I heard that you failed to build your foundation, so I specially came to see you." Xiaohua frowned and said in a low voice, "What? Even you know that I failed to build my foundation?" Shueshue held his hand and said with a smile, "Look at you. You don't need to be nervous. I'm just worried about you. I've always been inquiring about you." Xiaohua looked deeply at Shueshue and said with a smile, "Of course I know about your feelings. However, you're in Sunlei Palace. I'm just a little aura refining disciple of Zunlei Palace. Even if you wanted to inquire about me, you wouldn't be able to do so, right?" Shueshue clenched her teeth. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she raised her head and said, "Let's go over there and talk, okay? Up to you." "Senior Sister Sun, I'll have to trouble you to wait for a moment. I'll go with Xiaohua. I'll be right back." When Sun Shu heard this, she didn't turn her head and said loudly, "Go quickly and come back quickly. Our time is limited. Don't make any mistakes. Let's go." With a smile on her face, Shueshue pulled Xiaohua into the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. After finding a place filled with gorgeous mountain flowers, Shueshue hugged Xiaohua and buried her face in his chest. She said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, I've missed you so much. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1663. Feeling Shueshue's hands wrapped around his arms, and also feeling Shueshue's burning hot tender body on his body, Xiaohua's heroic heart had long since turned soft. Similarly, he used his hands to wrap around Shueshue's waist, and stuck his face to Shueshue's forehead. And then Shueshue coquettishly pouted and raised her head. After another moment of tenderness, Shueshue's face was already red. She said in a low voice, "Xiao, you can be considered a famous figure among the Imperial Thunder Sect's refinement disciples. Ever since the Feather Immortal Assembly, I've always heard of your name. Who knows how many people envy your cultivation?" I'm afraid it's not that simple, right?" Xiaohua sneered. "Hehe, of course the ones who envy the most are naturally you and Hongxia Fairy." Shueshue laughed, and her tone was filled with jealousy. I don't care what they think. What I'm worried about is little Xue Xue's thoughts. Xiaohua kissed Xue Xue's forehead and said in a low voice, "How am I young?" Xue Xue coquettishly pouted. "You don't seem to be older than me, right?" Xiaohua felt Xue Xue's mood and unconsciously became restless. Xue Xue sensed it and hurriedly pushed him a little. She said in a low voice, "It's precisely because you're in the limelight that many pairs of eyes are staring at Myriad Thunder Valley. The entire Imperial Thunder sect knows that you failed to build your foundation a few days ago. I'm worried about you, so I specially came to look for you." Could it be that you think I can't build my foundation?" Xiaohua's eyes contained a smile. Xue Xue pulled her hand out from Xiaohua's back and reached out to support Xiaohua's neck. Her eyes were somewhat blurred as she said in a low voice, "Xiaohua still has a chance to build his foundation. Even if Xiaohua can't build his foundation, I will still accompany you." As she spoke, she used her arm to pull Xiaohua's head down. Her cherry-red lips greeted him and she answered with fiery passion. After a while, Xue Xue said in a low voice, "I came out with Senior Sister Sun to do something, so I can't stay here for long. Xiaohua, you can cultivate in peace. I'll help you look at Master and see if there's any remedy. Even if it doesn't work, I can't build my foundation in 50 years. I don't believe that Xiao can't build his foundation." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Many thanks for little Xue Xue's kind intentions. I will definitely work hard." Xue Xue smiled. "I know. I came here today to tell you that no matter if you build your foundation or not, no matter what my cultivation level is in the future, my heart will follow you." Xiaohua's heart heated up and he was very moved. "Xue Xue. Shu, you don't have to say anything, darling Xiao." Xue Xue's voice was as gentle as water. Right at this moment, a message talisman was sent over. It was Sun Shu urging him. "I'm leaving, Xiaohua." Xue Xue stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xiaohua's cheek. And Xiaohua had already made a decision in his heart and said with a smile. After sending Xue Xue out of the Eastern Ridge Formation, Sun Shu was already waiting. He looked deeply at Xiaohua as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He only said to Xue Xue, "Junior Sister Xue, let's hurry and leave. I'll follow Senior Sister Sun's instructions." Xue Xue's face was slightly bashful as she said to Xiaohua, "Then, you cultivate carefully. I'm leaving." Xiaohua looked at the two and didn't ask what Sun Shu wanted to say. He raised his hand and bid farewell to the two. When Xue Xue's reluctant gaze disappeared from Xiaohua's field of vision, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and flew back to the Eastern Ridge. After closing the formation, he sat cross-legged on the foothills of a tall mountain in the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden and quietly adjusted his breathing. He only waited for the next morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua waved his hand and a mung bean-sized fire essence flame crystal appeared in his hand. Then without hesitation he patted it on his arm. Just like last time, with a boom, his entire arm was ignited by the fire essence flame crystal. Immediately after, Xiaohua's entire body's 132 million points flashed just as Xiaohua had imagined. Like 132 million small mouths, they swallowed the flames that were burning near them. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Xiaohua's entire body. When he looked at the muscles beside the 132 million points, he could faintly see threads of fire flickering. These fire threads burned Xiaohua's muscles at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. However, at the same time that the muscles were burned, new muscles regenerated at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The new muscles were even thicker than the previous ones and contained even more things that weren't there before. Everything was the same as last time when he used the fire essence flame crystal. Roar. Xiaohua was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it. He roared loudly and maintained a trace of clarity in his heart. He used the incomplete vigorous Vajradharma body technique that Hanju gave him. Speaking of which, it was strange. Just as he started to use the technique, the 13,200 little points began to tremble slightly and absorbed even more flames. Following the circulation of the technique, a shadow emerged from one of the little points. Then a second, a third. Many more shadows slowly emerged. Only when the shadows gradually stopped appearing did the heart-wrenching pain gradually disappear. Immediately after, just like last time, a huge suction force came from the bones and sucked the flames into the bones. The originally grayish-white bones suddenly turned into the shape of white jade. At this moment 40% of the white jade bones were densely entwined with crimson blood threads. After the bones were refined by the flames, the crimson blood threads gradually spread and gradually, 60% of the bones were entwined by the crimson blood threads. It's time for the dragon transformation art. Xiaohua silently chanted in his heart and used the prairie fire cultivation technique. Sure enough, once the flames touched his meridians absorbed the flames like a fire dragon. The dragon transformation art madly rotated and sucked the majority of the flames into his meridians. In an instant Xiaohua's meridians twitched and faintly flashed with red light. Just like last time, the dragon transformation art was pushed forward at a speed several times faster than usual. Xiaohua looked at the remaining flames in his meridians and saw that there was only 10% of the flames left. Alas, could it be that, in a while more flames will come out from my meridians? Xiaohua sighed slightly, but at this moment he didn't have time to think too much. He activated the prairie fire cultivation technique in his meridians and began to refine the flames. Fortunately, a foundation establishment cultivation technique was a foundation establishment cultivation technique. It was far from being comparable to a qi refinement cultivation technique. The flames transformed from the fire essence flame crystal didn't suddenly explode like the heavenly laws embodiment technique last time, nor did it transform into a different kind of flames. Instead, following the activation of the cultivation technique, it gradually flowed within his meridians and was gradually refined by the cultivation technique, becoming true qi within Xiaohua's meridians. Alas! Until now, when he saw that everything had returned to normal, Xiaohua finally let out a sigh of relief from his heart. At this moment, the bones that were sparkling and translucent like jade earlier were now almost 60% scarlet red in color. However, the flames were still incessantly burning the bones. The illusory figures of the 13,200 million small dots also left the position of the small dots, faintly showing signs of floating out of Xiaohua's body. Chapter 1664. Xiaohua's usage of the fire essence flame crystal this time was different from the last time. Although he had used the prairie fire cultivation technique to absorb the remaining flames into his meridians to refine them, the flames on his bones and the flames burning his body did not immediately disappear. Instead, they were slowly being refined. As early as when Xiaohua had fused the fire essence flame crystal into his arm and ignited his entire body, there was a fist-sized chunk of lava in the depths of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. That fist was surrounded by cold and een rocks, and the inside of the fist was divided into several layers. The outermost layer was magma that was like water, and the innermost layer was solidified and turned into a crystal. The innermost layer was emptiness, just like the emptiness of air. However, in this emptiness, there was a trace of a pitch-black collapse. It was the kind of collapse that was so hot that it was about to burn the space. As the flames around Xiaohua's body lingered, the pitch-black collapse in the innermost layer of the crystal actually moved towards Xiaohua little by little. Xiaohua sat on top of the mountain like this. Flames lingered around his body, calcining his bones and producing virtual points. This continued for 99 days. When the 100th day was up, the rising sun in the east shone its first rays on Xiaohua's body. The strange flames suddenly retracted and were absorbed into Xiaohua's body. The scarlet color on the bones had already covered 60% of them. However, this scarlet color was still somewhat mottled and impure. Immediately after, the bones flashed with brilliance and returned to their original grayish-white color. There were no longer any abnormalities. Similarly, the 13,200 virtual points that were produced also separated from the black dots at this time. They piled up together and formed the framework of another human figure. However, this human figure was much taller and sturdier than Xiaohua. It was actually similar to a King Kong. Following the disappearance of the flames outside Xiaohua's body, the pitch-black collapse that had risen from the ground for 99 days also stopped. Immediately after, at the place where it stopped, the rocks around an inch around it were all burned into gas. The rocks an inch away from it were also burned into lava. Facing the rising sun, Xiaohua opened his eyes, and there was a confident smile on his face. But after a long time, a bitter smile appeared on his face and he wiped his head with his hand and said to himself, "Alas, my hair is gone again." Soon after, Xiaohua didn't get up. He slightly circulated the true energy in his body and smiled as he muttered to himself, as expected of the fire marrow and flame crystal, as expected of a foundation establishment cultivation method. I have only cultivated for 100 days and this realm has already reached the middle stage of the 13th layer of the aura refining realm. Moreover, the flame in my meridians is more than half of what it was before. If nothing unexpected happens in another 100 days or so, I'll be able to set foot into the so-called 14th layer of the aura refining realm. I wonder, what's the difference between I's 14th layer of qi refining and foundation establishment? Soon after, Xiaohua floated up from the ground. He lowered his head and looked at the ground that had long been burned by the flames of the fire essence flame crystal. He used the hibernating thunder escape and returned to the cave. On one hand, he continued to practice the prairie fire mental cultivation method to refine the flames and increase his cultivation base. On the other hand, he divided his attention to practice the exquisite shell leaf heart sutra of the Buddhist sect and pondered over the Buddha Sarira in his Naiwan palace. Normally, when a cultivator practices qi refining, they must concentrate on one thing and should avoid being distracted the most. However, Xiaohua had many different cultivation methods. If he practiced them separately, it would inevitably affect his own progress. Therefore, when Xiaohua used the blood shadow art to practice the dragonization ability, he was already moved. He gradually tried to use the secret of this cultivation method in other aspects. In particular, the Buddhist sect's Buddha Sarira cultivation method was completely different from the Taoist sect's qi refining method. One refined true qi in the meridians, while the other constructed Sarira outside the Naiwan palace. Using some of the secrets of the blood shadow art, they complemented each other and didn't interfere with each other. This young master is a genius. Xiaohua's little tail unconsciously stuck up. Just like that, several days passed peacefully. On this day, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He reached into his body and took out the storage pouch. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. He saw that the spatial formation had already collapsed. However, after it collapsed, there was still an extremely large spatial formation under this formation. This storage pouch actually had 2 layers of space. He saw that this hidden space was empty. There was only an arrow-like object that was several times larger than a command token. It emitted a blue light and floated in the storage pouch. What is this thing? It can actually make a gold core stage cultivator take action? Xiaohua naturally knew that this thing was the real thing inside the storage pouch. He thought it was a bit strange. Soon after, he took out the arrow-like command token. He saw that the command token seemed to be made of gold but not gold. There were very simple runes engraved on it. These runes were different from what Xiaohua usually saw. It seemed very mysterious. Xiaohua didn't recognize a single one of these words, but each of these words seemed to emit a distant aura. Chapter 1665. Motherfucker, who is this? I've already been cultivating inside the formation for nearly 100 days. Don't tell me this guy has been waiting outside the formation for 100 days? What if I don't come out today? Wouldn't he have to keep waiting? Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense but instead released his Buddhist sense. This Buddhist sense was the most miraculous. That foundation establishment cultivator simply didn't detect it. Don't tell me that the lost command tablet is in this guy's hands? Xiaohua thought. After flying for a while, he stopped again and secretly observed that foundation establishment cultivator. Who knew that that cultivator simply didn't approach the Eastern Ridge Medicine Gardens formation. Instead, he flew away on his own. Strange, this person. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Forget it, I'll just be careful in the future. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. His figure unfolded and he used the hibernating thunder escape to fly away. However, just as he flew up, Xiaohua discovered that he had already cultivated the first level of the lightning escape technique to perfection. He had reached the standard to cultivate the second level of the awakening lightning escape. Light escape, light escape. As expected, it's the world's #1 escape technique. Xiaohua faced the sky and laughed heartily. I've only just tempered my bones to 60%. I haven't even finished cultivating the first level, and this lightning escape has already advanced to the second level. Like this, the thunderclap ninth heaven is definitely within reach. While laughing, Xiaohua secretly recalled the cultivation method of the awakening lightning escape. On the road, he also began to practice the awakening lightning escape. Not to mention that Xiaohua once again entered the various Lightning Palace's library pavilions to prepare to read extensively to make up for his lack of experience. On top of a precipitous mountain in Xuanyan School, a young cultivator with a face full of unswerving determination was kneeling in front of a gray-haired golden core cultivator, listening to the cultivator's teachings. This young cultivator was actually the 11th level Qi refinement Xiao Mao. This mountain was different from other places in Xuanyan School. The difference wasn't in the terrain but in the climate. In the cultivation world, the weather was naturally unpredictable. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning were numerous. However, within Xuanyan School's mountain gate, the weather was also affected by the sect's protective formation. The bright spring sun, gentle wind and drizzle were all cultivators' favorite. Who didn't want to have a comfortable environment to leisurely cultivate in? However, on the mountain where Xiao Mao was, the wind was chilly and bone-chilling. The rain was icy cold and chilled one's heart and lungs. At this moment, Xiao Mao's entire body was drenched by the cold rain. When the cold wind blew, bits of ice were about to condense on Xiao Mao's Taoist robe. Xiao Mao's face was ashen, and his lips were purple from the cold, trembling slightly. Xiao Mao, you've already reached the 10th layer of Qi refining and are about to enter the late stage. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to enter the 11th layer within a few years. The middle stage Aurus core cultivator in front of Xiao Mao was sitting cross-legged in mid-air. There seemed to be an invisible shield around him that blocked the drizzling rain outside. Even the gusts of wind could not blow the goatee on his chin. But your cultivation level is really quite high within my Xuanyan School. To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the sect master's orders, this old man definitely wouldn't have accepted you as a disciple. Especially when you already have a master to guide you. Xiao Mao's body trembled slightly, but he still spoke in a trembling voice. This disciple understands. This disciple's talent is poor and has made master difficult. Xiao Mao's words were from the bottom of his heart. He also understood that this Aurus core cultivator before him, Yuan Jiming, was extremely resourceful and had endless means. He was also well known within Xuanyan School. However, this senior's temperament was also strange. He never liked peace and harmony and did not like to interact with others. His residence was also dangerous and the weather was strange. Moreover, this senior had never accepted a disciple. If it wasn't for the sect master's order, Xiao Mao might not even have been able to meet this senior, much less become his disciple. Actually, when it came to becoming a disciple, Xiao Mao didn't understand either. Ever since he used the fire essence flame crystal in the ice cave last time, he saw his seniors who had better aptitudes and cultivation levels than him, exploding and dying one by one. His heart was filled with despair. However, the dragon transformation skill that he had been secretly cultivating really surprised him. Every time the fire spiritual energy in his body went out of control and wanted to break through his meridians, the meridians in his body were unbelievably tough. Every time the spiritual energy in his body went out of control and wanted to break through his meridians, the meridians in his body were unbelievably tough. The more it was like this, the more grateful Xiao Mao felt towards the big brother Xiaohua that he had rashly recognized that day. This feeling came from the bottom of his heart, a kind of heartfelt admiration. In the end, when he narrowly escaped death and cultivated the skill to the 10th level, he was brought in front of the sect master, Fairy Yingzhua, with the other two disciples, Pan Hao and Feng Linbua. Only then did he finally understand the importance of his survival to Xuanyan School. After all, Xiao Mao was only the most ordinary disciple of Xuanyan School. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for him to meet Fairy Yingzhua. Moreover, on that day in the Yanling Palace, other than the sect master, the other elders were also present. These were all people that Xiao Mao had only heard of but had never seen before. This was not the most important thing. When Fairy Yingzhua finished inspecting the cultivation levels of Xiao Mao and the other two, she praised them greatly and rewarded them with spiritual medicine. Moreover, she appointed each of the 3 disciples to be a master of the Aura's core stage to guide them in their future cultivation. Even when Xiao Mao came to this cold mountain with the sect master's token, he was still in a dream. Until he knelt in the cold wind and rain, kneeling in front of Yuan Jiming. Although he suffered endless torment, his heart was boiling with passion. A master of the Aura's core stage, this was something that he had never dreamt of. Humph, what's so difficult about it? Yuan Jiming snorted coldly. That voice pierced Xiao Mao's heart and lungs. A moment ago his heart was boiling hot, but at this moment, it was ice cold. See? Xiao Mao could not help but groan and grit his teeth tightly. However, it was still very cold. That kind of trembling that came from the bottom of his heart could not be suppressed and spread to the outside of his body. Kikikik. Xiao Mao's teeth were chattering. Yuan Jiming sneered again, but this time the sneer was only heard by the ear. How much wind and rain have you endured? Such a simple cold already made you so uncomfortable. The sect master even said that your body is strong and told I to train more. Disciple, doesn't dare. Xiao Mao stammered. If you become my disciple, you will have to endure such hardships every day. Yuan Jiming said coldly again. Moreover, I have many tricks up my sleeves. This cold wind and rain is just a small trick. Are you willing? Disciple is willing. Xiao Mao agreed. Yuan Jiming scanned with his divine sense and naturally knew that Xiao Mao was already at the limit of his endurance. With a wave of his sleeve, a ray of light covered Xiao Mao, blocking the wind and rain outside. Thank you, master. Xiao Mao was just about to speak when Yuan Jiming whispered to him, shut up and listen carefully. Circulate the true qi in your body according to the previous cultivation method, and comprehend according to this old man's chant. This old man will only repeat this chant once. Whether you understand it or not, this old man will not repeat it a second time. As he spoke, his lips moved slightly and the chant was transmitted into Xiao Mao's ears. Xiao Mao did not dare to delay and immediately circulated the cultivation method, circulating the true qi in his meridians. At the same time he listened carefully to the mantra, comprehending it carefully according to Yuan Jiming's explanation, and then mixed it into the cultivation method. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the mantra had been completely imparted. Xiao Mao did not dare to stop and continued to chant in his heart, circulating his true qi a few more times. When he stopped and checked, he could not help but be dumbfounded. In this short period of time, his cultivation had increased more than twice as much as usual. Master's remarkable ability is something that I would never have dreamed of. Xiao Mao could not help but exclaim. Yuan Jiming's expression was indifferent. This is only a small trick. It's nothing much. It can't wait for the grand hall. This old man has observed that your meridians are abnormally tough and wide. With this kind of talent, you should have stood out from the rest long ago. Even if you are in the 11th layer of qi refining now, it shouldn't be strange. Why is it that after you went through the elimination of the seedlings, you are still in the 10th layer of qi refining? Xiao Mao smiled apologetically. This disciple is slow-witted. Before the elimination of the seedlings, I was only in the 4th layer of qi refining. What? Qi refining? The 4th layer of qi refining? Yuan Jiming's body trembled. He had clearly just learned about the elimination of the seedlings from the sect master's order, so he was completely unaware of Xiao Mao's previous cultivation. Yes, this disciple was originally in the 4th layer of qi refining. It was only after the sect master's special training that I stepped into the 10th layer of qi refining. Xiao Mao said honestly. Yuan Jiming stared at Xiao Mao as if he wanted to see into Xiao Mao's heart. After a while he said in a low voice, Xiao Mao, tell me everything in detail. Yes. Xiao Mao did not dare to refute. He recounted everything that he encountered in the ice cave and everything that could be explained in detail. The details of the cultivation method. Forgive this disciple for not being able to divulge. In the end, Xiao Mao said in a low voice. Yuan Jiming's face was calm, but his heart had long been set off by a monstrous wave. When Xiao Mao finished, he sighed and said, Sect Master is indeed unfathomable. My Xuanyan school actually has such a miraculous method. Sai, if this method could be used, wouldn't my Xuanyan school be able to dominate the Dawn Rain continent? Forget it, Xiao Mao, this old man already understands the sect master's intentions. You can cultivate in my cold mountain. Yuan Jiming waved his hand and said, "This old man wants to see, under my guidance, when will you be able to cultivate to the golden core stage?" Golden core? Xiao Mao stared blankly, then his face lit up with joy. He bowed and said in thanks, "Thank you, master." Yuan Jiming waved his hand and the light barrier around Xiao Mao disappeared. The cold wind and icy rain came again, instantly drenching his already dry Taoist robe. Endure it for now. When you really can't endure it anymore, you can cultivate again. Remember, the longer you endure it, the greater your cultivation achievements will be. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Mao's lips were pale as he replied in a low voice. Yuan Jiming closed his eyes and ignored him, leaving Xiao Mao kneeling in the wind and rain, silently enduring it. Far to the west, in a valley filled with red flowers and green willows, water trickled down from a towering snowy mountain. After countless twists and turns, it flowed into a jade-green cold pond in the valley. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1666. This was the extreme west of Huan country. The snowy peaks stretched endlessly. Although the sunlight was also strong here, there was no longer the warmth of other places. There was only a deathly white, a cold desolation. Everything was white as far as the eye could see. There were no other colors. When the strong wind blew, the pure white snow on the snowy peaks was only blown up by the wind. The white snow had accumulated for countless years and had long been compacted. It was as hard as iron and stone. Even the strong wind couldn't move it. The cloudless sky was endless blue. It contrasted with the pure white of the snowy peaks, giving people a feeling of incomparable holiness. At the edge of the sky, blue and white met. They were clearly separated and were especially eye-catching. Above this seemingly tranquil snowy scene, two sword lights flashed through the sky. The originally brilliant sword lights seemed so small in this vast and boundless world. The two sword lights flashed past a few towering snowy peaks. With a turn, they plunged down and disappeared into the vast sea of snow. The place where the sword lights disappeared was the valley between two snowy peaks. This valley was very strange. It was similar to the other snowy peaks, all piled up with white snow. However, starting from the middle of the valley, there was an invisible formation that isolated everything inside the valley from the outside. The climate inside the valley was mild and humid. A field of red flowers and green willows covered the entire valley. On the two sides of the valley, there were streams of water that flowed slowly down the valley's stone walls. At the end of the stone walls was a deep, sparkling lake. The two sword lights flew above the deep lake. Above the deep lake, between the stone walls of the valley, there were many pavilions. There were even many palaces on the flat ground. These buildings, the rugged stone walls and the green trees set off each other. If one didn't raise their head to look at the 10,000 years of snow on the towering snowy peaks, who could imagine that this was a place of extreme cold? The sword light receded, revealing two sword cultivators. One was a male cultivator in his 30s. He was tall, had long arms, a red face and a pair of bright eyes. The other was a female cultivator. She was also in her 30s. She had a petite and exquisite figure. The lines on her body were clear. The heroic spirit between her eyebrows was not inferior to the male cultivator beside her. There was a green flying sword under the male cultivator's feet. When the male cultivator landed on the ground, it turned into a 4-inch-long sword and flew into his hand. It was like a small snake that swam around like it was sentient. Beneath the female cultivator was a pink sword that was as thick as a thumb. As the sword light converged, it turned into a flying swan that circled around the female cultivator a few times. Then, as the female cultivator opened her cherry lips slightly, it entered the female cultivator's body. The place where the two sword cultivators landed was a palace. The palace door appeared on the stone wall, and there were dozens of steps in front of the palace door. As for the other parts of the palace, they were buried in the stone wall. The two swordsmen raised their eyes to look at the swordsmen standing guard on both sides of the palace gate. They looked at each other. There was some anxiety in their eyes, but they did not appear to be panicked. Walking up the stone steps, an armored sword guard stepped forward, raised his hand and shouted, "Dazzling Sword Spirit Palace, Please show your disciples sword token. The two sword cultivators clapped their hands and took out sword-shaped tokens that were the same as Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe's. The sword guard took the tokens and checked them. He returned them to the two and cupped his fists. Thank you for your hard work, seniors. The male cultivator took the sword token and nodded with a smile. I don't dare. Thank you for your hard work as well. Then he turned around and whispered, Junior Marshal sister, let's go quickly. Yes, Senior Marshal brother, please go first. The female cultivator replied and quickly followed behind the male cultivator. When the two figures disappeared into the shadow of the palace gate, the sword guard sighed inwardly. The sword guard beside him also frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Captain Song, the two seniors seem to be the teachers on duty at Shuiyu Mountain in the west? Captain Song glanced at the sword guard and smiled. Your cultivation level is not high, but your eyes are quite sharp. You can actually see the origins of the two seniors. The sword guard did not seem to be proud of being praised. His face was filled with panic as he whispered, if they are the teachers on duty at Shuiyu Mountain. If they are back, then wouldn't million men at Meng Mountain? Sigh, that's exactly the case. Captain Song looked around and sighed again. However, his eyes then looked at the holy mountain in the distance and a smile appeared on his face. We sword cultivators were born to fight. I only hope that my 3 feet of green light will protect the peace of my sword domain. Yes, as you wish, Captain. The sword guard's eyes were filled with pride as he raised his head to look. The two sword cultivators hurriedly entered the palace door. The interior of the palace door was spacious, and the fist-sized moonstones on the stone walls lit up the entire palace. The sword-shaped runes engraved on the stone walls could be seen clearly. Greetings, Marshal Uncle. The two sword cultivators passed through a heavy pavilion, and a few young sword cultivators came up to them. When they saw the two of them, they immediately hid to the side and cupped their fists respectfully. The male and female sword cultivators nodded slightly and walked past them with light steps. It was only after the two of them left that the young sword cultivators dared to take a step forward. After walking for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at a spacious palace. The ground of the palace had a huge sword-shaped stone engraving, and at the end of the stone engraving was another golden palace door. The two sword cultivators came to the center of the hall and stopped moving forward. They clapped their hands and the two sword tokens turned into 2 rays of sword light that flew into the closed door. Seeing the sword tokens disappear, the two bowed and said, Shuiyu Mountain's disciples on duty, Chu Jianchong and Yang Ming, greet the sect master. Whoosh! Before the two of them finished speaking, a bright green sword light shot out from the palace door and stopped in front of the two of them. It turned into a huge sword that was 5 feet long. Immediately after, 2 more sword lights flew out from the huge sword. They were the sword tokens that the two of them had just flown in. The sword tokens landed in front of the two of them. Wait a moment, I still have some things to do in the palace. An old voice came from the huge sword. Yes, disciple understands. Chu Jianchong and Yang Ming respectfully replied. At the same time, their eyes lit up and they thought to themselves, sword transformation. I'm afraid Sect Master Ouyang has already refined a 3rd-grade sword transformation? After a while, the palace door in front of them flashed and 5 sword lights shot out. These 5 sword lights had different colors and purity. One of them was similar to Sect Master Ouyang's sword light, which was fiery red. It also stopped behind the huge sword. The other 4 sword lights were slightly dimmer, and the outline of the flying sword also faded. Seeing this, Chu Jianchong and Yang Ming didn't dare to be negligent. They bowed again and said, Vice Sect Master, Sword Masters. Without waiting for them to raise their heads, the 2 giant swords in front of them gradually turned illusory. 2 tall old cultivators with soaring sword intent appeared. They were Sect Master Ouyang Mingxiu and Vice Sect Master Zhang Yenzong of the Xinjian sect. As for the other 4 sword beams, they too stopped and 4 old cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, were revealed. Jianchong Ming, why didn't you guard Shuiyu Mountain? Why did you suddenly return to the Sword Palace? Could it be that something has happened to millions of Meng Mountains? Ouyang Mingxiu asked. His voice contained the power of the golden chime, and it echoed in the hall, making people feel that it was very sharp. Yes, Sect Master knows. That's right. Chu Jianchong said respectfully. A few months ago, a few disciples of the Xinjian sect suddenly disappeared while patrolling Meng Mountains. There was no news. I led many experts to search along the usual route, but nothing unusual happened. However, after the disciples patrolled, another disciple disappeared. So, Marshal Uncle Tang Hao temporarily stopped the routine patrolling, narrowed the scope of the patrolling and sent more people to form teams. What about the other sword sects? After Chu Jianchong finished speaking, Vice Sect Master Zhang Yanzong asked. His voice also had the same golden chime, and there was a sharp sword intent that was difficult to suppress. Reporting to Vice Sect Master, Yang Ming opened his mouth and said, "The Bright Sword Sect, Lunar Sun Sword Sect and Flame Bamboo Sword Sect are guarding the vicinity of my Shen Sword Sect. According to the news they sent, similar situations have also occurred. They have taken the same measures as my Shen Sword Sect. Are there any other abnormalities?" Zhang Yanzong frowned slightly, turned to look at Ouyang Mingxiu and asked again. Good to let you know, Sect Masters, the area that our Shenzhen sect is guarding has never been an important area. In the past few decades, the invasions of Million Mountain Meng Mountains were not initiated from this area. I have analyzed it in detail and felt that this abnormality is too sudden. I'm afraid that Million Mountain Meng Mountains is probing. Chu Jianchong hesitated and said, "Damn it, when did the barbarians learn how to probe?" Zhang Yanzong cursed and scratched his bald head. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Ouyang Mingxiu shook her head slightly and said, "Our Huan Country Sword Sect has been fighting with Million Mountain Meng Mountains for many years. We know each other's methods. Although Million Mountain Meng Mountains people were enlightened late, but after so many years, they should have learned a few moves from us, right?" Haha, Zhang Yanzong laughed and said, "Unfortunately, Million Mountain Meng Mountain's soul cultivators are too mysterious. If not, I would also want to cultivate." Cough cough, Ouyang Mingxiu coughed and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, you are the Shenzhen sect's vice sect master, how can you say such things?" Hee, aren't all the disciples of my Shenzhen sect here?" Zhang Yanzong grinned and said, "I'm just joking, just joking." What about Flying Feather Sect and Quilted Mountain Sect? Ouyang Mingxiu ignored Zhang Yanzong and turned to ask Chu Jianchong. Flying Feather Sect was not a sword sect. Although they also cultivated sword origin, their natal artifact was not necessarily a flying sword. Quilted Mountain Sect was similar to Shi Country's Spirit Husbandry Sect. They used spirit beasts as companions and were considered beast cultivators. Hearing Ouyang Mingxiu's question, Chu Jianchong quickly said, "Flying Feather Sect hasn't made any moves, but Quilted Mountain Sect's spirit beasts seem to be a little abnormal." However, they didn't say in detail, so Marshal Uncle Tang can't figure out the reason. "Yes, the only thing we can do now is to send more people." Ouyang Mingxiu nodded and said, "Stop them with silence." "I'm afraid that's the only way." Zhang Yanzong stopped smiling and nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, a dark green sword light flew in from outside the palace. It was very fast and landed in front of Zhang Yanzong. Chapter 1667. A flying sword message? Zhang Yanzong was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to send him a flying sword message. He scolded, "What are the guards doing?" Cough, junior brother. Ouyang Mingxiu coughed twice and said, "Which guard dares to intercept a flying sword message from the Shenzhen sect's vice sect master? Why don't you take a look at the content? Maybe it's related to Shuiyu Mountain?" Hearing the sect master's words, Zhang Yanzong didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand on the flying sword. Pa, a crisp sound was heard. A purple light flashed from the flying sword and a sword intent appeared. At the same time, a 1-foot mirror appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Yanzong was very familiar with the sword intent. He blurted out, "Yuha?" Then he hurriedly looked at the mirror in front of everyone. The mirror was a little blurry and the images inside were not very clear. However, Zhang Yutong, Zhang Yuha and Lu Weigong's images could still be seen. This. Zhang Yanzong's eyes widened. He pointed his hand and a sword energy rushed into the mirror. The entire mirror gradually became clear. Motherfucker, where did these two brats run off to? They actually dared to send a flying sword message for help? Zhang Yenzong retracted his hand and cursed. He was shocked again. Dao sect. These two little girls went to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Damn it, who doesn't know you two in the sword sects of Heng country? Maybe they will take care of you. You ran to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, who knows who you are? This is bad, this is bad. As Zhang Yenzong spoke, his whole body suddenly expanded. Then a intent soared into the sky. With a flash of light, his body gradually became blurry as if he was going to turn into a giant sword. Vice Sect Master Zhang, don't worry. Ouyang Mingxiu saw this and quickly stopped him. Where are you going? Senior brother Ouyang Yuha and Yutong are in trouble. Of course I'm going to save them, Zhang Yenzong said. His whole body had turned into a giant sword. A fiery sword light flashed and flew out of the sword palace. Sai, junior brother, you're too reckless. With such a temperament, how can he be the vice sect leader of my Xian sword sect? Yangming pointed his finger. Then a 3-colored sword net suddenly appeared above the main hall, blocking in front of the sword light. Seeing that the way was blocked, Zhang Yenzong showed half of his figure and said angrily, Sovereign, what are you doing? Do you want to see Yutong and Yuhi die? Come back first. How long do you think it will take for you to fly to the nearest state of Shi? With my 2nd-grade sword transformation art, I'm afraid that 100 days. As Zhang Yenzong spoke, he understood. He sighed and flew back to Ouyang Mingxiu's side. He looked at the motionless mirror not far away and remained silent. Vice sect leader Zhang. Ouyang Mingxiu glanced at him and said, You have to remember that you are the vice sect leader of the Shenzhen sect. You can't be compared to others. You have to be calm and steady. Acting so recklessly is not only inconsistent with your position as the vice sect leader, it's also inconsistent with your age and cultivation base. My position as vice sect leader was originally... Zhang Yenzong had just finished his sentence when he saw the stern look in Yangming's eyes. He quickly stopped himself and bowed. I was reckless. If it's a matter of the sect, I can still stay calm. But Yutong and Yuhi are my sweetheart. That Yuhi has the same temperament as me. Seeing them in trouble, I can't help it. Even if you can't help it, you have to endure it. Yangming said. The position of vice sect leader was appointed by the previous sect leader. He knows that you are muddle-headed in small matters and detached from important matters. That's why he appointed you as the vice sect leader. Otherwise, with your recklessness, I understand. Zhang Yenzong calmed down and bowed. The image of Yuhi's flying sword message has begun to dissipate. It's obvious that they are in trouble far away from the state of Shi. If it's not in the east of the state of Shi, it's in the other 2 countries. Even if I go now, it'll be too late. You only know now. Yangming said bluntly, the sword masters present as well as Jianchong and Ming know about it already, right? Sect leader, we admire vice sect leader for maintaining such a pure heart. This is where the purity of vice sect leader's sword spirit lies. Chu Jianchong quickly bowed and said, Besides, it's related to our own blood relatives. No one can stay calm. Hee. Zhang Yenzong wiped his bald forehead with his big hand and grinned slightly. Swordsman, quickly summon Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao to the sword palace. Yangming rolled her eyes at Zhang Yenzong, who was extremely loyal to her, and said loudly. Then she asked, Junior brother, why did Yutong and Yuhi go to the 3 kingdoms? How would I know? Zhang Yenzong had just lowered his big hand, but now he raised it again. He scratched his head bitterly and said, This? I'm afraid I'll have to ask their master. Sai, ever since their parents died in Shuiyu Mountain, they have been wanting to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. I remember now. They went to look for the mysterious spiritual herb. Mysterious spiritual herb? Yangming was stunned, and then her face turned gloomy. The mysterious spiritual herb grows in the mysterious illusory realm. Can they go there with their cultivation? Sai. Zhang Yenzong sighed and said, Yutong and Yuhi want to cultivate the Great Yin Yang 6 Directions Sword Spirit. What? Great Yin Yang 6 Directions Sword Spirit? Not only did Ouyang Mingxiu's face darken, even the other 5 sword masters, who had been keeping their mouths shut, exclaimed in surprise. Yang Ming even blurted out, This is a sword spirit that no one in my Xinjiang sect has been able to cultivate for countless years. It's not too difficult to cultivate the great Yin Yang Six Directions sword spirit. But the requirements are too high. It requires two people with the extreme Yang constitution and the extreme Yin constitution to cultivate together. Moreover, their minds must be connected and their realms must be the same. Only then can the growth of the two sword spirits progress together. Although Yu Tong and Yu He's physiques lean towards Yin and Yang respectively, they don't meet the cultivation requirements. Yang Ming said softly. Yes, that's what I told them too. Zhang Yenzong smiled bitterly. At that time they agreed and said that they had given up on this idea. But half a year later, Yu He suddenly asked how to cultivate to the extreme Yin level if one's physique leans towards Yin. I didn't pay much attention to it and casually mentioned a few spiritual herbs that could improve one's physique. Of course, the easiest one to obtain was the mysterious Yin spiritual herb. Sai, junior brother, the mysterious Yin spiritual herb is one thing, but solitary Yin is not common. Just the mysterious Yin spiritual herb alone can't improve one's physique to the extreme Yin level. Yang Ming shook her head and said. Zhang Yenzong nodded, I know that, but the other thing is too difficult. I was just saying it casually. Who knew that the two of them really went? Since you know why they went, that's good. The two of them should have gone to the Tai Ching sect in Lian country. After all, that's the closest to the mysterious Yin illusory land. Moreover, with Yu Tong's steady personality, she wouldn't enter the mysterious Yin illusory land rashly. The two of them must have thought of a way from the Tai Ching sect. Yang Ming nodded and said. A female sword master spoke in a low voice. Sect master, you're right. Yu He is impatient but Yu Tong is steady. Moreover, it's very likely that the Tai Ching sect has dark Yin spirit herbs. So, I presume that we'll be able to exchange for those things that our sword sect doesn't need. I just don't know whether Yu He and Yu Tong met this cultivator on the way there or on the way back. Another male sword master looked at the mirror and said, No matter where, how can our sword sect disciples be bullied by the Dao sect disciples? Yang Mingxi sneered and said, Look at how a disciple from the Dao sect is facing two disciples from the sword sect who are in the bright sword stage. I'm afraid that he's also in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage or the golden core stage. How can a senior bully the weak like this? Although our Xinjiang sect isn't one of the top sects in Huan country, we definitely won't let them bully us. The Dao sect probably hasn't seen the power of our sword sect for many years and has long forgotten the lessons of the past. Vice Sect Master Zhang, don't be anxious. We'll send two people to take a look. If they can deal with it properly, then it'll be good. Otherwise, if someone dares to provoke a battle between sword and Dao, our sword sect will definitely not take a step back. As he spoke, the uncontrollable sword intent suddenly surged up, directly passing through the layers of barriers and piercing into the azure sky. That aura was definitely not inferior to that of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. At the same time, the sword origin around everyone present surged uncontrollably. Everyone's sword intent was triggered and instantly, the entire sword palace was filled with sword intent. Even the sword-shaped runes engraved on the stone walls let out a clanging sound. A short while passed before the entire sword palace calmed down, and then a thin and tall sword cultivator with bright eyes and slanted brows walked briskly into the sword palace. Behind him was an extremely tall woman with a graceful figure. The woman had delicate features and revealed a heroic aura. She was like an unsheathed sharp sword. Disciples Duan Yuming and Wang Xiao greet sect master, vice sect master and sword masters. After the two of them came forward to greet them, Yang Mingxiu pointed with his hand and said, Yuming Xiao, the two of you have the highest cultivation in our Xian sword sect. We value the two of you the most. The two of you should take a look at Yu Tong and Yu He's flying sword message. Yes, disciple understands. After the two of them replied, they looked up for a while and exchanged glances. Duan Yuming said, Disciple has already seen it. Yu Tong and Yu He have encountered danger in the cultivation three kingdoms. Looking at the image, the surroundings are not clear. They must have been surrounded by a formation. After Duan Yuming said some things, Yang Mingxiu smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and a sword-shaped token flew into his hand. He instructed, This is the Xian sword sect master's token. Take it. You and Xuyao will set off immediately and go to Meng country's Taiqing sect or the mysterious Yin illusion realm to find traces of the two of them. The two of them are probably looking for the mysterious Yin spiritual grass. Chapter 1668. Yes, I understand. Duan Yuming kept the sect leader's token and said loudly, I will not disappoint sect leader. I will find you he and Yu Tong with my iron blood. Ouyang Mingxiu nodded and smiled. You are at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, which is equivalent to the middle stage of the golden core realm. In terms of fighting, you won't lose to the late stage of the golden core realm. The other sects will listen to your words. Make a copy of this flying sword message and bring it with you. With this, even if they are under the Immortal Alliance, they will have nothing to say. Make them obediently hand over my two girls. Even if the Taiqing sect doesn't know, we must help them find the two girls. Otherwise, the Xianjian sect will attack the country of Xi and the Taiqing sect. Zhang Yenzong shouted. Vice sect leader Zhang's words are a bit overboard. However, you two must pass this message to the Taiqing sect in the Meng country. If anything happens to the two girls, the Xianjian sect. No, the sword cultivators of the Huan country will not let this go. Ouyang Mingxiu didn't mind Zhang Yenzong stealing his words. He coldly repeated his words to Duan Yuming and Wang Xuyao. Yes, we understand. Duan Yuming and Wang Xuyao's expression turned serious. They waved their hands and left the flying sword message image. They bowed and said, We will not disappoint you. Go, I will wait for your good news in the sword palace. Ouyang Mingxiu nodded. Duan Yuming opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. The sword light was like a flying fish, and it circled around Duan Yuming for a while before it exploded. The sword light turned into hundreds of sword lights, and each sword light took the shape of a swimming fish. They swam back and forth like a school of swimming fish, drowning Duan Yuming. After that, Duan Yuming gradually left the ground and flew out of the palace along with the school of fish formed by the sword lights. At the same time, Wang Xuyao's cherry lips parted slightly and a rainbow-colored ray of light flew out. That ray of light was like a rainbow, and it surrounded Wang Xuyao's graceful body. As Duan Yuming's body flew up, the rainbow-colored ray of light turned into a rainbow and chased after the flying fish, leaving on its own. Before Duan Yuming and Wang Xuyao's swimming fish sword and rainbow sword could fly out of the main hall, another flying sword message came in. At this moment, the sword guard's voice sounded, reporting to the sect master, a flying sword message from Shuiyu Mountain has arrived. Yes. Ouyang Mingxiu nodded and pointed with her finger. The messenger flying sword flew into the air and stopped. An old voice was heard. It was Tang Hao who was guarding Shuiyu Mountain, reporting to sect leader, I have found one of the disciples who went missing. However, this child was already delirious. Looking at the situation, he should have been subjected to a soul-searching technique. As for why this is the case, I have yet to find the reason. Soul-search technique. When Tang Hao's voice disappeared, Chu Jianchong and Yang Ming's faces were filled with shock. They looked at each other and fell into deep thought. The sect leader of the Xian Sword sect, Ouyang Mingxiu, also had a fierce look in her eyes. She looked at the flying sword message in the air with an indescribable expression on her face. Far away in the country of Xi, there was also a towering mountain peak. It was also a beautiful valley in spring. A snow-white waterfall hung on the mountain wall, and the loud sound of the waterfall was deafening. It covered the entire valley. The waterfall fell into a deep pool in the valley, and countless bubbles appeared from the depths of the pool, causing the water to splash in all directions. This deep pool was very deep, but it didn't look very big. There was a gap in the pool and the water flowed down a few dozen feet into another pool. This pool was very big, but it was also very quiet. A large amount of water flowed in, but it didn't cause any ripples. This pool was surrounded by peach trees. The peach trees were either pink, snow white, or bright red. The pool was covered in peach blossoms. From time to time, a breeze would blow by and countless peach blossoms would fall into the pool. The peach blossoms would float for a moment and then sink to the bottom of the pool, never to be seen again. Under the cover of the peach blossoms, there was a cave dwelling at the end of the valley. At this moment, the cave dwelling's door was tightly shut. Fairy Hongxia, who was dressed in red, was kneeling in front of the cave dwelling. Fairy Hongxia had been kneeling here for more than 10 days and nights. The cave dwelling's door had always been tightly shut. She didn't dare to move. Her eyes were tightly shut and her expression was calm. It was as if she had no regrets. With a sound, the cave dwelling's door opened. It made the same sound as the wooden door. A female cultivator who looked to be in her 50s walked out slowly with the same cold expression. Fairy Hongxia opened her eyes and looked at the female cultivator's face without a single wrinkle. She whispered, "Master." "Humph," the female cultivator snorted and scolded. "You still have the face to call me master. What did you say before you left that day? You definitely won't take off the spirit accumulation talisman. You must cultivate it to the great circle. Now the Feather Immortal Assembly's competition is over. Not only did you confront your own senior brother for a disciple from another sect, you even took off the spirit accumulation talisman. Do you still have any respect for your master?" Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and didn't say anything else. However, her gaze was still fixed on the female cultivator. "It seems like you don't have any intention of repentance for the past 10 days. The female cultivator squinted her eyes. She pointed her finger and a spell was cast on Fairy Hongxia's body. Within her meridians, limbs and bones, endless soreness and pain burst forth. Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but scream. However, it was only a sudden scream and then there was no more sound. Immediately, Fairy Hongxia rolled on the ground. Her hands were clenched into fists. Her nails had already pierced into her palms and fresh blood flowed out. At the same time, between her tightly clenched teeth, traces of blood seeped out. Seeing that her clean red clothes were messy and dirty, the female cultivator waved her hand and cast a spell. Fairy Hongxia's stiff body gradually softened, and the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from her mouth and nose. After a while, Fairy Hongxia recovered. She tidied her clothes and knelt down. The female cultivator said coldly, "When you became my disciple that day, I already told you clearly. Our cultivation is the most heaven-defying thing. It's harder than sailing against the current. We can't be lazy. Furthermore, emotions are the most disturbing thing. Once you're tainted by them, you won't get any benefits. That day you repeatedly promised this old woman and even swore a heavy oath. Only then did this old woman believe you. Otherwise, even if you were also from the Kai family, I would never have accepted you. For the past few years, you have ignored the male disciples of the Huanhua sect. Even that bastard Yun Jiechong, you treated him coldly. I was very pleased. However, I didn't expect that everything would change after I went to the Feather Immortal Gathering. Let me ask you, is that disciple called Xiao Hua an old acquaintance of yours?" "Yes, I was acquainted with him." Fairy Hongxia knew that she couldn't hide the truth, so she told her everything. A level 4 Qi refining itinerant cultivator returned Kai Zhuoxia's corpse and even gave you the last good fate token of the Huanhua sect? The female cultivator sneered. "I heard that this bastard is now at the beginning of level 12 Qi refining. He even had the strength to defeat Yun Jiechong. Do you think he was only at level 4 Qi refining that day? He was cheated and sold, and he even helped him count the spiritual stones. Why don't you think about it? If he was only a level 4 Qi refining itinerant cultivator, why would he give you the good fate token? Besides, look, hasn't he already joined the Imperial Thunder sect? If he didn't have the confidence to join the Imperial Thunder sect, do you think he would have given you the good fate token?" Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and didn't answer. In fact, she understood very well. Others might not know, but she was the same as Kai Zhuoxia. She had practiced the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique since she was young. She was very sensitive to cultivation realms, especially when Xiao Hua was at level 4 Qi refining after that day. He was much weaker than her level 10 Qi refining. Fairy Hongxia understood with a single glance. At this moment, when she thought of Xiao Hua's incomparably pure eyes, her heart felt peaceful. She believed that Xiao Hua would never lie to her. "You have nothing to say?" The female cultivator sneered. "You attacked a disciple of our sect without permission during the Feather Immortal Gathering. According to the sect rules, you will be severely punished. If you regret it, I can give you some advice. Perhaps your punishment will be reduced." "Don't regret it," Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice without hesitation. "You really don't regret it? A ripple appeared on the female cultivator's face. She asked curiously, I'm curious as to why you don't regret it. All right, teacher knows that Xiaohua had returned elder sister's corpse and everything else. Didn't you return his favor by giving him some cultivation method? That was your promise. I have to return it. Fairy Hongxia said resolutely, but I still feel that I owe him a favor. The sword embryo of the Feather Immortal Gathering is a good opportunity. If I don't return it now, when will I? The female cultivator's expression softened. She nodded and said, that's a good reason. However, Fairy Hongxia continued, furthermore, even though I have only spent a short amount of time with him, but, Master, there are some people that even if you were to spend your entire life with them, you would still not develop any feelings for them. But for that person you only need to look at him once to feel his heart, to feel his pain, and to know that he is the one you have been waiting for all your life. This feeling. I can't describe it with words. Besides, Xiaohua is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If I don't do something, I'm afraid. You're afraid that other female cultivators will snatch him away? That he can't dual cultivate with you? The female cultivator was stunned for a moment before she sneered. That's what I'm thinking. Of course, I have to say it in front of you. But if it's someone else, I will only say that I want to return Xiaohua's favor. Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice. You're the smart one. Everyone else is a fool. The female cultivator cursed angrily, but then she looked up at the endless peach blossoms in the distance and sighed. I accepted you as my disciple because I wanted you to succeed in your cultivation. I won't let you take the wrong path. As for my story, as a disciple of the Kai clan, I'm sure you know about it, right? Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment before she said in a low voice, Master, are you talking about Shang Huaming? Chapter 1669. Even after hearing the name Shang Huaming, the female cultivator's expression remained cold. She snorted and said, even you, a disciple of the Kai family of Liang, know about my past. It seems that I have quite a reputation in the Kai family. Fairy Hongxia heard this and quickly said, Master, the name of Kai Qin is not what you want. You are a golden core stage cultivator, the pride of the Kai family. This golden core stage cultivator of the Huanhua sect, who was also Fairy Hongxia's master, was also a member of the Kai family. Her name was Kai Qin. My actions are in accordance with the Great Tao. Why would I care about what others say? Kai Qin sneered. I have told you that if not for your good aptitude, I would not have taken you in, even if you were a disciple of the Kai family. I know. Fairy Hongxia lowered her head and said, since you know about my relationship with Shang Huaming, you must know what happened, right? Yes, I know. Fairy Hongxia raised her head slightly, her jade-like face carrying a trace of admiration. Back then, for Shang Huaming's Xiao Yuehong, Master disregarded the clan leader's objections and broke out of the clan to marry Shang Huaming. After that, Xiao Yuehong became Shang Huaming's sect leader, and Master became Shang Huaming's sect leader's wife. A cold light flashed in Kai Qin's eyes and she said angrily, Girl, is this what I asked you? Fairy Hongxia's delicate body trembled and she said softly, yes, but after Master went to Shang Huaming, her cultivation had been hovering in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Later, when Master was traveling in the Xiaoyu continent, she had an epiphany of the Tao of cultivation. Following that, she had the opportunity to join the Huanhua sect. In less than 100 years, she had cultivated from foundation establishment to golden core stage. So you do know about this. Kai Qin's face turned cold and she scolded, I was childish back then. I was trapped by love and rebelled against the family. Later on, my cultivation improved on Yellowflower Ridge, but it was not the right path. How could I become a great person? Love has always been the enemy of cultivation. If I had not broken free from Shang Huaming's mundane affairs and cut off my love, how could I have achieved what I have today? This old woman's lesson is still vivid in my mind. Why do you insist on following this old woman's path? As she spoke, Kai Qin's face turned green as she pointed her finger once more. Ouch! Fairy Hongxia cried out in pain as she crawled on the ground once more, rolling around in pain. Who is it? At this moment, Kai Qin raised her head and coldly shouted at the sky outside the valley. Martial Uncle Kai, Junior Jiang Lihan greets Martial Uncle Kai. A voice came from outside the valley. Kai Qin snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand she removed the restrictive spell on Fairy Hongxia and scolded, Yun Jiecheng's master is here. Look at the trouble you have caused me. Kneel at the side. Yes, your disciple understands. Fairy Hongxia did not dare to say anything else as she continued to kneel on the ground. Then Kai Qin waved her white sleeves and a ray of light hit the sky outside the valley. With a soft sound, it seemed that some restrictive spells had been opened and 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators descended from the sky. The person in front was in the late stage of foundation establishment stage. He was dressed in green and was short in stature. The 2 tufts of beard at the corners of his mouth were very obvious, like the tail of a mouse. This person's face was dry and he looked even more bitter. Compared to Yun Jiecheng, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment stage, he was like heaven and earth. However, this cultivator held his head high while Yun Jiecheng lowered his head. Even though he was much taller than this cultivator, he still lowered his head and appeared to be very respectful. Jiang Lihan, you have never been to my Peach Blossom Valley. What brings you here today? Kai Qin did not go to greet them. She just stood there quietly and waited for the 2 to come closer before she asked. Martial Uncle, this Peach Blossom Valley is your place of meditation. Everyone in the Huanhua sect knows that Martial Uncle pursues the way of the heavens. If not for something important, I would not dare to disturb Martial Uncle's meditation. Jiang Lihan lowered her voice and bowed. Then she turned her head and said, Yun Jiecheng, come and greet Martial Uncle Kai Qin. Junior Yun Jiecheng greets Martial Uncle Kai. Yun Jiecheng did not dare to be negligent. He tidied up his clothes and stopped looking at Fairy Hongxia. He then bowed respectfully. Well, get up. Kai Qin flicked her sleeves and said, now you are also a foundation establishment stage cultivator. You are considered to have stepped into the door of cultivation. You are so young. I still have to congratulate you. I dare not. I am still far from junior sister Kai. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle Kai's guidance. Yun Jiecheng said in a low voice. Kai Qin turned her head and looked at Fairy Hongxia, who was kneeling with her back facing her. She said, this girl is too stubborn. I am just punishing her. Even though she has the cultivation, she does not have the state of mind. She has taken the wrong path. How can she achieve great things? Yun Jiecheng looked at his master and smiled apologetically. Junior sister was just confused for a moment. She must have her difficulties. Otherwise she would not have done such a thing. Kai Qin nodded. You are indeed a foundation establishment stage disciple. You are very knowledgeable. Then she changed her tone and asked, may I know why you have come to the Peach Blossom Valley today? Jiang Lihan took a step forward and clapped her hands. She took out a token and handed it to Kai Qin. She smiled and said, I have received the order from the sect leader to discuss something with Senior Kai. Kai Qin did not take the token. She only scanned it with her spiritual will and nodded. Go ahead. Yes. Jiang Lihan seemed to know Kai Qin's temper. She kept the sect leader's token and looked at Fairy Hongxia. She said, what Martial Uncle Kai's disciple did at the Feather Immortal meet today. Perhaps she had her difficulties. However, she really destroyed the momentum of our Huanhua sect. Our Huanhua sect's disciple could have won the Feather Immortal meet and obtained the extraterrestrial divine item. However, because of her, the Imperial Thunder sect gained the upper hand. Not only did she destroy the prestige of our Huanhua sect's disciple, but she also made our Huanhua sect a laughing stock. The sect leader has ordered that if we do not punish her severely, we will not be able to convince the public. We will not be able to set the rules of the Huanhua sect. Kai Qin frowned and said coldly, how does the sect leader intend to deal with her? Are you going to expel her from the Huanhua sect? Are you going to abolish her cultivation? Of course not. Jiang Lihan smiled apologetically. Your disciple is very talented. After she entered the Huanhua sect with the good fate token, she reached the foundation establishment stage within a few years. Moreover, she has completed the Qi refinement stage. How can we abandon such a good disciple so easily? The sect leader has ordered that she is to go into seclusion in the Valley of Ice and reflect on her mistakes for 20 years. Hiss. Hearing this, Kai Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. The astral winds from the frozen ice valley were bone-chilling. Not to mention 20 years, even a single day and night could turn a person into ice. The sect leader actually wants to punish Fairy Hongxia to go into seclusion in the Valley of Ice. She must be really angry. Fairy Hongxia, who was kneeling behind Kai Qin, also turned pale when she heard this. I haven't even met the sect leader yet and you've already brought the sect leader's order. This is really timely. Kai Qin sneered. I'll bring my disciple to meet the sect leader now. Martial Ant, don't be anxious, Jiang Lihan quickly said. The sect leader has ordered that this order will not be changed. Kai Qin was furious when she heard this. Martial Ant, don't be anxious. Jiang Lihan seemed to have a card up her sleeve. She smiled and said, I haven't finished relaying the sect leader's order. Speak. Kai Qin said angrily. The sect leader has ordered that Kai Hongxia made a mistake first and should be punished severely. However, Kai Hongxia's talent is very good and she is an elite disciple of the Huanhua sect. We must consider her future. Considering that she is young and ignorant and also has Yun Guichong's protection, the affection is commendable. In view of this, Yun Guichong and Kai Hongxia are to become a pair of dual cultivators. Firstly, both of them can encourage each other and achieve great Dao together. Secondly, we can eliminate the Huanhua sect from being a laughingstock in front of other sects. What? Kai Qin was stunned when she heard this. She had never thought that the sect leader would punish her in this way. At the same time, Fairy Hongxia's eyes narrowed. Although she did not say anything, endless thoughts arose in her heart. Yun Guichong bowed and said, I've admired Junior Martial Sister Hongxia's character for a long time, and I've always treated Junior Martial Sister as my ideal partner for dual cultivation. However, I was afraid of delaying Junior Martial Sister's cultivation. Even if I could build my foundation, I wouldn't dare to disturb her. I don't know why I dared to tell Martial Ant in advance. Fortunately, the sect leader empathized with my painstaking efforts and took this opportunity to eliminate the bad influence that Junior Sister has caused in the Feather Immortal Assembly. These were all suggested by the sect leader. I have never dared to use these to threaten Martial Ant and Junior Sister. Seeing how gentle and elegant Yun Guichong was, even Kai Qin was moved. At this moment she had thought about many things. The sect leader's decision was appropriate. He could not only avoid Kai Hongxia's punishment but also eliminate the bad influence. If news of this spread, the disciples of other sects would also know that Fairy Hongxia of the Huanhua sect did not hesitate to fall out with her lover in order to return the favor of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple. Such a character was rare in the cultivation world. But Kai Qin naturally thought of what Fairy Hongxia had said and said to herself, Sigh, this girl's character. I'm afraid it's not very possible. Immediately Kai Qin turned her head and said, Hongxia, you've heard the sect leader's order. You have a choice. Martial Ant, you don't have to be so busy. Yun Guichong hurriedly said with a smile. The sect leader has given Junior Sister 10 days to consider. It's not too late to wait until Junior Sister has thought it through. There's no need. Although Fairy Hongxia was kneeling, her voice was still cold. Why do I need 10 days to consider such a thing? I'll give you an answer now. I will enter the Valley of Ice tomorrow. Junior Sister. Yun Guichong said anxiously, the Valley of Ice is not a good place to be. You have to think carefully. Once you enter you will either die or be injured. Dao cultivation, it's all for naught. Fairy Hongxia's back was facing Yun Guichong. Her voice was unusually firm, it's just the astral winds from the sky. Even if I die I will walk my own path. I will never do anything that I don't want to do. Junior Sister, why do you have to do this? Yun Guichong's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with a strange expression. He had not expected Fairy Hongxia to be so heartless to him. Xiaohua, it must be Xiaohua. Yun Guichong's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with malevolence. Chapter 1670. After sending off Jiang Lihan and Yun Jicheng, Kai Qin watched as Yun Jicheng's figure disappeared into the air. Without turning back, she said coldly, "So you've decided? So why did you do it in the first place?" "Master, a person should have a belief. If I didn't have this belief, I would have been a disciple. Since I have this belief, then I'll carry it out to the end." Since Fairy Hongxia had decided, she naturally said calmly, "If so, then I'll do it in the first place." Hee, what a pity, what a joke. Kai Qin sneered. "Wasn't it the same when I rebelled against the Kai family? At that time Xiao Hongyue, who killed Hua Ming, naturally knew about it. But what could he do in the future when I couldn't improve my cultivation? Wouldn't he still be helpless? And you're even better. You made this decision far away from the Imperial Thunder sect. Your punishment will definitely not spread to the Huanhua sect. That little bastard Xiao Hua. I'm afraid he won't know about it for 20 years. 20 years. Even though there's no concept of time in cultivation, the world changes too quickly. How can you know the changes in other people's minds? Even if you went through a near-death experience, how can Xiao Hua know about your suffering after coming out of the Cold Wind Valley?" Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and stared at the ground, not saying a word. "Even though you don't like Yun Jicheng, since things have come to this, I think you should agree for now. Drag it out one day at a time." "No, master, I won't compromise." Fairy Hongxia flatly refused. A rare look of pity flashed through Kai Qin's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by coldness. "This old woman will ask you one last time. Everything you've experienced is what this old woman has experienced. Everything you're saying now is what this old woman has said to the patriarch before. This old woman's example will be your teacher for the future. The detours I've taken will be what you'll have to face in the future. Moreover, your situation is even more serious. The Cold Wind Valley. Even I don't dare to enter it easily. Your near-death experience is considered light." Now that things had come to this, how could Fairy Hongxia not hesitate? If one were to talk about what she had done in the bright realm of the Taiqing sect, it was true that she had feelings for Xiao Huaqing. But on the surface, it could also be understood as returning Xiao Hua's favor. After all, she had said those words through telepathy and no one else knew about it. But what about Xiao Hua's thoughts? Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Fairy Hongxia's cleverness was to use an ambiguous attitude to make her intentions clear to Xiao Hua in front of everyone. Just as she said, if she didn't make it clear in the Hao realm, she really didn't know when she would be able to make it clear. Moreover, even if Xiao Hua had other thoughts, she naturally had a reason to explain it. However, it was precisely this kind of petty cleverness that caused her to fall into another embarrassing situation. Xiao Hua didn't make it clear to her, and Fairy Hongxia leisurely flew away to build her foundation. Xiao Hua didn't even have time to say a single word. Fairy Hongxia had expected the punishment from the Cleansing Flower sect, but she never expected it to be so severe. Of course, this was just a pretense. The real intention of the head of Huanhua sect was to let her practice dual cultivation with Yun Guichong to eliminate the sect's laughingstock. What should I do? What should I do? Fairy Hongxia hesitated at this crucial moment. At this moment, in the Kai family of Liang, Xiao Hua's low cultivation level, clear eyes, and the calm expression he had when he handed over the storage bag to her surfaced in Fairy Hongxia's mind. That's right, when a level 4 qi refining rogue cultivator faced that storage bag, it was like a beggar seeing a mountain of gold. He was actually able to keep his promise. Keeping her promise, it was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? Especially when it came to fulfilling the promise of a dead person. This kind of person isn't worth my effort? Fairy Hongxia asked herself, won't this kind of person have a bright future? Will this kind of person ignore everything I've done for him? A few rhetorical questions emerged from the bottom of her heart, and Fairy Hongxia had a plan in mind. However, Coldwind Valley. That's right, Fairy Hongxia suddenly remembered Kai Qin's persuasion just now. Her tone seemed to be very strict at the start, but later on she seemed to have loosened up. This final question actually had the intention of sounding her out. Taking a deep breath, Fairy Hongxia said indifferently, Master, this disciple has made up her mind. As a disciple of the Kai family, I will never regret my own choices. Even if this disciple's soul is blown away by the astral winds, I will never give in to the threats of others. Although Fairy Hongxia's tone was indifferent, it was resolute and without hesitation. Hearing this, Kai Qin's eyes flashed. Don't be stubborn. I'll return to the residence to cultivate. I'll give you 2 days. If you regret it, it won't be too late to look for me. Kai Qin did not say anything else and flew into the cave. Fairy Hongxia knelt in front of the cave for another 2 days. When Kai Qin came out again, Fairy Hongxia was still willing to enter Cold Wind Valley. Sai, forget it. The stubbornness in the blood of the Kai family is not something that can be easily changed. Kai Qin stared at Fairy Hongxia for a long time and sighed. She clapped her hands and took out a simple phoenix hairpin from her storage bag. With a swing of her hand, she flew to Fairy Hongxia and whispered, "Take a look." Fairy Hongxia furrowed her brows when she heard her master's voice transmission. However, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. She immersed her spirit sense into it and her expression changed drastically. She blurted out, "Ice Phoenix Cultivation Method?" Kai Qin waved her hand and a ray of light flashed past. A sound barrier was activated and sealed Fairy Hongxia's voice. "You're already a Foundation Establishment cultivator and you still don't know your place? I've thought highly of you for nothing. This disciple is too shocked. Please forgive me, Master." Fairy Hongxia's eyes turned quickly and she whispered back, "This disciple has never thought that my Kai family's legendary mental cultivation method would be seen here. How can my Kai family be compared to an ordinary cultivation family? I don't want to tell you these things now. If fate brings us together, you'll know in the future." Kai Qin sneered, "Use a few days to memorize this Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. This Cold Wind Valley is a place of death for others. For my Kai family's disciples? That might not be the case. Since you've chosen this path and you're of my Kai family's bloodline, then this old one can only let you try. If you succeed, Tsk not to mention Jindan, even Yuanying." "Master." Fairy Hongxia's face lit up with joy. "Don't be happy too early," Kai Qin said coldly. "This old one is only saying that it's possible. The possibility is extremely small. For so many years, no one in my Kai family has been able to awaken the thing in their bloodline. Even this old one can't do it. For you, there's only one possibility. If you don't succeed, only death awaits you. This disciple understands." Fairy Hongxia retracted her joy and nodded. "Why is this Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method incomplete?" Fairy Hongxia frowned after looking at it for a while. Silly girl. What kind of mental cultivation method is the Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method? How would you know? Wait until you've mastered it and save your life. When you have the chance, you can go to the Kai family's ancestral land to search for it." Kai Qin said with a rare smile. "Kai family's ancestral land?" Fairy Hongxia asked curiously, "How would this disciple not know?" What's the difference between knowing now and knowing in the future? If you can't get out of Cold Wind Valley, what's the use of knowing so much? Kai Qin said bluntly. "This disciple understands. This disciple will never reveal it." Fairy Hongxia's expression turned cold as she transmitted her voice. "You're on your own now." With a wave of her hand, Kai Qin cast a few spells and set up a restriction around Fairy Hongxia. She then flew into the cave, leaving Fairy Hongxia to comprehend the Kai family's Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method. In a quiet little mountain village, there weren't many villagers in the village. Every one of them looked simple and honest. In a small courtyard in the mountain village, a beautiful woman dressed in ordinary village clothes sat on a crooked bamboo chair with a cold expression. This woman was Zhang Yutong. However, Zhang Yutong's cultivation was sealed at this time. Apart from her threatening temperament and plain clothes, no one could tell that she was a sword cultivator. In front of her was Zhang Qingshao dressed in camouflage. May I ask this sect leader, which sect are you from? Which sect is this?" Zhang Yutong looked at the mysterious cultivator in front of her and couldn't help but ask. "Do you think this old man will answer you?" Zhang Qingshao smiled and said, "You just stay here obediently and this old man won't do anything to you." "You must be from the devil realm," Zhang Yutong suddenly said. Zhang Qingshao was not surprised and said with a smile, "Smart people don't live long." Miss Zhang, this old man advises you, it's better if you haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything? You don't seem to understand us sword cultivators. Zhang Yutong sneered. If you're not from the devil realm, then you're a devil cultivator. You used your identity as a devil cultivator to kidnap In. You used the identity of a Dao sect to do things. Why do you think I can't guess? Then tell me, what is this old man's plan? Zhang Qingshao was interested and asked with a smile. Of course it's to provoke the conflict between us sword cultivators and the Dao sect. Let us fight each other and you devil cultivators will reap the benefits. Zhang Yutong hit the nail on the head. Zhang Qingshao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Miss Zhang's idea is similar to this old man's plan. Do you think we sword cultivators are brainless people? That will leave our nest for a small girl like me? Haha, what if we have the image of the flying sword message and your sister's statement? Plus we haven't heard from Miss Zhang for many years? Zhang Qingshao smiled and said, even if others don't care, what will Miss Zhang's twin sister do? After she does something, how will the Changbai sect or Taiqing sect react? If these two sects move, what will the sword cultivators do? Zhang Yutong knew that this was just speculation and a possibility, but she really didn't know what would happen in the future. Who would think that she would be kidnapped by a devil cultivator? That you're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.